Guys don't have any globe proving going on in here? What's up?
No, yeah, people were just talking. Um, I'm just waiting for this person to respond. I don't know if they're still here though.
Yeah, I don't think they're here.
Also, the part of the conclusion of the study that they cited, or part of what it says is that, in summary, the assumed interactions between age, IQ, and ASD diagnosis are doubtless very complex. Okay, let me reread that. IQ and ASD diagnoses are doubtless very complex, resulting in the heterogeneity of individuals with ASD. This has the consequence that both sample characterization and studies and individual diagnostics is very challenging. And this in turn limits the interpretability and replicability of study results. So essentially, and I'm going to reread it, but it sounds like that's speaking to the idea that it's not so concrete what Over Fences was trying to get at, I suppose. Yeah, limits interpretability and replicability of study results, the most important things within studies.
Oh yeah, Dave, you were asking about the globe proof. I guess that guy Doib's gone. Yeah, he didn't have any. That
It's shocking they didn't have globe proof, Mary Mom. What's going on? They have all kinds of it. Everybody knows it's a globe.
yeah, I don't know why it's so hard to find evidence of it. Because perhaps it's because it's not there. area either.
It's like, you don't have to buy this or anything. We're telling you, just go look for yourself. We're just trying to give you advice.
Yeah, I don't know. And then even when we give them, the long distance observations, the horizon observations that demonstrate the expected drop over distance isn't there, even when we've done all the work for them, they still don't seem to get it. So they could always go and do their own observations and measurements. That's always cool. Oh, you're kind of drifting away. I don't know what's happening, Dave. We could hear you, but now we can't.
I'm driving. I'll mute up.
Yeah, I guess since nobody's news here, I just wanted to point out, I don't know if Over Fences is still here, but yeah, that dope guy, I mean, he obviously came in here with an agenda. He used kind of a monotone voice. He made the claim saying most autistic people were stupid. He used that word stupid 2 times. When nobody reacted the first time, then he said the same thing again. Then I said in a very even tone of voice that he couldn't keep making claims like that without evidence. Then he claimed that I was upset because I asked him for sources. So he obviously came in here trying to trigger people, didn't really know what he was talking about, had nothing to back up his claims, then went to search for something that he had obviously not read, then went over fences, read further into his study, and showed that he was mischaracterizing the study. Then he went back and forth about that. Didn't actually want to talk about the globe, which was the topic of the channel. So it's obviously just, I don't even know if I'd call him a troll, but he's obviously like using tactics to try to stir people up and then claiming that he accomplished something which he never actually accomplished. So good job, everybody, by not letting him accomplish it. Because he didn't really accomplish his goal. He just had a bunch of people who were actually wanting to analyze his sources rather than just argue about emotions and pejoratives like he wanted to do. So I just put something in the chat. It's an article about Karl Popper and falsification theory. He's dead now, but he really contributed to attempting to get science back on track because he was pushing back against what we see now has taken over what many people consider to be science. Like one point here in this summary is, for Popper, science should attempt to disprove a theory rather than attempt to continually support theoretical hypotheses. And even mentions here in this article, for example, the hypothesis that all swans are white can be falsified by observing a black swan. And that is why, people who come in here with this concept of settled science, quote unquote, they are attempting to hijack what was always considered in the past to be science, which would use deductive reasoning and use observations and try to falsify hypotheses. And so that's why even if you end up falsifying one, you're never proving something to be true. That's why, we are falsifying the globe, even though in that case it's a mathematical question in most cases, unless you're talking about the rotation, which would theoretically be a scientific question because it would be a cause and effect relationship if it happened. But first you'd have to observe the rotation, which they can't even get to step one of observing the rotation. So it could be a scientific scientific question in theory if they ever actually observed rotation, which they don't. So, Dre says, according to AI analyzing my way of looking at the world, Karl Popper shares my critical realist empiricist personality. I always loved him, but that made me like him even more. Yeah. That's funny because one of the classes I took where we read his book, and then the same professor, they had us read his book, and then they had us read this ridiculous, I can't even remember what it was. I left a really scathing review on it on Amazon.com because I couldn't believe they forced me to buy this ridiculous book. And anyway, footnote number 1 was Al Gore, An Inconvenient Truth, or one of the first footnotes. And I said that in class to the lady. I'm like, the professor, oh yeah, well, it's hard for me to take this book seriously when, one of the first footnotes is Al Gore, a politician, not even a scientist. And she's like, oh, well, why can't Al Gore look into things if he wants to? I'm like, oh my gosh, you just had us read Karl Popper. And now you're using a footnote from An Inconvenient Truth. I'm like, oh my gosh. Even the professors that are I guess just putting that out there, and one guy thinks you should look at things empirically, but then this next one thinks Al Gore is a scientific source. So isn't the world wonderful? But no, she wasn't even putting it out there, ironically. Why are you chanting Ohio collapse?
Because I proved it.
Are you a big fan of Ohio?
Very much so, yes.
I like Ohio. There's a lot of fun things. There's Cedar Point's there. Cincinnati is a great town. I stopped there last summer with my family. We ate at a great restaurant downtown.
All right.
Yeah. Ohio's flat. Mostly.
Okay.
There's some mountains in the southeast portion. Surprising, how mountainous the southeast portion is down there. Oh, he's gone away. I guess he didn't like the word flat.
I was just about to say that, Mom. He seemed to be objecting to the word.
Seems like it. I don't know. I thought we could find common flat ground in Ohio.
But phobia. Yeah, I saw a clip and it was a guy and he's going, yeah, I moved to Colorado. I think it was Colorado. He goes, but everyone knows that Colorado is super flat. And he wasn't a globe or a flat earth or anything. He was just saying it. I think it was Colorado or something like that. But yeah.
Yeah, the lower, like southeastern border of Ohio, you know, it borders West Virginia, and it's actually quite mountainous down there.
Who said that about flat phobia? Because that is actually a thing. So, like, there's this fear of large, flat, wide open spaces. I can't remember the term for it. Something phobia. Starts with K.
Yeah, open is an opposite to claustrophobia.
Yeah.
Safe to say I have arachnophobia.
I looked it up. It's called kenophobia. It says kenophobia is a fear of wide open flat spaces. Kenophobia specifically refers to the fear of empty spaces or voids, which can include open fields, empty rooms, or vast flat landscapes.
Flat, it's actually true.
It's awesome stuff. We see a lot of that in here, man. They can't stand it.
I guess that means we should create like a rule or a tag for, you know, the real staunch individuals that come in here for kenophobic. Just
Yeah,
tag 'em.
exactly. That's a new one. Yeah, yeah. That might put an answer to some of the questions we have about these characters.
Yeah, talk to your doctor. See if kenophobia is right for you.
That's hilarious.
What's that called again? The phobia of flat spaces?
Is that kenophobia? Kenophobia?
Sorry, say that again. Kenophobia.
Yep, that's right. Kenophobia.
Okay, cheers.
You know, I want to pick up on something Dandelion said about Popper. He was trying to like make the modern observational science more rigorous. And even though it affirms the consequence, so say you know, come up with an observation and you make a claim about, or you come up with a hypothesis, and then you make up an observation to test the hypothesis. The observation alone can never confirm it. All you can say is it's not wrong, right? You could say, though they will jump to other things. They'll say, well, it's likely true, or things like that. They'll say, well, if we think of 32 tests for this hypothesis, we test it these 32 different ways, and none of them are shown to be false, then that hypothesis is likely true. That statement isn't actually true because there's no way to gauge the likelihood. But it does make so-called observational science slightly more rigorous than just blanket affirming the consequence.
Yeah, I agree. And see, because when I learned about his work before, it was all like very theoretical. Like I never thought about it in terms of the globe until coming into Flat Earth. But then, you know, he was writing like in the 30s to the 50s. So I never like actually, he made specific commentary about certain theoretical things like Einstein or some of the claims regarding space. I don't know. I never saw any of that because I feel like, you know, that he was pushing back at how so-called science seemed to be getting out of hand with some of their claims. And gosh, he'd be appalled today if he was still around.
Yeah, because they went into like mathematical physics, right? And said, "Oh, my model. I'll go test my model." And you know, my model makes a prediction, and that prediction, my model accurately conforms with that observation. But that doesn't mean the model's true. No matter actually how many observations you make, right? Because you can make one observation that falsifies the entire model. But they wanted to keep doing it, right? They needed some, even though they know it's not logically sound, right? Completely logically sound, it's better than what they were doing. It gives it kind of like a pseudo soundness to it, where it seems like at first glance, well, you didn't prove it wrong, you know what I mean? But you also can't prove it true using this methodology.
Yeah, and they've gotten it kind of into, you know, general consciousness where people think that they are proving things true, and then they don't have this. Yeah, they think there's this body of science, you know, that's settled, and we all understand all these things to be true. I mean, whereas really, I mean, any serious scientist would realize that some new information could come along and destroy all of that. And, then they should, most of the time, they should just start over. Obviously, with the globe, they should just throw it out, completely. And with a lot of these other things, but then they don't because there's so much money tied to it, or pride, or whatever.
Power.
Yeah, there you go.
That's what I think. It's just straight power. That's what I think it is. Because if you get to dictate what reality is, dude, science proves it. You can't question what I say. Science proved it.
How do they add that level of certainty to it? I mean, that percentage. How can you say, oh, there's 1% chance we're wrong? Like, how do they come to that fucking...
Well, that's what I mean. It's like not actually, there's no way to even quantify the probability. Really. You know what I mean? They just say it. They just say, well, if I do all the experiments and none of them are false, then it's likely true. I mean, but what is the basis for making that determination? It actually has no basis. It's more a statement about their own psychological state than anything. It's based upon feelings.
Yeah, it's the same thing of what you were posting earlier about the atheists and the low IQ, because, to think that you could prove a negative, or just because you haven't found this thing that it's definitely not there, is a lot of arrogance.
So what Popper did was it's like abductive logic. If you look at the thing I just posted, it's like they make these probability statements or statements like it's the best explanation. So if you make a probability statement, it's not actually a calculated probability statement, right? It's just like based upon intuition. It's really just your feelings. And it's really just the psychological state. And if you say things like best in what sense, right? Like, what do you mean it's the best explanation? Says who? Best to you? The one you like? Well, maybe I don't think it's the best. Maybe I think some other one's the best. Right? So they're making non-scientific statements, but then claiming it's science. You see what I'm saying? It's like they're trying to claim that objective knowledge while adding subjective qualifiers to it.
Yeah, I mean, we see the globe believers do that. Yeah, don't they? They just, especially when they get very agitated, that we're not giving them a model. It's like, well, this, because since you guys don't have one, I'm just going to pick the globe because I like it.
Well, yeah, and I've asked Matt this, right? Because Matt will say, yeah, he'll admit it's a belief, and and Matt will say things like, well, it's the best explanation based upon the available evidence. And I just asked him, I'm like, what do you mean by best? Best in what way? In what way is it the best? Like, that's totally subjective.
Yeah, because it's not the best. I mean, yeah, it's full of holes. It doesn't predict reality. It's, it's complete work of the imagination.
It only has two contradictions, so it's the best because all the other ones have
I got a question. Indio, can I ask you a question, bro? Instead of worrying about what shape the Earth is, why don't you worry about ending slavery in Korea?
Korea? Fuck do I give a fuck about Korea for?
What do you mean?
Yeah, just shut it down. Stop talking
you
about
don't care about the modern day Holocaust?
Yeah, don't talk about it. We don't want people to hear about how the Earth is flat. Don't do that. Switch the subject. Dickhead.
Let's start again. Read the voice chat's topic. and start over. Go to the Stop Slavery in Korea voice channel if you want to talk about that.
Sorry, I picked up the wrong script. I reached for the gay porno section.
Oh, so you're a gaytheist.
Yeah, I heard your voice
You're
and
a
I felt like
gaytheist
I
that's
was in
triggered
that
by
room.
what?
I heard your voice and I felt like I was in that room. You sound like a cocksucker.
Yo, you would know, wouldn't you?
Absolutely. When you're sucking
it
it.
takes one to know one, don't it?
Yeah. It takes one throat to know.
Yeah. You're a clown. Bye, bitch. Yo, are like LA riots on like a auto timer? Are they like on the cycle? Can we predict them like eclipses? Like they just happen over and over again, like every 30 years?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm glad I'm not there.
I'm not following it. I'm just noticing that politics about LA riots again. Like I'm looking for fucking Reginald Denny getting beat up by a bunch of black guys farming around his tractor trailer. Then I realized that was 30 years ago.
Yeah, my parents had to flee Hamtramck neighborhood of Detroit. It used to be a really nice neighborhood. It was the Polish neighborhood. I mean, my parents weren't Polish, but they ended up there when my brother was a baby, and my dad was an engineer working for General Motors. And, maybe you guys don't know about that. There was, a night where Detroit was like basically set on fire in the late 60s. And my mom was there with my baby brother, and my dad was like at work, and then they could actually see the fires and like the whole city on fire. For where they were of course worried it was going to come to where they were, so she got the neighbor girls over there and sat there and watched the fire. Anyway, so they moved further north to Grand Blanc and closer to Flint after that, because pretty much then the whole city became uninhabitable. And then they're kind of building it back now. It's better than it used to be. Last time I was there, they were really improving it a lot, but it definitely went downhill after that.
Yeah, almost like your whole life trajectory after you bought into flat Earth theory.
What theory?
Ooh, shots fired. Poor guy.
We have a theory?
Yeah.
Comes in pre-triggered.
Really?
Yeah, bro. I mean, maybe you guys have not been updated on the newest patch, bro. That's why you guys are still thinking it's not a theory, bro. But yeah.
Oh, you got the newest? Did you download the DLC, the new lore?
You're still on the fucking.
The moon is now inside, bro.
You're still on the fucking Chinese fucking monk kung fu Kill Bill type shit mod. You just haven't updated yet.
I've just had that forever, dude.
Bro,
see, I was alive when Kill Bill came out. You were still in diapers.
Oh, that's why you still
in diapers when the movie was released, brother.
We don't want to hear about how your 60-year-old fucking tinfoil wearing ass still believes this shit, okay?
Tinfoil.
Punk, just shut up, bro. Like, just because you're old doesn't make you smart.
Yeah, so...
It never was.
How do you... So, let's ask this guy.
I can see from the fact you can't remember how many guys your wife was in bed with last time, bro.
Oh, God. So, how do you know the Earth's a globe? Hold on a second. How do you know the Earth's a globe?
You're the type of guy that says...
Are you going to answer the question? You have one chance to get on topic.
You're the type of guy...
Okay, I'm going to give you one more chance to get on topic.
He's like, la, 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 la. He put his fingers in his ears now.
Hey, this is your shot. Get on topic. How do you know the Earth's a globe?
I think he's deafened now. Yeah, he's deafened. Gosh, they're like, they just, they're really obsessed with, they're obsessed with you tonight.
All right. Listen, buddy, you got one chance.
Deafened protest equals ban. Bye.
Oh, he's back. Is that dude back? Oh, no, he's gone.
Hey, deafened protest equals ban. It's automatic ban.
Who heard him?
Xenophobia. That's what that is, xenophobia.
Who heard him? Yeah, I don't know. He's very. As well as I say, I'm stealing this. They're very upset, dude. Yeah, what they are. They're like little kids, dude.
Yeah, which one of you flat earthers hurt these Globers? I mean, they're just really upset, man.
Dude, you know what they remind me of? You ever seen the picture like the kid, the ice cream's on the ground and they're like holding the empty cone? That's what it seems like to me. That's what I visualize in my head is on the other side of the microphone.
Fox.
With frickin' tears streaming down their face.
How dare you try to take the globe from me? I'm going to resort to gay porn.
Yeah,
Ad
pretty.
homs.
Yo. Hey, yo.
Why do they all resort to that? I mean, you'd think you could think of something else a little more creative, but no, they go with that. Are these the agents that are being sent out? Because if they are, whoever you are, you're doing a miserable job.
Fox.
It's hilarious. I mean, there ought to be a campaign. I think one of us flat earthers ought to start a campaign. Help these Globers to present a valid argument, or at least some semblance of an argument at all. Like, we need worthy opponents. I mean, what happened?
I don't even know. When was the last worthy opponent? I must have missed it.
It's been many years. I don't think there ever was one actually, but
No. If you're smart, you've already become a flat earther. So this is why we're left dealing with this bottom of the barrel.
I mean, there's worthy conversation makers, that aren't actually opponents. So I guess that's what makes it worthwhile. I mean, there's people who are willing to have a conversation about it for hours or whatever, which is nice. At least they're thinking, you know what I mean? That they aren't opponents, they're just having a discussion. So yeah, I guess automatically, if you're going to be opponent of flat Earth, like you don't really know what it's about, and most of those people just aren't going to listen. So
yeah, I mean, like CB's got a point. Like the ones that are able to make a decision based on new information and able to logically think about things, use their cognitive abilities at all of those ones will make the decision based on logic that the Earth is exactly the way we see, measure, and experience it: flat, stationary, and contained. Yep, that's the only choice you could come to. But it's just the ones that are left with that empty ice cream cone crying, "You're taking away my space, man. How dare you?" Someone get a meme going on that. I'm sure someone's got that already. A matter of minutes, someone will have the empty ice cream cone Glober meme.
Oh, Sunny, I feel like you would have appreciated the series of memes that were created earlier that were flat Earth so easy a caveman can do it.
Let me
find some of them for you. I think I saved them. I didn't make them, but Helio made one. There's Helios. Jace made the next one. Apocryphon made that one. There's another Drace one. You remember those ads, right, Sonny? You remember the So Easy Caveman Can Do It ads, the Geico
caveman in the
ads?
background, like that's priceless. The caveman in the background. They have a bonfire of globes.
Yes, that was actually my idea. That was actually my idea, Sonny. I didn't know that they could actually just like instantly create it. I thought I was being like too challenging, but then Drace just like instantly created it. It was so exciting.
With the level on the beach. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best one.
Yeah, what are the Globers going to do about that level issue? They can't have that on a globe. Every single time someone like puts a level down on a floor or on a wall or whatever, it like debunks your globe. Can't have that. You certainly couldn't have a level floor, horizontal, and then have a perpendicular wall next to it, or for that matter, more than one perpendicular walls, corners, 90-degree angles.
Yeah, there's a guy last night like arguing. I feel like it was like 2 hours. It felt like 2 hours. Maybe it wasn't, but about like just like that objects in general didn't disappear bottom up. It's just kind of like I don't understand how you could even argue about something like that when you could just go demonstrate it for yourself, in like 30 seconds,
I mean, even Globers have seen the coin on a table, like. Yeah, they want to argue for curved surfaces even when it's not a curved surface. Like, they'll totally ignore that part. Like, for instance, like we bring up Eratosthenes, Eratosthenes. So you can do the same thing on a curved surface or a level surface, depending on where the light source is. And now I guarantee you, when you bring that up, what do? Ignore it. They just ignore that, and they change the subject. So I kind of like CB and I for a while had this thing about the new detective on the scene. There's a murder scene there, and the new detective comes in, says, "I'm not looking at any of the evidence till I know the motive." And the head detective's like, "You're fired." Go back to crayon sandwiches.
Yeah. The last several times people have brought that up with me, I just that's good. I've just given them an answer like, yep, it's power or it's money. Yep. Now let's talk about the evidence. Because if you said, I mean, it's people can do it differently. I mean, yeah, you can get into the whole routine about why it's not important, or you can just give them a little cookie and move on. Whatever you feel like doing depends on, the mood, I guess.
There you go, Drace. That's good. The ice cream. Yeah. I want that globe ice cream. Yeah, that one right there. Sir, that's not a globe ice cream. It's a ice cream shaped ice cream. No, it's a globe ice cream. I see it. I saw it before I walked in the door. It's like I could see curvature from an airplane.
Hi, Ildiko.
Hi, Dandelion. How are you?
Good, thank you. Yeah, it's a beautiful day here. Plus, I just finished like about 6 stressful things in a row I had to do this week. It was like, I was kind of dreading this week. I'm like, the week of June 2nd, how will I ever survive it? And now I've survived it. It's exciting.
Oh, good. It's all behind you then.
Yeah.
Good. Today I went to a edible plant lecture here on the Big Island. And they gave out, they gave out free plants. So I got a pepper plant. So now I have peppers growing.
Green peppers or hot peppers?
It's green right now, so I don't know whether they'll turn red or not. We'll see.
Wow, they gave you a pepper plant with a pepper already on it?
There's 4 peppers on it. Yep.
Nice, because I bought a pepper plant, but well, I grew a bunch from seed, and then I had problems with my rototillers. Then I had trouble getting my stuff in the ground, so then I got another one that was bigger. And but yeah, it's expensive to buy a plant that already has peppers on it or tomatoes. Like if you buy small ones, then they're cheaper. Yeah, so that's cool. They gave you a free one.
I know. I'll send you a picture of it later. To
Okay.
Your text, because I have your text, phone text. So I'll send it to you later. And I found just this week, I found a beautiful painting of hibiscus flowers, which is the state plant. And so I'm using it as the backdrop for my yoga broadcast, free yoga broadcast. It looks beautiful. That was virtually free too, because the thrift shop I go to is practically give things away there. It's wonderful.
Yeah, we get hibiscus here sometimes, but like a lot of times you'll see them in pots. Like people just grow them. I don't know if they can make it through the winter. I don't think they can. Not here. Yeah, but yours probably can. Yeah.
Maybe in a greenhouse. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, they're beautiful. Come in all different colors. I told you I have there's a new tenant who's a expert rose gardener. So I when I came home from going to town today, there was a bunch of roses again on my table, on my lanai. So it's really nice. I love roses.
He gives it to you in like a vase? They're cut?
No, he cuts them. My landlord.
Is this the 24/7 Flat Earth chat or the herbalist chat? Because I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Oh, please,
Sorry.
no.
We were just rambling.
No, he's just being rude. He wasn't here earlier when it was totally silent, but you have to interrupt our conversation about flowers on a flat earth. No.
Get his
ass. Are there any actual flat earthers here?
Yeah, facts.
Because that's what I'm here. That's what I came into this VC for. I didn't talk. I don't want to talk about herbs and hippies and shit.
All right.
I can only listen to 304 for so long. Oh, go ahead.
Jeez. So today, on the flat Earth topic, I went to the local health food store. I'm on the Big Island in Pahoa, and I heard a random conversation behind me about flat Earth, and there were 3 people seated at the table who all understood that the Earth is flat, and that was really I've never experienced that before, so that's very encouraging. So
I like that.
You can go on now about flat Earth. Now that we have masses of
Get his ass.
As
Did you
someone
get
that
their
flies airplanes, yeah, there actually is a curvature of the Earth.
That's cap, bro.
That's cap. Okay, dude.
Yeah.
I got my
When was
PBL,
that?
dude.
Stop the cap.
When was that measured? When was that measured?
All right, I will catch you
What do
guys
you mean,
later.
when was
Bye,
that measured?
Eldeco. Nice
Yeah,
to
Talking
talk to you,
about measurements,
Eldeco.
bro?
Bye.
Curvature. When was curvature measured?
Oh, dude, I'm just giving it a glimpse, you know.
Yeah,
You
we
know,
want to
it's
know
like-
when it's
So
been
you're a
measured.
flat earther? You're a flat earther?
Listen,
Yeah,
Karen.
So
You can't
what's,
come in here
what's
and
at the
claim you're
edge?
violent.
What's at the edge? Is it Joe Rogan and his fucking
Shut up.
gorillas?
What's at the edge of your universe?
I think it might be Joe Rogan's gorillas and
Crayon
shrooms.
muncher.
Hey, where's your globe at? Any
Bro.
evidence for that?
My globe?
Yeah, where's your globe? Where's your geometric horizon? Your edge,
I got a
bro. Where's
globe
that?
on
Where's
the
that?
side on the counter of my bed.
Oh, cool. So the globe's just a big joke. No wonder you're in here clowning around. Cool. Carry on.
So you're a flat earther as well. So
You're
hold
a
on,
flat earther.
without
You're a
without me
glober.
going
You're a
too far
glober.
to the
When you're
insults.
asked to back up
Let
your
me
globe,
ask about
when you're
the
asked to
proof.
back up your globe,
Where's the
there's nothing
proof?
you can show us.
Okay, I just want to hear
Deflect and
some.
start
What are some
talking about
facts?
Flat earthers, so-called.
What's some evidence that you guys have? I'll entertain it. What's some evidence?
You come in here gawking
That's
like
a red
it's
herring,
ridiculous
dude.
thing, and as soon as we ask you what evidence do you have to provide for a globe, it's not self-evident to begin with. So why would you think that? And then
That's
you just
a red herring, dude.
Then
That's
you
a
just
red herring.
deflect back to where's the
That's
edge?
a red herring, dude.
No,
I asked you what
no.
your evidence is.
I just
Stop
told
fucking.
you that globe is not self-evident. Yet you come in here like a joker, like it's some foregone conclusion or something. And then when we
So
ask
what's at the edge,
we
dude?
ask
What's
you-
at the edge?
we ask you what the evidence for it is, you start deflecting to goofball shit like where's the edge of the flat earth. So that's it. There's no reason in the world to think you live on a globe.
This is fucking.
paraded
You know
around-
we're in a
paraded
perpetual.
around by
we're in some.
morons like you.
Okay, dude.
Yeah, you've got no
Stalemate.
reason to
Stalemate.
think it to begin
Stalemate.
with. That's what the problem
Stalemate.
is here.
I think this was just a stalemate, dude. Because I
There's
think
no reason to think there's a globe, dude.
I
You
don't
go
think
out and
either
you
of
look
us
at
are
the beach,
providing
you're like, oh,
proof.
I'm on a ball, spinning, tilted, wobbling around. Look at the water curving down the wave. Yeah, you don't. Yeah, that doesn't happen. You
Yeah,
fucking
guess what? The
ball,
globe's ball is the
spastic.
size of my
Yeah,
balls,
that doesn't
dude.
happen.
So I think you're
That
a fucking
doesn't
pussy.
happen. So then when we ask you why you think that does happen, you start deflecting to other goofball shit like penguins at the edge. So
Yeah,
since
okay,
the globe
dude.
is paraded around by absolute abject retards like you, we can only conclude that it's a retarded ideology.
Are you fucking on salvia?
We can only conclude it's a retarded ideology because you're the one
So
here.
give me your
pimping it.
evidence. I want some evidence. I'm a little.
We don't experience.
I'm a
the
little
globe. We
ignorant about
experience
this.
a
Okay, I'm a
stationary
little
world.
ignorant.
You come in and say it's not the world we experience, and then you act like a clown.
All right, so let's talk about airplanes then. So why do airplanes make a curve when following their navlog?
Show it.
Show it, dude.
Yeah. Don't.
What do
don't
you mean
ask me a
show it?
loaded
I can.
question.
I'll
Back
pull up
your
my
assumption.
ForeFlight.
Show it. Show it,
You want me to
dude.
pull up my
Show it. Post
ForeFlight?
an image.
Hold
What
on.
airplane? Which flight?
Oh,
Hey, dipshit.
shit.
Which flight? Which
I
flight?
can't stream in here.
Which flight? Which
We're
flight?
talking about transatlantic flights. Anything
Name
that's
a
like
flight.
over. What
Name
do
a
you mean?
flight.
Name a flight. Sydney,
Name a flight.
Australia
Which
to
flight?
LAX or what? You want to talk
Which
about
flight?
India to New York, India to New York, Delhi, New York to Newark International? Right there, coverage of the Earth, dude.
So what?
Gotta
They're
follow the
negotiating.
curvature of the Earth.
They're negotiating a vertical drop, is what you're claiming.
Oh my god, a vertical drop. What the fuck is this crap ass shit? I don't know what the hell you're on, but you're on some good shit, man.
That would be your claim. So maybe you want to get up to speed on that.
Up to speed. All right, let's look this up. ChatGPT, what is it? What is it called again?
All right. See, this is why I don't think that there's any globe, because brain dead dipshits like you who don't even understand your claim and haven't prepared anything.
Dude, this
as
is
far
some
as
sort of
evidence for it,
projection.
Come in here.
Dude,
and
you're
act
literally
like
going to be the
foregone conclusion.
stenographer for. No,
I'm
you're going to
stenographer?
stenographer. You're going to be the stenographer for a large language model. How pathetic is that?
What the fuck are you talking
You
about?
don't even have
Fucking stenographers and rocks?
We could just listen. You're gonna
Y'all are on acid, dude. Y'all were talking about herbs. Y'all were talking about hippies. Now y'all talking about fucking stenography.
You asked me like yapper. You're just yapping. So you're gonna type something at ChatGPT and read it to us.
Well, ChatGPT collects information from a bunch of different databases across the internet, and it compiles.
Why don't we just ask
it into one
ourselves?
answer.
What do we need? What do we need you for?
What do I need me for?
Yeah, what do we need you for?
It seems like a conversation that you're really interested in. This is why I'm asking you for evidence. This is why. Okay, yeah. Well, ChatGPT, you guys are gonna have to like create your own little version that just like gets its information from like some fucking flat Earth fucking website because
listen.
ChatGPT. Yeah, it's gonna say it's not flat, dude. You guys are fucking on something.
Yeah. So ChatGPT, ask ChatGPT
What's the evidence? What is the evidence?
Ask ChatGPT this, dude.
Okay, hold on. Let me ask. Hold on. I'm gonna copy your prompt down.
You're just gonna get muted if you keep yapping. Okay, I'm done with this shit. You're not going to talk over us. That's at an end. Now you're going to have a civil conversation. You're going to leave. It's your choice. Now ask ChatGPT this: why do flight paths show curved lines on a map? Go.
All right, let's see. I'm looking at why do flight paths show curved lines on a map. All right, I'm going to read it verbatim.
Okay.
Flights follow the shortest route between 2 points on a sphere, called a great circle route. When this route is shown on a flat map, it looks curved, even though it's actually the straightest path possible on Earth's surface.
Okay.
Do you want to go
now
into
we're
the
going to ask it
breakdown?
another question. Now we're going to ask another question. Is it a consequence of projecting the coordinate system? Yeah, you have no idea what that even is, do you?
Is it a consequence of projecting?
Coordinate system. So they're just projecting a spherical coordinate system onto a grid map, onto a different grid.
Okay, then explain this. If I'm going from New York to India, then why do I fly over the North Pole?
You don't fly over there. There's no flights to India from New York.
Yes, there are.
Post it in the chat.
Dude.
Post it in the chat.
Yes, there are. I've been to Delhi, India. It's a pretty shitty
chat.
place.
Post it in the chat, dude.
Post it in the chat? What happens if I didn't take any photos, man?
No. Okay, we're done with you.
Retard.
You'll be unmuted when you post a India to New York flight path that goes over the pole. Go for it.
Especially since it's a no-fly zone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does this guy know that they don't just plan flight routes by what's the most direct?
Doesn't know that.
No,
Does he know
doesn't
anything?
Yeah, while you're at it, provide the pitch data for that flight. Let's see.
That's all we care about, really, because that's the thing that would confirm vertical Earth curve drop. He didn't understand what that was, though, even though it was his very claim. So, what an abject retard you are, Null.
Have you gotten control of your emotions yet, dude? Taking too long. I'm going to show you something, though. Okay. You still here? Okay, no. Look in the chat. Hold on.
No.
You got to answer this question about flight paths. So, these guys show you their map in the cockpit. Okay? Okay. Got it? Are we good? You understand? You show their map in the cockpit. Here's a screenshot. Why is their flight path straight? Why is their flight path straight on their map? Now, these are pilots in the cockpit. Now tell me, why is their flight path straight? No.
Okay, you want to know why?
Yeah, I know why. I know the answer.
Okay, let me hear your answer.
Because it's a projection of the coordinate system. But you don't know what that is.
No, that's because the U.S. education system failed me.
You're damn right it did. So check this out, no. Latitude and longitude, do you think that those places are points on the ground?
I don't know.
Okay, the answer is no.
Didn't you say you're a pilot, dude?
Okay, yeah, I'm a
okay,
PPL.
Guy was
Hope
a
you don't
pilot.
fly any planes I'm on.
So no, how would you find your latitude and longitude if you couldn't see the sky?
How?
Yeah, how if you couldn't see the sky? You can't see the sky. You can't see Polaris. You can't see the moon. You can't see the sun. You can't see any of that shit. How do you find your latitude and longitude? Using just the ground and only the
iPhone.
ground.
Satellites.
What a dunce, dude. iPhone. Satellites. Really? Well, iPhone satellites don't use latitude and longitude. That's another projection of a coordinate system. So the raw GPS data comes in a format, a RINEX message data is in something called Earth-centered EarthFix, and the coordinates are up, down, easting, not latitude, longitude. Those get converted into a latitude and longitude. So back to the original question. How do you find your latitude and longitude using just the ground?
Walking.
Walking where, dude?
Finding a map.
Finding a map? A map
Where's
of what?
that? Where's
Where
that?
did they get their coordinate system?
He's walking to finding a map.
See, I'm not just trying to give you shit, right? So it's a misconception that the system called latitude and longitude is ground-based. It's not ground-based, okay? If it was ground-based, you'd be able to find it using nothing but the ground. You'd be able to find your latitude and longitude, and it wouldn't matter what the sky, about anything else. Say, I could just use the ground as a reference and find my latitude and longitude. You can't, okay? But, so with your map there, they take that coordinate system.
Wait.
Hold on, dude. Let me finish. I'm getting to the points, okay?
A compass.
So, yeah, no, compasses don't point north.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
Whoa. Where do they point?
They align to the magnetic field.
To the magnetic field, which is it's not accurately the North Pole, but it's near the North Pole. It changes about every year
on
or
where
so.
you are.
Yeah.
Google, ask ChatGPT about magnetic declination. But until then, we're going to cover this. So when they take that latitude longitude coordinate system and they project it on the ground, when they take a straight path and they map the coordinates, it looks curved in the map transformation, but it's not actually curved in real life.
It's not?
No, because the Earth's not curving.
Wait. Hold on. I'm not firing on all four cylinders right now. Give me a second.
That's why. So, dude, that's why. Like, did you see the map I posted?
This is profound, dude.
It shows the flight path is a straight line. That's because they projected to the correct coordinate system.
They did?
Yeah, so they curved the lines. They curved the coordinate system lines on the map, and then when you draw the line on it, the line ends up straight.
So is the North Pole in the very middle of the Earth?
I don't know, dude. I don't even know what middle means for this purpose.
Okay, all right. So like everything, like okay. So
let's go back to the beginning.
There's no South Pole. There's only North Pole.
Yeah. Do you think we think the Earth is a disk in space?
A disk in space?
Yeah. Do you think
I think it's a ball in space.
No. Do you think that we think it's a disk in space?
Yeah, honestly, I do.
Well, we don't.
What do you think?
Not that.
Okay, so describe to me with
we don't think that there's
English,
a solar system,
like college level English vocabulary.
Okay, so we don't think the Earth is in a solar system orbiting the sun. We think the sun is as we see it. It moves above the Earth. We don't move around the sun. We don't flip over. We don't rotate. The sun circles above the Earth. The moon circles above the Earth. The stars circle above the Earth.
How does one stumble upon this knowledge?
Observation. When you go outside, right, and you watch the sun, does the sun move?
Yeah.
Okay, then. So why do you think you're moving?
Wait, I'm moving?
No, you're not. Why do you think that you'd be moving?
Centrifugal force?
You feel centrifugal force when you go outside?
Holy crap.
Yeah.
I don't think he knows what that is.
I get vertigo.
I think you're like, it's another instance where you were 2 in, and now like you were drinking 3 while you're here. And
Okay, then why do we get vertigo if we're not spinning?
Because you drink too
Prove
much.
that, dude, huh?
Because you drink too much, brother.
I don't
But you're
drink.
drunk? So you're drunk, therefore globe?
Man, I don't drink, okay?
If you're not drunk,
believe
that's
it.
even worse.
Sounds believable.
Dude, I'm as sober as a fucking light bulb.
Well,
This is you sober. Jesus
Yeah.
fucking Christ.
maybe that's because you can't afford to get any dumber. At least you figured that out.
And you have Pac-Man intelligence if he freaking drinks too much.
Hold on. So what Flatman Can said. So that's what you got. Hold on. I can't send images. So let's go off of Flatman Can's description of the Earth. Look at the top left one. Top left.
This is not flat Earth. Not. It says up top. This is not.
So what does it look like? Send me a picture of what it would look like.
Go outside, take a picture.
Short bus or a long bus to school?
So what would? Wait, are you saying that?
The Earth isn't in outer space. You can't go outside the Earth to snap a picture. That's a fairy tale.
You can't go outside of Earth?
No.
What exactly happens when you just keep going up and exceed the limit of the sky then?
Yeah, dude. So does that mean that we never went to the moon? Does that mean that the International Space Station doesn't exist?
No, it exists as something, but it's not in space.
It's not in space?
There's actually 3 of them, technically.
So what about them orbiting the? I think it's the stratus pods that they're in. I forget.
Okay, you've seen the ISS orbit the Earth?
I believe that you
Has
can
anybody?
see. At times, you can see them. Yes. And
Yeah,
you
but
can
you
talk
didn't see
to
an
them.
orbit. But you didn't see an orbit.
It doesn't matter. You saw it.
It doesn't matter. Yeah. So my claim, the evidence for my claim doesn't matter. I don't need the evidence. Yeah, that don't matter, right?
So what are the stars? What are the stars like? What is that? Is that
We
just
don't
like?
make a claim.
Is that like just God
We don't
coming
make
on
a
us?
claim about any of that crap. You think anybody
Wait,
will ever know?
they tell me it's like a big black Bristol board out there. and there's just
You
holes
think?
poked
Hold
through it.
on, brother. Your sarcasm is unfounded. Do you think anybody knows what the stars are? And
Dude, I feel like I'm in the fucking Truman Show now.
No, do you think anybody knows what the stars are composed of? Anybody? No, it's
Yeah, you could take a variety of telescopes there. Take a good look.
And so you know from inference.
What about the sun? Is the sun like just like an actual?
No. Stop it. So you know what the stars are composed of? No, for 100% certainty. Yeah, that's what I thought.
I never said 100%, but you fucking
Okay,
know.
so you don't know what the stars are.
Who the fuck cares? It's like whenever you want it to be 100% certainty that, like, you'll impose that I need to be saying something with 100% certainty to make any claim. But anytime you make a claim, you get to just make one. Anytime you get to have any doubt about the thing you
That's
have
a
a doubt about.
mischaracterization, dude. And that's just meta bullshit. It's a mischaracterization. I'm not the one claiming knowledge. You're the one who claimed you know what the stars are.
No, you're the one
I claim knowledge. When did I make a knowledge claim?
When you said the Earth is flat.
No, I know that. How
Okay,
do
so
I know
it's a
that?
knowledge claim. Thank you.
How do I know that? Because I'm on Earth and I can measure it. I can actually know
No,
that.
you can't. It's too fucking
I
big for you to measure it with any fucking. I don't know what you think you're doing.
It's too big to measure? Is that what you're saying?
Dude, if you go outside and take a look at your perspective, it wouldn't
No, it said
change
look.
at
I
all
said
if
measure.
the Earth
I
was
said
completely round,
measure.
right?
But I didn't say look. I said measure.
What the fuck do you think you're measuring?
The Earth. Right, okay. Have you ever built something before? Did you look at the pieces or did you measure the pieces? Did you build a house and just eyeball the fucking piece of wood and nail it up, or did you measure it?
Sorry, you're saying you built the Earth?
Dude. Stop it. Answer the question. Measuring is not simply looking at something. You can take a tape measure and measure things. So we can measure the surface of the Earth and see if it's curving away, right? Curving down. Because no matter where you are, you're on the top of the ball, right? And it should be curving down in every direction.
Can't. First of all, I can't seriously entertain this hypothesis that you have like a massive tape measure or really any other way to guarantee the length of something. And even if you did, I'm not sure what you think that would help you with. Like,
okay, so do you think that the curve of the Earth is immeasurable? It's just too big to measure. Is that what you think?
You can measure the Earth with lasers. Lasers are very efficient.
Yeah, that's one method. So how much does the Earth drop from eye level, the surface? How much does it predict the globe in 10 miles?
I forget the figure, man.
In 10 miles. Well, it's 66 feet in 10 miles. You're claiming we can't measure 66 feet?
I'm claiming you probably can't.
I certainly can. No doubt about it.
What the fuck are you going to do? A fucking laser experiment and not even worry about whether or not you should be accounting for refraction or something?
Well, how do we account for refraction? Can you tell us?
Not really. I don't have the background in chemistry.
Yeah, of course not. You guys can just say, you didn't account for refraction. Well, how do you do that? I don't know.
Okay, so you have a background in chemistry then?
Let's add standard refraction to the 25-mile laser test. So the goal prediction is the laser should be 127 meters high. Standard refraction moves it down 5 meters. Now you get, oh shit, you got 122 more meters to fucking make up for. How do you explain that?
I don't fucking know. You're probably not accounting for something.
I just accounted for refraction. I just accounted for
probably
refraction.
Not well. You just pulled a number out of your ass.
Okay, the 7
whatever. It's a second standard quantity. If you're doing this over water, then it's going to hit the water. So immediately, there's already one thing you're clearly not accounting for. So you don't know what the fuck you're doing.
What India was trying to say, like you're over talking the guy as he's trying to explain something to you. Fuck, man.
Yeah,
no, I'm not. I'm trying to respond to the one thing he said. I gave him just about equal time with respect to how much I've been talking. So I don't see what's wrong with me talking as much as I am.
Okay, dude. If we hit the water, then you're not going to see the laser, right?
Nope. You can definitely see the laser if you hit the water.
If you hit the water. How?
Yes.
How?
What do you mean?
Wouldn't the water block the laser?
Does water block light? Are you... Oh.
Does water block light? Yeah.
Wait, dude, sorry, this is the hill you're willing to die on?
Yeah, because if you go 400 meters under the ocean, it's pitch black.
Even during 400 meters under the ocean.
Yeah, we're talking about 25,000. We're talking about 41,000 meters.
No, you're not. You're talking about the distance that a laser beam would go through.
Yeah, 41 kilometers. 41 kilometers. That's 41,000 meters, dude.
I feel like you're arbitrarily dictating that the water must go through basically the entire length of the...
What are you talking about?
Well, how would you know what I'm talking about? You don't let me finish the sentence.
We're not talking about the water going through anything. We shine a laser.
I didn't say anything about the water going through anything. I said something about laser going through water.
It would have to go through 41,000 fucking meters of water, dude.
Okay, this is ridiculous. Your whole laser test is probably, 41,000 meters in total?
That's right. So you're saying it's 41,000 meters, 41 kilometers.
Yeah, okay, so that's the whole laser test. And you're saying the water is, the light is going through that.
No, I'm not. That's what you said.
No, you're the one who's saying...
trying to... First of all, you come up with a bullshit scenario and then try to attribute it to me. That's retarded, dude. That shit ain't never gonna work.
I am so... What are you talking?
No one said... I never said
go talk to the therapist or something.
Water. You did.
You're
you said it
making
would
no
go through
sense.
The water. Yeah. You go try. You ain't gonna gaslight me, dude. It ain't gonna work. I'm sober.
Oh man.
Yeah. So, like I said, I account. You said you probably didn't even account for refraction. We did, and it still doesn't help you.
Yeah, you arbitrarily dictated that the refraction must be the entire length of the fucking pool of water it's going over, which is completely idiotic.
It's not a pool of water. It's a lake. It's a lake. It's a saltwater lake.
Yes, it's a lake full of water. Why are you being this much of a?
Yeah, but the laser's not in the water; it's over the water. It's 2.92 meters over the water, or 10 feet. We shine the laser.
Yeah, okay, so you have a laser going over the water at some point.
Over the water.
At some point, since you don't expect the laser to be seen by the other observer, it's going to hit the water. But that's going to happen what? 15, 20, 30 kilometers into its journey? In other words, it's only going
No. It would start being blocked at the horizon. At some distance before the horizon, it would have to be blocked.
Yes, it would be blocked at the horizon by definition.
Yeah, from 10 feet, the horizon's only 8 miles away. So what are you talking about? It has to hit the water before the horizon.
10 feet, 8 miles away. I don't know. I feel like that's a bit off.
I just feel like you're this, and I feel. Yeah, you can't save your friend that way. You guys
make it seems like you just did. You cut you off and you didn't pick back up, so...
Yeah, so the water would have to enter the water before the horizon. The horizon would be 8 miles away.
No, it would enter the water at the horizon by definition.
Let me finish what I was saying. And it's going to have to exit the water at the observer's horizon after that, right? It has to exit the water there for him to see it. And his horizon is less than 3 miles away. So it's going to have to travel through a freaking 12 mile at least stretch of water.
Okay, first of all, there's no way his horizon can be 3 miles away unless he's like right against the ground.
Okay,
I don't know the setup, so maybe that's what it is.
6 feet. Okay, it's 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the formula. You're just a series and not ours because you have no idea what you're talking about.
Even then, it would be diffracting through the air throughout the whole journey.
Diffracting through the air? That was in the water.
Yeah, it diffracts through both.
Diffracting through the water and the air at the same time. So it's in the water and in the air.
No, it diffracts through the air when it's going through the air, and it diffracts through the water when it's going through the water. It's really not that hard, man.
Yeah, okay. Just trying to pretend and say what you think is world size. Can you even tell me what diffraction is?
I'll just
Google it. Hurry up, Google it. Hurry up and Google it, dude. It's simple, dude. You just said it was simple. It's so simple you can't even fucking explain it without Googling it. It's not diffracting in the air. That's not a thing. Diffraction happens at edges of objects.
Yeah, so as you go through the atmosphere, every additional point is kind of like an edge because you increase in height.
Molecules are now edges. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying a gradient of pressure forms like a bunch of what can essentially be modeled as edges.
Yeah, that's not a thing. No one's ever modeled the fucking atmosphere that way, ever. You're just making shit up. It's fucking boring, dude. You shut up, dude.
That's all you guys have is making shit up because that's what the globe is, made up. It was made up, so you come here and make up shit on the fly to try to support it. You don't know why you believe it. No clue.
Crazy what they'll say. The shit that comes out of you people's mouths. You're making people flat earthers. Like, don't you realize this? When people hear you?
That's what I told this guy, first thing. Why are you a flat earther? You. Listen to you. You're pathetic. The globe's not self-evident. Flat stationary world is. Listen to you who says it's not that. Yeah, I'm not sold.
If someone was like, "Oh, you can pick anyone to convince people to be flat Earth," I'd pick one of these Globers and stick them on a stage.
That's what I do too. That's what did it for me. They can sell it way better than I can. Just have them come in here and try to sing the praises of the globe, and you'll be like, "Oh, that's what this is."
That's the best they got? That's really disturbing.
Yeah, really? This is what it comes down to?
Yeah, it's like they learned one little catchphrase, refraction, and then they just made up all the rest of it themselves, like ad hoc, imagination. That's it.
After listening to these clown shows, I have absolutely no reason to reject the self-evident world around me.
Yep. So thanks for your support of the flat Earth, Sabin and Null. You're both great advocates for the flat Earth. We appreciate it.
Exactly. Because all we need is them to speak.
Worse than that, though. Sorry, Chris.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
The one guy came in here saying he's a pilot. Like, seriously.
Yeah, they have to cap all the time. So why do they have to lie so much if this is true? We have to defend the truth with a whole bunch of lies. Shouldn't really have to, should you?
It does not. The last guy was like, you said, okay, tell us how much reflection we should have. He goes, I'm not an expert in chemistry.
Yeah, chemistry, right. Doesn't even have the field right. He's not an expert in his own beliefs. So why should I adopt them again? You're not selling this, really.
Mm-hmm.
They're crackpots. You're dealing with crackpots.
Yep. So it's like, okay, fine, fair enough. I go out to the beach. It looks flat. Looks like everything's still. You say it's not. Okay, what's the evidence? Where's your edge? Are there penguins guarding it? Like, what? They're just insane.
The thing is, he comes in here thinking it's funny, and then it gets painfully embarrassing when he can't even answer a single question. So it's got to be real painful.
Yeah, they think it's going to be an easy dunk. And it doesn't go that way.
It's just when you hear it, when they're in the middle of the conversation, they start to realise they ain't got a fucking clue.
Yeah, exactly. They get into it and realize, wait a minute, I don't actually know how to defend this. And that's the thing. They come in thinking it is such a foregone conclusion that everybody knows it, but they've never once challenged that thought for themselves at all. And this is the only place that makes them do it. And when it happens, it's like, what? Wait, well, yeah, they start acting really stupid and spiral out because, yeah, they've never thought their belief through and they don't know how to defend it.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't know why they think what they think. They just know what they're supposed to think. It's social proofing.
Just can't figure out why dude thought that the laser should hit the water if you're shooting it out level. If the Earth was dropping down and away, it would go over the observer on the other side of the curved surface.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. They haven't thought through one aspect of it at all. They have no idea what to expect of the geometry, what it would look like, what testing it would actually look like if it were confirmed. Absolutely nothing. They just come in here spiraling about penguins at the edge of the Earth. It just gets irritating. I mean, they have the chance to actually shoot their shot and defend their faith, their worldview, whatever you want to call it.
No one wants another shot, man. Like, yeah, I'm not talking, but you can talk.
No, yeah, he seemed like he humbled up a bit. Let's see what he has to say now.
You're muted, no. Try to hold it together.
Got muted again. Oh, there he is. Okay.
Yo, me and you were fighting over the mute, man. Hold on. I mean...
No, it wasn't me. It was someone else, but we'll get there. I hate mutes with iPhone.
After some research, I think I've concluded that the Earth
Yeah.
He's trying to think of a crazy shape to say as if that's going to be original.
So you're stalling this long on even just coming up with a fucking troll, dude?
Wait, I said earlier that you guys were right, though. So I think you guys are right.
Okay.
Right, okay, right about what? Right about what?
I think that the Earth is self-evident, and that when I go outside and I see a tree, that the Earth takes the shape of the tree.
I think maybe you should try to pre-plan your LARPs a little bit because you're not really that good at winging it.
Yeah, that's really retarded.
It is. It's laughable.
Yeah. Your guttural like chimp like laugh is not globe proof. So, was anyone in here talking about trees?
That's the embarrassing laugh. That's the one. He's fucked.
Is this like some sort of flat Earth orgy?
Wow.
You notice how notice how planes fly nose up over the flat plane?
Wait, hold on. Go ahead. Say that. I actually want to hear what you're saying, John Luna.
Do you notice how planes fly with the nose up over the flat plane? They're not nosing down to account
that's
for
to maintain
resistance.
attitude.
Yeah, well, if they were flying in a straight line and maintaining altitude, they would eventually gain altitude because the Earth would be dropping down beneath the plane, correct?
Aren't they following the curvature of the Earth, though?
How? If they're keeping their nose up, how are they nosing down to maintain altitude over the ball beneath them? If it's a ball, if it's a sphere,
you inside a ball?
They're flying straight and level. If they're
You're following the curve of a ball from inside one, is that it? You a concave guy?
They're flying straight.
Wait. So explain to me how this whole thing works, because this is profound. I feel like I'm like gaining like a new sense of tranquility just like talking to y'all. Like I'm fucking calm right now. I just feel like the hippie energy.
If they would have to pitch the nose down if they were going to actually be following a curve that's dropping down below them, right? Wouldn't they?
No, give me a. Whoa, this is really out of my realm, dude. We're talking about.
Are you LARPing as a retard or actually one? Just want to know before I keep wasting your time.
Pilot.
Okay. Well, first of all, I do have my private pilot's license. I passed my check here. I passed my check ride 2 months ago. Okay.
So you assume that the flight is level and horizontal when you get to altitude, right?
Level and horizontal? Horizontal?
Yeah. You assume that there's a flat.
Straight and level, right?
Yeah. You don't pitch the nose up or down. You just maintain level, right?
Okay, I think there's some confusion here because a PPL. I only flew in Cessna 150s. I don't even know if you know what that is. Okay, do you know what that is?
Oh God! So you went super high.
When you're at.
Do you know what kind of airplane a Cessna 150 is?
Listen, I understand. Listen, when you're up at altitude, right, and you're looking
which is about 5,000 feet.
Okay, so exactly when you're at altitude, when you're looking straight ahead. Is the horizon?
I'm looking at the horizon, yes. I'm
level from left to right. Is it level from left to right?
Well, he only went to 5,000 feet, so it didn't have to be level there at that height for some reason.
Let me see, because it really depends on the day. If it's a really clear day,
doesn't matter if it's what I'm saying. If he's looking left to right, oh my God! If it's not curving left to right, it's not curving front to back, dude. That's the point. If you're on a beach.
If I'm on a beach?
There's always going to be flat, dude. That's the point. From left to right, you're not seeing any curvature. So why would you assume curvature front to back?
What happens if you just aren't able to comprehend the ultimate size of Earth?
Wait a second. That's a concession right there. You can't comprehend the ultimate size of Earth, so you're basically telling.
If I put myself on my tiny mouse
hold
pad,
on. Why do you have to stop me before I get to the?
All right, go ahead. I want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, because I would rather that when you speak, it's in response to something one of us said, not you just steamrolling through it and then just going off on some irrelevant tangent. Now I forgot what I was even going to say, so fuck it.
So if I was a tiny person on my little mouse, you know, like my computer mouse, just to be specific, do you think, because it curves, right? It curves. Do you think I would see a big drop? Like, what do you think I'd see if I was like a little tiny man on a computer mouse?
Oh, your argument again. Yeah, this is what I was going to say. Thanks for reminding me, because you're saying the same thing again. Basically, you're telling us that practically it is a flat world. Okay, fine. So where's the evidence that it's not that, like you're claiming?
Whoa, well, I'm sorry. I just said that a curved mouse when I was a tiny little man got put on a... You know, it's past my bedtime. I got to eat my chicken nuggets.
You're telling us that you don't experience the curve or practically have to negotiate or deal with it in any way. So where's the evidence that it is that?
Where?
Yeah.
Wait, so someone sent me a photo earlier of what the Earth would actually look like, and it just looks like one of those hot dogs that rolls on like one of the sheets at gas stations. You know what I mean? Like when it's just warming up. Yeah, it looks like that. Hold on, let me try and find. Is this actually what y'all... Is this an accurate depiction of the flat Earth?
Why are you asking me that question? I just asked you for the evidence that it's a globe, and now you've gone to this. Is this some sort of concession? Like,
why'd you just reset like an NPC?
I'm sorry, NPC?
Yeah, you just did an NPC reset. You asked a question that was already answered. You just like went back to the beginning.
Sorry, but I'm dual booting right now.
I don't know what your dual boot show. That could mean a lot of things.
Dude, I'm on fucking Linux Mint right now. You don't understand. Any y'all run Arch?
all right, I take it there is no evidence for the globe because I asked you for
All right, hold on.
Yeah, they do this thing again, too, where I'm trying to get a statement out and you're going to steamroll it. Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay. Don't
the
go ahead.
ships disappear. Ships disappear. Hole first over the horizon. Why do ships disappear?
So question proof. Or just a question
proof?
Is this a question or a question proof? I want
On
to
a
know.
flat Earth, wouldn't the ships shrink uniformly instead of, you know?
Instead of what?
Instead of disappearing hole first over the horizon?
Is that an optical phenomenon or something that's caused by the geometry of the ground itself?
The geometry of the ground itself.
Can you demonstrate that with measurements?
With measurements?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not a fucking geologist.
Okay, so just a baseless claim.
All right. The Earth's shadow on the moon is always curved.
Wrapped up in the question.
How can you confirm that's your shadow on the moon?
Okay, during the lunar eclipse, doesn't the Earth cast a round shadow on the moon, my friend?
That's the claim.
Wouldn't a sphere be the only shape that would cast?
The moon is self-illuminating, for fuck's sake.
If the moon itself is a sphere, then the shadow would be distorted by that. So it doesn't check out already, your story. And
then what about time zones? Because all my friends are in Greece right now, and they're asleep.
What about this? Are you? Is this an attempt to defend the globe, or are you just genuinely wondering about all these stories that you've been told?
I'm defending the globe, dude. What happens if we live in a fucking hexagon?
Cool. I don't know. Yeah, nice defense of the globe. Question about whether we live on a hexagon. Is that all you have?
Hold on.
Individual.
You do realize a circle is just made up of a bunch of stairs.
Yeah. You have nothing, right?
You're crashing out, Mo. You're crashing out, dude. Get in your Cessna. Fly to 5,000 feet.
And we got another one who thinks that that spheres are made from flat areas.
Yeah, because a sphere is a 2D object.
A sphere is a 2D object?
Do you think 2D is digital?
Do I think 2D is digital?
Yeah, do you think 2D is like Minecraft World? No. That's not what that means.
What's 3D?
Three-dimensional length, width, height.
What about time zones? Wouldn't the sun rise at different time zones around the world?
3D. Do you think you could actually make a claim instead of asking me about things? Don't ask me about things. Make a claim and support it.
Who am I speaking to right now?
Doesn't matter. Make a claim and support it. Don't use question proofs and what ifs.
What the fuck? I asked you multiple questions, and you guys aren't supporting it with anything.
I want you to make a claim and support it.
Yeah, that's the problem. You made a claim, we asked you to support it, that would be done through argument, then you just started spamming irrelevant questions at us. So we can just accept that as a concession and tell you to shut
Here
the fuck
it is. The Earth is a sphere because ships disappear hole first over the horizon, which only happens on a curved surface, doesn't it? Haha.
No, because you told us already earlier that you
consequence.
Yeah, but you told us earlier you couldn't confirm whether that was an optical or geometric phenomenon. So no, doesn't necessarily follow that that's
That is a geometric.
Okay, now you've got your claim sorted out. Prove it with measurement.
Prove it with measurement? You want me to fucking go to like where do you want me to go right now? You want me to go to the beach right now?
Okay, so you got to get me to tell you how to go about proving your geometric claim. Well, that sounds like another win for me. I'll just take that. Thanks.
Damn. How much acid do y'all do?
Enough to spank your ass around in the Discord, no problem.
So you just admitted to doing acid. I think that just wraps it. Let's wrap this up, fellas. Let's wrap it up. Spin your finger around. Let's wrap it up.
Enough might be none, dude. Enough might be none.
Yeah, you can't focus on the information, can you?
Okay, are you guys for big government or small government? I guess limited government, right?
Dude.
You guys like limited government because you guys obviously think everything's a
stay
fucking
on
lie.
top. Stay on topic, man.
Obviously, I digress a little. It's just part of my personality. Just let me do my thing. I'm a Zodiac.
What? Dude, you were talking about boats over the horizon. Is there a specific distance that the boat is supposed to start disappearing from your
I don't know. I can take a pair of binoculars and look myself.
vision? Exactly. So when is the boat supposed to start disappearing due to the alleged?
I'm gonna guess like 30 miles, 50 miles. I mean, it depends on the day and like if it's clear or whatever.
Of the sphere. Well, Indio had told you earlier when it's supposed to start. If you were paying attention, I mean, these numbers have already been discussed. That's what I'm saying. You're too busy talking over everybody and to actually hear the information and comprehend it. If you slow down a bit and actually pay attention, you might learn something.
Are you manipulating me?
Just using words to try and convey thoughts, buddy.
Yeah, well, my thoughts come off like a conveyor belt.
Dude, he's a globetrot, dude. He's a globetrot.
Dude, what the fuck? You're Sigma. And you have Oceania, dude. This is not 1984.
You're a globetrot.
Do you have any measurements for the globe yet? It doesn't sound like it since you have no understanding what the metrics are, what the dimensions are claimed to be. Nothing.
You want the measurements for the globe?
Oh yeah, repeat the question back to buy yourself some more time. You obviously don't have them,
You should
so just
have
tap
these.
out there.
Equatorial radius. 6,378.1 kilometers.
Good job Googling your belief for the first time ever. Wow, do you know how that was ascertained?
Miles. Mean radius, 3,958.8 miles.
Yeah.
Equatorial circumference, 24,901
miles. Yeah, so congratulations.
24,860 miles.
Yeah, we know all those numbers already. We memorized them, unlike you who had to Google them now, your belief, for the very first time in your life.
You haven't memorized? What's the mass of the Earth then?
Well,
and
mass.
It's got a scientific number.
Okay, well, 24,901 would be the circumference, 3,959 would be the radius. Diameter is going to be double that, obviously.
Obviously, yeah.
Because that's what a diameter is. So anyway, we already know these numbers. You're the one in here.
You just said you memorized the numbers.
Yeah, you're the one in here defending these numbers that everybody else here already knows. So how come you're the one who had to Google them for the first time? Should I even bother asking you for the measurements since you didn't even know
where do you get your information from, dude? How do you know that I'm not a neo-Nazi?
I don't care if you are. It's got nothing to do with this discussion. What's that got to do with this?
Yeah, dude.
Okay,
you are the worst.
You're just crashing out.
You're terrible at trying to prove your globe here.
You broke him,
Hitler proved the globe.
So, I mean, the Glober's in here like insinuating he's a neo-Nazi, possibly. Is this the best you guys have?
Dude, I'm the sharpest tool in the shed. I don't think you guys realize.
Yeah, I mean, that's peak Dunning-Kruger there. The dumbest one in the room always thinks that about himself. So, I mean, so you Googled your faith for the first time. You Googled these numbers that you already believed before you even knew what they were for the first time. Do I even dare ask how these numbers
You don't know what the volume or mass of Earth is.
I'm not asking for the volume or mass, dude. We don't give a shit about that because that has to do with the density and everything like that. We just want to know what the geometry is, the shape, and that would be a radius or something like that we would need to know. So how is that measured?
Wait, is the flat Earth an obtuse angle or an acute angle?
Okay, he's toast. That's it for him. He's done for. He's cooked.
Yeah, he's got to go to the woodshed and be dealt with.
He's done for. He's bricked. There's nothing left for him. No, just put yourself on mute. You got nothing left. Let's just admit it.
I just want to see what the flat Earth looks like.
We're beating a dead. No, you don't. You're completely disingenuous. We're beating a dead horse.
I just want to see.
They've already thoroughly demonstrated that you are a blind religious zealot. You think it's a globe. You have absolutely no understanding of why you think it's a globe. You just do. It's fine. We got what we needed out of you. Pop yourself on mute. We're good. We don't need you anymore. Yeah, go on mute.
You want to waste time and seek attention, and you've gotten enough of that and wasted enough of it as well.
Yeah, we're good. It's good. He popped himself on mute. Let's leave him alone now. He did his part of the deal. It's good.
For centuries, humanity believed that it would see with its own eyes a flat, level Earth stretching in all directions. Today, flat Earthers challenge the globe model by asking one thing: prove you can purify yourself. Water, by its nature, finds a level. So why do you?
Nah, 5 seconds is not long enough to come up with a new viable cope. Take longer. Go research your religious zealotry a bit longer before you unmute again. Thanks.
Yeah, he definitely sounded highly emotional.
I mean, once you come to some sort of coherent understanding of why you actually believe what you do, by all means. Till then, peace out.
Heretic making friends as usual, I see.
It's what I do.
He said the boat should disappear. I don't know.
Yeah, he didn't know what it was a function of either. Can't remember what he said.
After like 30 miles, maybe?
Right, yeah, he gave the distances completely wrong. And he said it had to do with weather and stuff like that. He didn't mention like the size of the ball, the observer height. Well, I mean, goes without saying. Nobody who comes in here and defends this stuff the way someone like that does knows anything about it, so that's obvious.
Yeah, like I would say about 90% of everything Indio tried to explain to him went over his head. But the thing was frustrating was listening to it. The dude thought that he was like totally owning him, and I was like, "What the fuck?" Just made zero sense.
Yeah. We got Goose. Goose is a good sport, though. We don't need to rag on him too much. He tries, he throws his hat in the ring, but he's also, like I said, a very good sport about it. He concedes in everything, and that's a rare trait amongst the riffraff that we get in here. So yeah, shout out to Goose.
What up, guys? I'm a globetard. I've been a globetard my whole life, and yeah, not a lot will change that. I'll admit it.
Yeah, I mean, at least you admit that you're devout in your faith. I respect that to some extent.
For sure. Yeah, I just too much evidence for the globe.
It's just too much. It's strange that happens to be the case since we don't see any of it here.
I just tripped over some. Really got to put that globe evidence away.
Fuck, this place is booby trapped with it. It's everywhere.
Yep. I'm not going to say the G word, but I like that word.
So you're afraid to even float your supposed proof?
Well, you don't float with the G word.
Nice one.
That one keeps you down.
Nicely done. Okay, so I'm kept down, therefore Earth's sphere?
Yeah. Let's go with that, yeah.
Well, I think it's pretty non sequitur. I don't know what you were talking about with all that evidence talk a minute ago.
NASA. Could throw that one.
Okay, I'm just going to leave this conversation.
That's me as well, because I'm not going to go down the dialogue tree. It's like an infinite AI Skyrim NPC.
Dropping things, gravity, NASA. Yeah, good enough. I see what you got there.
Just banged my toe on all that globe evidence. Sorry.
Yep. I mean, he was brave enough to at least try his bluff for like the 700th time, but yeah, it went the same way as it always does.
Oh well.
But that's okay. I mean, I baited him into even speaking in the first place. I don't think he really wanted to. So thanks, Goose. Appreciate it. All right, next up we have a boulder rolling onto the stage.
I think they've been lurking around here for a long time.
Yeah, who could this Boulder character be? I don't even know. We got airtime to fill. Boulder, do your job. Start being a dipshit. Say something stupid like the Earth is a globe. Ah, well, they all gave up. Good enough for me. I'm happy. I win. Thanks. Good night.
Every time a Glober comes in here and spurges out, I'm 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 in agreement with the rest of you that it creates more flat earthers.
It is the best way, yeah, to try to let them talk. It can be hard sometimes because they say such crazy shit that you can't help but try to respond to right away. But you kind of got to kind of lean back a bit and just let them speak, because that is the thing that really does it. If you let them do it long enough, a bunch of absolutely insane shit is going to come out. It's going to make everybody question.
I'm curious, do other flat earthers hold any like inordained beliefs, like very extreme type?
Oh no, just this one. That water is level and flat and horizontal at rest. That's the only extreme belief I hold.
Okay. There's no other like paranoia that.
I'm paranoid about water. I'm paranoid that it's flat at rest.
I gotcha. Right on.
What? Like flat earthers believe in ghosts? Is that what you're getting at? Has anybody got an irrational fear of apples?
I'm paranoid that they're curved. I'm at the beach and I'm feeling kind of paranoid, man, that all the water's flat. What am I going to do?
I've got xenophobia. This would be the perfect room for anyone studying psychology.
Yeah, it's really interesting, the antics that go on in here. Which is kind of interesting because the antics of the ones that should be studied, I mean, they come in here acting like it's a psych evaluation on us. We're literally just sitting here asking, what is the evidence for this? And we get anything but. We get their psych evaluations instead of that. So yeah, that would be interesting to do a psych evaluation into.
And they try to insult their
their way through.
Point. Like, all right, maybe, yeah. Let me just
insult my way to the globe, to globe freedom,
you.
Globe happiness. Insult my way there.
They'll see my point of view if I call them names. Let me hop on this call.
Friends, how's it going, friends? It's been a minute.
Vlad, I'm gonna send you a DM. 1 sec.
Oh, damn. Preemptive measures, okay.
That's it. You've got to be stopped. No, I'm just kidding. 1 sec.
Hey, Vlad. Nice to see you.
Oh, Drace, did you get my last message?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes, sir. You want me to send it to you again?
No, I found it, and for some reason I wasn't subscribed to you. But we fixed that, and I got it here now.
Ah, that's pretty interesting, Heretic. Your secrets are safe with me, though. It's all right. I mean, I'm gonna message you back. I'm kind of walking right now. I'm kind of lazy. I'll message you back about it. All right. I mean, Drace, if you haven't watched it, I mean, if you're gonna watch it, just let me know how it is. You know.
Yeah, I have it running in the background right now. I'm listening to it. I like the gameplay. It's cool. And the song is
Yeah.
chill.
Oh no, wait, it's progressive. Don't worry. There's a lot of switch ups in it.
Fits pretty well with the gameplay. It's very cozy to listen to.
I mean, it's Call of Duty, right? Like the fast-paced action, high BPM songs, they'll always fucking look okay. I don't even try to make these videos. I just get the clips and I paste them quickly, pop, 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 pop. And then sometimes they match to the beat, sometimes it doesn't. But the first few songs that I did match it to like every time I pop somebody in the head, it'd fucking like hit with the snare or the kick drum. And it was actually sick, you know? But now I'm kind of lazy with it. I just fucking slap it together.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. I'm gonna definitely check that one out.
Well, do me a favor. Listen to it once, turn it off, whatever, and then listen to it again, but like on a big system or something. You know what I mean? Get your ears used to it, and then tell me how it is. Because you'll listen to it once, and it's like, yeah. But then when you listen to it again, you'll hear the parts you missed the first time. I guarantee it. And it's just instrumental, right?
Yeah, I'll use my headset for that one.
Yeah, because I really put some work into it. There's a few things that I would change on it later on. You know what I mean? I'm getting better because like all those instruments are like I pretty much. Anyways, I'm working on a new song and shit. It's gonna be all better. Don't worry. Just getting better every time.
It's good. Don't get me wrong. Like I like it. I definitely have this like chilling while I'm playing or stuff like that. So I like it.
Thanks, guy. Yeah, my next one's gonna be more like more natural instruments, like less electronic, but more like guitar and like whatever, you know, less of this electronic shit.
I like that you haven't stopped, Vlad. Like I said to you before, that's your mark you're making on the world.
Oh, thanks, guy. You guys should see my Instagram right now. My last post on Instagram kills it. You know, but only if you're curious to see it. You gotta go find it. Oh, friends, you don't even know what's going on.
Well, that sounds exciting.
Hey, I was wondering, like, somebody just started following me on Instagram. Hey, this guy's in our fucking chat, John. John, thanks for the follow. I guess I don't know. It's funny.
Hey, no problem, man. No problem. I try
Hey,
to
did you see the
support
first
people who are
post?
trying to build their following. Yeah.
Yeah, my last post. Yeah, there you go. That's what I'm working on. That's exactly what I've been working on. God damn. Soon there's gonna be crazier ones.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's a. I mean, I appreciate original content. You know, there's so much stuff where it's like people are stealing other people's content, trying to build platforms off of other people's content, trying to scam people out of money. There's so much scam out there. Whenever I meet somebody who's legit trying to build their brand, I'll get behind them and try and support them in what little way I can anyway.
I mean, I'm not really a brand. I'm not trying to build anything. I promise you. I do this for fun. I do this for friends and stuff. I use Instagram to keep in contact with certain people, and that's like pretty much. I'm not really like trying to get famous at all. That's not my goal.
Yeah, but you're still creating and sharing content that's original, and that's like just sharing. That's sharing you. You know what I mean? That's the difference. It's
hell yeah.
real.
Hey, that's just me walking though. I mean, it's nothing big. The reason why I posted is because I've been training for so long, right? And then I'm getting to a certain peak, right? And today I'm just walking. I just look so fucking phenomenal. It's the sun and everything. I just fucking just did a little video of me walking, and boom, it just looks so fucking good. I'm like, hell yeah. Just that. Yeah. It's just that simple, my guy.
I saw it. It looked great. I subscribed to you on Instagram with my music.
Oh, Drake. Hell yeah. I appreciate it, bro. You guys don't understand. I'm like, since I am 6'5", it's pretty hard to do muscle ups for like a tall person because you got that extra fucking, what do you call it? That extra angle you have to fight because your arms are long and shit, right? So it's like, fuck. Extra high, but I'm literally like fucking. I can do the what do you call them? I can get up there with just a hop if I hop up on the bar easily. I can't do it off dead weight, and I'm not trying to swing because swinging is cheating, right? I'm trying to do dead weight, just fucking off pure torque to fucking go up there. You know what I mean? So, but I mean, I can do like a shit ton of like front dips. You know what I mean? Like I'll get up on the bar and I just dip down, up and down, just full body weight. You know what I mean? So I've been training for a fucking minute still.
Yeah, it takes a long time to build up that much strength with that type of leverage without swaying.
Oh yeah, but that's what I've been working. That's like the main focus. Is as soon as I do the first one, it's over. I know it because I get them at that
level. If you do the reverse rep. If you do the reverse rep, it'll make it easier. If you start at the top of the full,
that's what I've been doing.
Upward progression is work your way down slowly. It'll build your stabilizer muscles.
Well, that's what I've been doing. Like, cause I literally what I do is I literally get up on that bar. I'll do like I don't know, maybe 3-4 dips. Really big ones, right? And then at the last one, I'll just fucking start slowly releasing myself downwards, but trying to still hold myself up, right? And I'll slowly release myself. You know what I mean? I've been doing that for a while still, trying to get up there.
Yeah, I took my personal trainer's exam probably like 20 years ago now. And yeah, I mean, that's a great way of training, is just controlling the weight. I always I would tell clients, you really want to have all your stabilizers strong enough to help prevent injury. And best way to do it is just having a strong core, strong lower abdomen. That's like huge because it counterbalances the tension in your lower back.
Well, so I'm saying I'm 6'5", right? So imagine, and I had hernia surgery like in the beginning of this year, right? So I had to, as soon as after hernia surgery, man.
Taller than that.
I had to fuck. I'm 6. Well, I'm 6'6". Fuck it, 6'5", 6'6", depending on the day. But anyways, a hernia surgery like the beginning of the year, right in the center abdomen of mine. So yeah, so I kind of had to like slow everything down for like that recovery period, and that's why I've been fucking recovering ever since. Raw.
Yeah, gotta be mindful of your abs. I tell people all the time, just keep it tight. You can keep it tight while you're doing all your exercises. Don't twist while lifting like really heavy weight. You have to be very deliberate in your motions, to not damage the abdomen.
Yeah.
That's one of the most common injuries for people who lift heavy things, either for work or trying to work out. It's like form is everything.
But I think I had the hernia, like, inherently. It was just a small little hole, and it progressively started becoming bigger and bigger. That's this is my second hernia. I had a hernia when I was a baby too, so it's like as soon as I was born, like less than a year old, I had my guts were coming out of my legs. It's fucked up.
Holy shit.
Yeah. I think it's all the vaccines in the Soviet Union.
That's huge.
Oh, no, my bad. I'm not gonna start this shit. But anyways.
Yeah.
Soviet Union problems, back in the communist days, they fucked up us people in their own ways, you know what I mean? So
God forbid you could talk about your life, right?
Right, God forbid, fuck me.
Gotta love this free speech. Oh my God.
Hey, speaking of the free speech, man, the whole Elon Trump thing, that's fucking phenomenal, I think, bro. You know what I mean? The whole fucking scammer, like, the space shit. Fuck yeah, let's see what's happening there with the space race. One's calling one a pedophile, one's gonna be like, space is fake, motherfucker. I can't wait when Trump fucking says that. Oh, that'd be so great. You guys are not even going into fucking space, bitches. How crazy would that be? Woo!
Yeah. The next act in this screenplay played on the world stage is going to be very interesting indeed.
That's why I'm having so much fun right now. I'm looking at these assholes and I'm like, oh, this is great. This is phenomenal. I just fucking grab a bag of popcorn and just fucking watch it. It's crazy. That's what I'm saying. All these globies should be fucking spinning in their fucking grate. I mean, you know what I mean? They're all fucking... I mean, I don't think they're putting the two together, though, but I think I'm putting the two together, like this whole thing. Because it all has to do with the funding going into space, too, and all that shit, right? We'll see.
Yeah, all that money. I mean...
Oh, Doge, right? Department of fucking...
Yeah, government efficiency.
All right, and what are they doing with all that money going into space? All they're fucking wasting, right? So now he's going to cover his own ass, right? So imagine that would have been the fucking Elon's fund coming in the beginning, right? Because he knows the fucking space is fake, right? They all fucking know that shit is fake.
They already know how the public's going to react, right? Before they move forward with one of their, the think tanks have already thought about this stuff. You know what I mean? How everyone's going to react to whatever phase is coming up. And that's just
space aliens
based on speculation, right? It's just my speculation, but I base my speculations on the past evidence and what they do, their past actions, right? So it just plays out like a movie, and it's always just, oh no, it must be a coincidence, but everything can't be a coincidence.
Definitely not. It's like as if it was pre-planned or some shit. Crazy.
Well, that's why I'm always trying to think of their next angle, right? Now, it's like as the movement gets bigger and bigger, you got to wonder what was their angle letting this come out in the first place, because they could have nipped it in the bud when people first started posting content about the flat earth. But now that the movement's getting bigger, and they already know why, because they have all the data from everybody's phones and everyone's search engines, all that goes fed into their AI, and they could crunch that data and dissect it in whichever way they want. So that's why I wonder what's their next play. You know what I mean? Based on the available data that they have. And I'm sure they have a play already pre-planned.
I'm about to say this. This is crazy shit that's been happening on my phone. It's because the whole flat earth shit, right? It was all censored. Now all my Instagram feeds, there's Instagram feeds that are constantly feeding me like real flat earth fucking shit. I'm like, what the fuck? Like some crazy good ones. I'm like, what? No way. And I just keep scrolling and it continues to feed it to me now. I'm like, I never punched in flat earth into any of the search engines at all. It just started feeding me that shit again now. So that was like back in the YouTube days when YouTube started feeding it, right? Now all of a sudden Instagram is doing it. I was like, no fucking way. So God knows what they're trying to do. Slow release. Well, it's not just the app. The phone is watching you.
Well, that's that too. There's a few things going on. There's all types of information being gathered, from the conversations you're having with people around you, to the content that you're viewing and what's being spoken about in the content that you're viewing on the calls that you're on. So, I mean, if you think about all that data, if it is being cataloged and put into a file based on your person or your phone's IP address, and they link that to another file in some other way, there's just the slew of information that's already been collected and linked to various other accounts. It would be staggering to witness it all and view it all, like how many gigs, how many terabytes, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's more than
bro.
It's
Hold on a second.
Go ahead.
That's a good name. That's a good name for a short video about the Earth. Terra Bytes. Bite-sized bits about the Terra. I love it. You can have that for free.
Amazing. Amazing.
Hey, bro. Normally I charge $5,000 for a brand identity. Oh, I do. Hey, did you hear my song, bro?
Yeah, you have a song?
Let me post it. I got 2 songs. You're gonna love it.
Oh, see, I like people fucking sharing me their shit now, because I share my shit. Nobody shared me their shit. Now they're sharing me my shit. Oh, that's amazing.
Hold on. I gotta post a file, so hold on. See, files.
What,
They're Flat Earth songs.
Oh yeah, how'd you make it?
Yeah.
Let me guess.
Just messing around with Sono. But I gotta go back, so I'm gonna have to go back and edit them a bunch because they kind of make it the way they want to make it, and you have to kind of prompt it and edit it the way to get it where you want it. Okay, so this one.
Yeah. I know. Everybody's gonna be a fucking music genius now with AI now, right? Fuck you all. I went through years of hard labor and work trying to figure everything out. Now it's all prompts, typing. I want to sound like this, blah blah. Fuck you guys. That's some horrible horse shit. Anyways, go ahead, send me this.
Great. So I want you to listen to this. Don't listen to that song first. Listen to this other song first. Anyone else can listen to it too, since I'm posting it. You just can't use it for commercial purposes. Be Free Extended. There we go. You're going to like the Be Free Extended, bro, because it's a song at first, and then after it goes into some music, and it's really good. I love it, but I got to edit it so it has more verses. Like, different text in the next verses.
Is that you singing AI?
Well, I mean, I'm AI, so there you go. It's always me singing.
You got like that ELO emo shit going on. I like it.
So what's the name of my Be Free Extended? I think that's what it's called.
Yo, using Sonos, can you just make vocals without the music in the background?
I don't know. Never tried.
Yeah, try and tell me if you can, and is it free or not?
It's free, but you have so many tokens for a period of time. Otherwise, you have to pay. But I think it's like 8 per day or something like that. Like you can make 8 songs or 10 songs per day. But every song is a double iteration, so you can really only make 5, if you know what I mean.
Right, but I would only be interested only if you can make vocals. I don't want the instrumentals. I just want the vocals. You can make it sing just pure a cappella vocal.
Yeah, well, it would be good enough if they did it and they didn't give you that option, but they let you split it. Like they'd make a music and a vocals, and then they'd give it to you in a split track. That would be good as well.
Sure,
but then you would have the raw vocals separated.
Because there's apps already that have like these AIs that make amazing vocals. Like you type it out and then like you can adjust the scale, the everything, the pitch of each little fucking thing, so but you have to pay for that shit. You know what I mean? So
yeah. Yeah,
Dude, these songs are on fire,
when you do
bro.
pay for it, you can split the audio as well to extract just the vocals.
Cool. There's a lot of hidden gems in my songs, so if you listen and you hear something weird, ask me about it.
Yeah, I'll probably listen to when I get home because I can't really hear them right now. I'll listen.
So, for example, in one of the songs, the letter R is removed and replaced with an L. And if you're listening, you wouldn't necessarily notice it. But once you notice it, you're like, wait a minute, why is there an L instead of an R there? And that's because the Glovers don't have an R, so they take the L.
Look at you, you're so, how do you care? What would you call that? That's
5-dimensional?
No, like, it's not a metaphor. Cryptic. It's not a...
Cryptic.
Yeah, there you go. It's very cryptic. There you go. It's amazing. I mean, we had fucking amazing weather the past few days. And plus I got a day off tomorrow. You guys don't understand. I'm enjoying myself right now. Fucking just walking, take a nice walk. By the lake, that lake where I can see across every time. Except today it's foggy as fuck. Yeah. Are we still doing Speculation Sunday? Speculate about a lot of speculation.
Well, I'm just speculating here, but I think so.
So what are we speculating about, though? Is there anything?
Whether or not it's Speculation Sunday still. That's my speculation.
Well, I mean, until it's like 0-0 in China, Tuesday. Yeah, 0-0 China Tuesday. Sunday won't be over. That's right. Or whatever, wherever the 0-0 is. Bum, 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 ba-dum. Okay, so here's another thing. On Geo's
not another thing.
Fuck, you know what I mean? Nobody's talking, so I might as well talk, right?
I know, bro. I'm just joking. Go ahead.
So fucking Geo, right? He's the one that keeps saying that, okay, there are people that fucking go down to the south, right? From all 3 points of this fucking plane, right? So from Africa, south of Africa, there's a way to get down to fucking Antarctica, from Australia, and fucking South of America. And that fucking guy is telling me that there's like fucking campsites that they reach, right, from all those 3 points, and that they can, between these campsites, they can travel within like, I don't know, let's say like less than a day or some shit. And I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? Right? He says, this has been recorded. I'm like, bro, he hasn't shown me any of these recordings, but I'm just wondering, does anybody know anything about this? Because he's saying there's these fucking camps. Because if you look at the map of Antarctica and there's places or whatever the fuck the forts or whatever the military sites, whatever the fuck they are, and they say they can travel within them, in between each other, and they can all reach that fucking pole. He says, I'm like, there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way.
I was talking to AV about this earlier. Basically the same point earlier today, this afternoon, and I was just talking about the amount of money that you would need to do a private expedition and just have a free for all on the coast of Antarctica, right? You would need ice. The only people that were really capable of doing it successfully was the military and the Navy, and coupled with the Air Force, right? Because they had specialty planes that were able to fly in those temperatures. So, I mean, just to talk about like anybody being able to take these expeditions down there all willy nilly is, if you're just not taking the topic seriously, if you're not looking at it from a cost perspective of millions and millions of dollars to do it successfully. And to be able to explore, get up there, all the different areas, and just have a nice at it, right? And be able to actually move gear and supplies and food and all that stuff around. I mean, obviously the bases are supposed to be stocked, right? So you have these you have these expenditures going on by whatever government is funding this stuff, But yeah, to say that it's common knowledge and that anybody can just go do it, well, first of all, we're prohibited as private citizens to go do anything like that. But even if you were granted the freedom to go and search and explore, the cost would be so high. You know what I mean? As an independent organization of some sort, going out and paying for something like that.
Yeah, that's not
1,000,000%
counting
I agree
the
with you.
environmental impact assessments that you need to turn in to either travel in the Arctic or the Antarctic.
Right, but there are people that are there the full year round. That's number one, right? Number two, there are people or there are lines or shipment lines that are always constantly shipping to those areas, right? So they are sustaining these areas. That's number one. And number two, so essentially they would have explored all this by now. You know what I mean? And it would essentially military, like you say, blah, blah, blah. Enough, I'm pretty sure. Well, they are doing the privates. That's what I'm saying. If and it's not, okay, so Witsit gets it, right? If that was a real fucking thing, right? When they went down to the South of America and went down and all that shit, and it was all recorded, it was all live shit and all this blah, blah. If that was a real thing, because who knows, was it real? I don't know, fucking, still. I didn't even go into like the whole, you know what I mean? But there's a lot of fucking bad actors involved in all this shit that could be just fucking, what do you call it? Just controlled opposition style, fucking, you know what I mean? Just to fucking throw a fucking, fucking a tree trunk in your fucking wheel to fuck up this whole thing. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's fucking, if you guys remember Truth Prevails, right? She went off the fucking rails. She's like, this is all fucking staged fake, and they went fucking into every video that they fucking posted and trying to fucking find every fucking thing wrong with these videos and shit like that. So you know what I mean? I don't know. I didn't even go into it. I really don't care.
I think it was a place. I think the place they went. I don't trust that it was. I don't trust that Union Glacier is where they like everybody thinks they're going to like a geographic location on a map that's called Union Glacier. I don't think it's where.
But exactly, I mean, they could verify.
As it is. Well, I don't know. Can they? How do you freaking know where the hell you're
coordinate system, right? Well, I mean, coordinates, GPS, and fucking looking up on the sky. But that's how they usually navigate anyways, right? But I don't know if these kids that went down there and actually did that shit, right? So
yeah, I don't know.
What's what I'm saying? I don't know. I can't trust these people. Anyway, that's number one.
Something's fishy about it. I don't know for sure, obviously, because I haven't been there.
I mean, it's easy for them because you can't verify it. That's kind of the beauty of the whole thing about everything that comes out of Antarctica. And what I was talking about earlier this afternoon also was, if you're looking at it from a detective standpoint, you're looking at the whole thing, what led up to the Antarctic Treaty. Well, what led expeditions, right? And then him going on that talk show, the Longines Chronoscope, and outlining that they found more land on the other side of Little America across the South Pole. Now, after that, what happened? No, they, propagate the hoax of going to the moon, and they tell everybody Antarctica's off limits. So you can see that it was like, okay, something was discovered. Okay, we don't want anyone to know about it, so we're all going to get into agreement about this one thing. The fake moon missions. So
I just feel like nobody's going.
Not to mention the curriculum change in all the textbooks and in all the universities. So if you look at the whole, at the whole happening, right, across those 30 years, you get top secret classified. No one's to learn about this stuff. So, I mean, we could speculate all we want about what happened out there, but one thing is for sure, there's no organization that's going to come up with enough means, and coupled with that, get the blessing to go out there unsupervised and do their own thing, right? So that's the beauty of hiding behind top secrecy, and just the cost of independently doing something that's impossible anyway because it's illegal. So it makes no sense, like, to sit here and say that any of that stuff's verifiable by any of us or any average person. I mean, I could just ask any one of you, like, if you were invited to go down to Antarctica by Will Duffy, would you have said yes to go on that expedition on behalf of the flat Earth community?
Not me. I hate the fucking cold. I really personally don't give a fuck. I really hate the cold.
I would definitely have said no.
Why? Why would you say no?
I hate the fucking cold, and it's dangerous as fuck.
Forget about even that. I mean, the implications of what happens when you know flat areas don't make a ball, right? You have to understand what's the next play? You know what I mean? For these people who are asking, the only way you would get asked is it if you had to ask like just any, any guy who was a flat earther, any man or woman who's a flat earther that didn't have a following, I felt like that was linked to the whole thing. But if you ask me, hey, why wouldn't you go? Well, it's mainly because of it's mainly because of the fact that I know it's not a ball, and I know that looking up at the sky in Antarctica at the sun out this. So on its face, it's like
But how can you
wouldn't do anything for
justify
the.
both of those things at the same time? Like if there's a 24-hour sun, how can you justify it with your worldview that the Earth is flat?
The worldview doesn't have anything to do with what's going on in the sky. You understand? Like if the water measures flat as far as you can see, and as far as you can see is over 20 miles, then you know it's not a ball the size that has been purported, and you know it's not a ball period because there's no drop over distance. So if there's no drop over distance, you don't have to worry about the shape. You already understand that there is no curvature, right? And a 24-hour sun wouldn't change that, right?
So how
Because you already
certain are
have the
you that the
measurements.
Earth isn't to glow? Like 100%?
I'm 100%, yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. So there's nothing
Yeah,
anybody
whatever
could
you see in the
say or
sky,
show you. Nothing anybody could say or show you
whatever
that
you
would
see
ever
in the sky
convince
isn't
you
going to change.
otherwise.
Yeah, whatever you see in the sky is not going to change what's going on down here. You understand? It's like you could see whatever you want up there. It's not going to change that you can't get up there to verify anything. So if you're going to take other people's words for things that you can't independently verify, then it's just a level of faith. It's just you're a believer. You're not. You don't
I mean,
know.
aren't you kind of doing the same thing? Because you're not even willing to go to Antarctica to test. And you're just
What would
ignoring
go into
anything you see
Antarctica
up
with
in
a
the
bunch
sky.
of
You're dismissing
what would go?
whole fields of
Well, what
evidence and
would
science,
I
just
would go to
dismissing them
Antarctica
like
if
out
I
of
could?
hand.
I would go to Antarctica if I could go on my own. I just wouldn't go to Antarctica having to deal with those powers that be that make it illegal for anybody else to go out there on their own volition. I don't trust the United States military, their secret government, whatever. That's just my personal, just based on what I've researched, would not be wise. I didn't mean to end the conversation.
I don't think he did, man. It just kind of died out on its own. Zach Glover came in, asked a couple questions, got shut down, and that's it. He became quiet, still sitting in here, pondering. Is it really flat? Hell yeah, buddy. Welcome to Flat Earth, buddy.
Yeah, I was pondering myself about just about the curriculum, how they're raising the youth and how we were raised, how our grandparents were raised, and just all of the propaganda that has already been disclosed so far. I mean, I find it hard to believe that people find it a stretch to believe that the powers that be would lie to the masses. It just seems like the obvious play. They've been lying about everything: history, technology, right? Hiding technology that they've had for, 50 years, just slow releasing everything information wise and technologically. It does make a difference when you factor in all of the lies that have been propagated and realized already, that you wouldn't assume that they're lying about much, much more. But yeah, just following that timeline that leads you down that train of thought, just like, oh, well, here's where they all came to agreement right around this time. But when you look back in the timeline, you see the agreement in the education system happened in the late 1800s, where they're like, all right, we're going to teach everybody this. We're gonna control the curriculum. We're going to start doing public schooling, getting the kids away from the folks. So it's just been a slow move of just controlling what people know. That's the name of the game. You just want to control what everybody's taught so they can control everybody's worldview. And if all of your knowledge is based on faith, good faith of your teachers, that they got you where they want you, because they could tell you anything and you would believe them. Why? Because you trust them. It's a relationship based on trust rather than teaching people how to critically think and verify everything that's being taught to them or information that's being presented to them. So it's definitely training.
I think I figured out why we have 24-hour sun in the Antarctic.
You're asking why is there such a phenomena?
Oh, I think I figured it out because in the south and the north, where there's 24-hour sunlight, that's the parts of the globe where it's flat.
Oh, yeah, got it.
You had to think like a glober to come up with that answer.
Seems legit. Maybe it's like an orange with the top and the bottom cut off. What's the name of that shape where you just like cut the top and bottom off of a sphere?
How's it going, people?
Damn, is everybody asleep or what?
Probably worn out from the absolute freaking mental retardation we dealt with like 2 hours ago.
What happened?
Well, I mean, which bad actor was it? The guy that like contradicts himself every sentence and then says he didn't say that? Or the one that always, once they get cooked, they go into like abject like homosexual references. So I don't know. I mean, that's just like a small sample.
Yeah, a few of them were painful.
This topic, man, what it does to some people, it boggles the mind at this point. So it was an interaction like this. What's the horizon? What horizon do we see? We see the visible horizon that's caused by refraction, atmosphere, blah, blah, blah. But there's a geometric horizon. Oh, yeah? Wolfgang goes, prove it. He's like, well, watch this video of the sun. Like, well, dude, that would be a visible horizon, not a geometric horizon blocking the sun, because you're looking at it. Yeah, it's a visible horizon. Well, you just said it was a geometric horizon. No, you didn't. No, I didn't. And just kept going back and forth like 4 times. Like, oh, it's pretty crazy. I don't know what the point of them doing that stuff is. Freaking. But these people are useful. I mean, I'm not really bitching because any normal person that hears that will be like, "Oh, maybe these flat earthers are on something."
Yeah, I think it was like 3 separate speakers that made homosexual references when they got flustered. It was kind of fucking weird.
I'm telling you, atheist. That's why I knew I'm. There's a correlation between atheist and anti-flat earth.
Yeah, I couldn't hop in at that point, but you had me rolling when you said that the first time. I was dying, but I had my 3 kids with me. I was like, I can't even interject. But I was rolling listening to it.
So, I mean, if you've been around the topic long enough and you look at the people that fight the hardest against this topic, against flat earth, and you go, why are these people, like, what's up with them? Why are they fighting so hard? Like, why are they dedicating their life to this? And then you look at their personal life, and they're all involved in some type of sexual degeneracy. It's really. I mean, I don't want to name names and say, "Hey, this is what's up with them." I mean, It's not important that they are or whether they're not. I'm just saying it's a theme I've noticed.
Yeah, we pick up on these patterns, right? Pattern recognition. Yeah, I've been in this scene for a long time. I mean, I know I personally have hung out and talked to Jake, Jake the asshole, flat Earth asshole, and I corresponded with Jaron back in like 2015 via email. I actually spoke to Flat Earth Dave on the phone, Dave Weiss. So I've had conversations with different people. You know, I've reached out to Eric Dubay, um, just to just have a conversation, you know, and get to know him in a brief way. But yeah, I mean, I've been following this stuff for such a long time, and it's very obvious after you know really hit the information as hard as you wish. You know, you could dive as deep as you want, and it's like the truth is what it is. You know, it's not easy. It's not easy to come to terms with reality when it contradicts the mainstream, because then it puts you at odds with the mainstream. You know, it's just it's a cause and effect. You know what I mean? So a lot of people aren't comfortable with that.
They don't like the implications.
A lot of people don't like my scenes. I can understand that.
Yeah, the implications are definitely
Yeah,
the worst
they're
part of the
pretty small.
equations.
You know?
Do you like interrupting? Is that your thing? So you can go on mute now.
Yeah, I mean, interject with at least a hello or an excuse me.
Or maybe talk about what you're even talking about. I mean, the implications are what, right? That, you know, that this place is created, that the Big Bang nonsense is false, the evolution is probably false, you know, all this stuff.
It's more importantly, if you're mentally invested, like 1000% invested into the heliocentric model, you've already done all of these thought exercises in building all of these fantasies that were conceived in what you thought was reality. And all your trust in all of the organizations that you thought had your best interest at heart goes out the window at the same time. So it is a huge hit to the ego and the rational mind as well, you know, when you realize that what should have been your logical thinking was based on trust, you know what I mean? So all of your logic was based on presuppositions that somebody was telling you the truth at the heart of the matter, or at the foundation of your concept of reality. If the foundation of your concept of each part of reality is a lie, and it's based on your trust in the information that was presented, you're mentally screwed when you come to that realization, at least for a little bit, because you have to rethink everything. And you know, it's like getting getting kicked out of your house tomorrow and being told you got to pack up all your stuff and be out. You know, it's like it's a tremendous amount of work, and it's a lot of information you got to sort through. I apologize for being long-winded on that, but
No, I'm trying to unmute my mic when my son is playing nonsense in the back. Yeah, so
can't really say. Yeah, their worldview gets disrupted by this topic, which is understandable to a degree.
Well, it's so much
I
to
just
unpack.
I'm so upset. It's so, what you're so upset about? I don't get that part. What are you mad about? They defend the globe like they're the ones that invented it.
Well, they're already coming into the room presupposing they're correct in their, in their premise. You know what I mean? They come in thinking it's going to be easy to refute anything you have to say, and then when faced with, just surface measurements, they're really, left beside themselves. You know what I mean? You don't have to get complicated on all of the extra proof. You know what I mean? Unless they're actually invested beyond the, the average person who doesn't even know any of the measurements of the globe or any of the speeds of the luminaries in the alleged solar system and all of that good jazz.
I explain the most basic things to these guys. Like this dude in chat, dude. Why is the sun set? Because the sun moves. In perspective. What's perspective? What does that even mean? How do you not know what perspective is?
Yeah, I mean, the more an individual leans on freaking Google and Chat GBT, the less stuff that they actually memorize. You know what I mean? It's like you're training your mind that it doesn't need to retain any information because you're going to always have it in your pocket.
I know it's bad enough as it is with all the electronics, right? I haven't had to remember a phone number in like 3 decades, and now I probably can't do it.
Yeah, you remember being young, right? It's like everyone had each other's numbers memorized, and shoot, you had to remember how to get to somebody's house if it was a good distance away. If it was a good drive, you'd write the directions down or print out the directions later on. But yeah, remember using maps?
Yeah. Fold them up. You can never get them folded back to the way they were, though, for some reason.
Oh yeah, yeah. But yeah, basic knowledge, it's just been reduced to, oh, let me just Chat GPT it. Like, that's been the other common theme, right? Guys coming in here like, well, whatever they say, I got Chat GPT by my side, so I'm okay. And they're having a conversation with you in real time, and then you ask them a question, and they're like, all right, guys, hold the phone. Everybody, sit at the edge of your seats. I'm conferring with my colleague here, Chat GPT. Gotta wait.
Well, dude came in earlier. That was one of the things I was talking about, like the shit we were putting up with. He's like, let me ask ChatGPT. I'm like, okay. But what do we need you for then? Like, we can ask ChatGPT. What are you, just a stenographer for ChatGPT? We don't need you then.
And he didn't even get it too. That was hilarious. I was laughing at that.
Oh, you're right
That
here?
was
Yeah.
gold for me. Yeah, that was gold. That was gold.
Well, I mean, if you're
I
going
would
to
say
do
the same
that, like,
thing.
why are you even in here, right? Like, what do we need you for if you're just going to use ChatGPT?
Yeah, I mean, seriously, it's crazy. I mean, I could see if you need the help because you can't type and you're in a text chat and you got to have Chat GBT type everything out for you because you can't spell, but you could speak. That would be like one good use of it, right?
I mean, one good use would be fact checking, right? Someone says something to you, like, oh, I don't know if that's actually true. I'll ask ChatGPT, and that could lead you like into the right direction. But
So
like when you
actually,
don't know your own
I think
claims,
the problem is that you retards sit here 12 hours a day and debate flat Earth science.
why would anybody
So when
care about
somebody comes in that wants to talk about it and learn about it, you guys just turn into demeaning butthole losers that obviously
really?
spend 12 hours a day
You're
on Discord.
projecting hard.
Hey, remember that time I was talking and then you talked over me? That was awesome. You should probably stop doing that.
Remember that time you said
Anyways, back to what I was.
Yeah, that didn't last long, tough guy.
I said, introduce yourself and state some points. Don't just start attacking everybody in the room. If you want to have a productive conversation, I mean, come on. We haven't been hostile to anybody.
Well,
At least
we're
me,
not an echo
myself, I
chamber.
haven't.
You have to call this echo chamber retard. So we're not an echo chamber. You're not adjusting the topic. We don't care about what your opinion of flat earthers are. Address the topic. Flat earthers aren't the topic.
I still don't understand when people were being demeaning. Half the demeaning comments that have been made today, well, I'd say probably about 80% at least, has come from people just coming in the room, just slinging out insults.
If nothing's trolls do think we need them here or something, we're not going to ban them because, oh my God, they have to deal with somebody, so I'll just troll them. They have to put up with me. No, we don't. I'd rather sit here in silence.
I have no idea what he was trying to even get at, just attacking the an entire group of people he knows nothing about. It's pretty wild on its face. But then to not have any points to make and not even introduce himself is kind of retarded when two people are speaking.
So I said, man, I don't understand why they're so upset, dude. Why is that guy so upset at Flat Earth? I mean, why would you behave like that? Anyway, it wouldn't even be there's literally no justification for it unless someone was actively attacking you. I don't even know who that guy is.
Yeah, I don't walk around with a chip on my shoulder against people who still believe in the globe. I mean, if anything, I mean, I feel sorry that they haven't learned the truth yet, because I just know it's a process that you need to go through once you get there. And the faster you get there, the faster you start doing that work, because there's a lot to learn. That's like the tip of the iceberg. So, you know, it's a lot to come to terms with. A lot of baggage you got to deal with at that point.
You know, their reaction is what made me. I probably gave it more validity, Flat Earth, just because of the way they acted. Because they acted so irrational to something they weren't emotionally invested in and kind of didn't know anything about. So to me, that's a sign of brainwashing. If you're having an emotional response to something you don't know anything about, you've been brainwashed by something.
I was just saying it's like a subconscious foundation for your reality, for the way you ponder your reality, right? For the way you ponder your spirituality, right? If you're thinking about infinite space and planets and nebula and all this stuff, you know, your mind's out there, and you're envisioning all of this violence, happening on massive scales, unbelievable distances away, planets crashing into each other, or circling a freaking flaming gas ball. I mean, the amount of hours wasted.
Well, I just don't. Why don't they self-reflect and go, "Why am I so angry at Flat Earth?" Like, why don't they do that? Like, I don't know anything about this globe thing, but why am I so angry at Flat Earth? Like, why am I so angry? That should be a clue. That, oh, dude, maybe I should examine this and go figure it out, right? Go figure out, why am I angry at the idea of a flat Earth?
It's
Why does
like
it hurt me?
it's like attacking somebody for not wearing a face diaper at the grocery store.
That would
You
actually
know,
be more valid, because those people were brainwashed, right? They're getting told, Granny's gonna die if everybody doesn't wear a face diaper. At least there's something to that.
well, it's the same thing. It's like, you don't believe in outer space and Elon Musk. You know what I mean? It's the same. It's the same rage, dude. It's the same rage. You don't believe the TV. You're bad for society. You don't know. They equate it to um, you're not a rational person. You're not a critical thinker. You're a tinfoil hat wearing conspiracy theorist. So
Not just that, but they bring it past that. They bring it to, you're a bad person. Only bad, immoral people think the Earth is flat, or a conspiracy theorist, or whatever. They're taking it a step farther than that. They're making like almost a moral judgment.
But that's the same. It's the same rage that I was talking about. You know, you're not in line. You know, I'm in line. I spent my whole life in line. How come you're not in line? You know, I mean, but
It's actually a pretty good explanation. You're mad that we're cutting the line and they're still standing in it?
exactly. They're mad that you think for yourself. How did you come up with that? It's like, what? You're supposed to just fall in line, man. You're supposed to just listen to what we're telling you, right? That's it. Katy Perry went to space today. You believe that Katy Perry didn't go to space? You know, it's like, there you go, guys. And you notice how the news, like, always kind of sways with public opinion after the news is delivered, you know? It's like, all right, we'll test this out and see how it goes. People aren't buying that Katy Perry went to space.
Well, I've asked these guys, they go, you don't believe in space? You don't believe in, people went to the moon? I just ask them, why shouldn't I believe? And I've never gotten an answer on why I should believe the bullshit that they say.
I mean, that was well after all the propaganda. I mean, there was so much declassified propaganda that was coming out of those agencies, you know, for them to spurn that agency NASA when they did was just like, well, based on all the earlier behaviors, you guys earned zero trust. Even moving into the genesis of NASA.
Hiring a Nazi and a Satanist?
Yeah, dude. Come on. Like anybody in a position of power just happens to be in a secret society. It's like, come on, y'all. It's just a coincidence.
Well, check. It's like this. Like, we want to go to space. Who can make rockets? We got this guy Jack Parson, but he's a Satanist. How are we going to keep him under control? I don't know, man. Who can we hire? Oh, let's hire this Nazi. This Nazi will keep him in line.
Oh man, I feel like even back then it was all scripted.
Well, apparently Jack Parson talked to Werner von Braun before World War II even happened. They were in correspondence with each other.
I feel like the whole world stage, you know, narrative, like screenplay style world stage narrative has been like around since before before our grandparents were born. Like as soon as the television before the television rolled out, it was the radio that was the propaganda, and then after television was introduced in film, that was the new propaganda.
Look, I think it's always been bullshit since they've been writing shit down. I don't need, like, what was written down wasn't written down. It wasn't the truth. That's the last thing they're gonna write down.
Didn't they get the dude from Disney too, the Mr. Mickey Mouse? Wasn't he part of that whole?
Yeah, Walt Disney. Yep.
Yeah, it's
For
like a
sure.
Nazi, the freaking Mouse Club. What a mess.
Yeah, well, Fantasia, like I said, was like the earliest. That was the earliest film I could find pushing the Big Bang model and you know the vastness of space and all of that. It was like one of the first things like really pushing that in the globe model. And that was 1942. And that was when they were doing the Antarctica expeditions, all the made-for-TV ones with Admiral Byrd, right around that same time. But that was when the CIA was implicated in that programming of the citizens of the United States, where they were, you know, you would see those flashes of the words at the bottom, you know, government is God and all that, obey, consume. So if they were doing subliminal messaging in the television broadcast back then, right, and that would happen like I think 3 times a day. So if they were doing that back then, and it was the first rollout of it, imagine the subliminal messaging that goes on with the broadcasting of today. I
I mean,
mean,
they were doing Tyler Durden, like where he's cutting in the freaking filthy crap when he's in Fight Club, like cutting in, patching in, you know, they live type stuff on. Was that on TV? Did they really do that?
That's only one
yeah, that
method of
was
doing that. There's multiple.
but they did that. Yeah, they did that. That's documented and declassified.
Like actual CBS, like that. NBC, like
Correct.
really quick, just flickers like one little
Yeah,
square real quick.
it was during the national anthem.
Oh my gosh! At night, right before it went to the snow. Is that what you're talking about?
Every day they used to have it. They used to have it
Yeah,
playing
and
3 times a
broadcasting.
day.
Oh,
Yeah,
really? 3? I only remember when it shut off at night.
I think it was 3 times a day. Pretty sure.
What about the flicker rate? Like I remember hearing Alex Jones say so many years ago that the CIA was doing research on human brains and flicker rates. So like that's the rate of how many frames are on a screen in front of your eyes in a second, you know? And he was saying that there's like 2 flicker rates that are like established as doing harm to the human brain. And he was saying of the 2, the worst one, the ones that does the most damage, he said that like all the TVs are set to that flicker rate.
Well, they
I don't
studied
know if that's true or
everything.
not, but it makes me wonder.
Well, they did illegal experimentation on people, and that's all declassified. They were injecting people with different types of diseases that they were developing. I mean, there was all this stuff that happened like way back in the. It's all declassified from like the 1930s. So yeah, illegal psychological experiments. Just doing all types of stuff to people to see how they react, and then documenting all of that. So just case studies from hell, really.
Just got here checking in, man. You guys, am I deafened? What happened? What? Hello. Hold on, people. This is ridiculous. Come on now.
Okay, there we go. Couldn't hear.
Now we got it. Check it. 1, 2. Good. We good? We good?
Check, mic check, yes. Test these. 1, 2, 3. What? 3.
3. What's a 3? Cool, man.
You ET the extra testicle?
Yep. Testicles. Test 1, 2.
What's up, brother? What's good?
Damn, that's good. Nothing, man. I just helping out family all day, and I got a little rest. Just my wife's parents are fucking falling to pieces. Anyway, they're getting old, man.
Yeah.
Fuck.
How it goes.
Going through this fucking medical system's freaking crazy, man. Yeah.
There's an actual system? Where's that at?
Yeah. It's a fucking loony bin that pumps you full of something. It's probably not good for you.
They listening to their doctors. Is that what's happening?
Yeah.
Boy, people just dealing with the same crap. My buddy's parents just.
You got some wind.
They're feeling the full of statins. Yeah, feeling the full of statins, and they're doing terrible.
Hey, Bear, you got wind or something?
Yeah, it's a fan. I'll shut up.
No, just turn the fan like away from the mic. My goodness. Yeah. Pointing at your feet or something. I don't know.
Can't feel those feet. What good would that do?
I guess not much, right? Yeah. Yeah. That's true. The hell, man. No, how you doing, Bear? You all right? Yeah.
I'm fine, but I can't really move the fan from where it's at. Sorry. I should turn it off. Is what I should do. Just give me a second.
All right. You know, I don't know. Figure something out. All right. What did I miss today, man? I listened a little bit.
Oh, God bless you.
There was one agnostic guy who was in here. He was smart, but I don't know, man. Then I heard something about flat Earth is so easy, even a caveman can do it.
Oh yeah,
I heard that. I was like, I was out in the yard doing something. I was like, listening. I heard that. I was laughing.
Yeah, they're posting memes in the chat, dude. Like with that shit.
I couldn't look. I heard. I might have to go back and find it. It was hilarious. Cool. It's
Yeah, so you missed the guy then. Did you hear the geometric visible horizon guy?
No, I missed that.
Code name Waffle.
Waffle.
Code name Waffle. So he was waffling so much and then saying he didn't say it. It was pretty crazy. Oh, geometric horizon. Where's that? Well, prove that. Well, you just watched the sunset. Okay, but you said that was the visible horizon. No, I didn't. Like, well, you look at the sunset, right? That's not geometric because you're looking at it. Oh, yeah, that would be the visible horizon. Well, you just said it was a geometric horizon. I didn't say that.
Oh, goodness.
Like 5 loops of that, bro. Like, what the Brian? Fuck.
I think some of these Mongos are high-end AI fucking bots or something, man. I don't know.
He was just new to it. I listened to the whole thing. He was just as he went, he was just making shit up. As soon as he heard the word Phantom Morgana, he's like, "Well, what I think can be happening out there is some Phantom Morgana. It's some kind of something's going on out there, but it's definitely you're seeing the sun's going behind the geometric horizon most of the time, or I don't even know what the hell he's going
come
back
on,
and
hold
forth.
on
It was
a
pretty
second.
bad.
I was thinking just like he was prepared.
Right.
He wasn't that much of a newbie because he had a picture that he posted that he took from a boat. So he was prepared, dude. He had a piece of evidence. So he thought about it beforehand.
Yeah, but he didn't know enough, like most of the newbies, where you kind of explain to him, "Hey, this is what this is," and there's no, you're going, "Okay, the sun's going over because that it's going over the edge, the edge of the geometric horizon." You're like, "Yeah, but that's clearly freaking 40 miles away," and he kind of figured that out, that there's no way that could have been the geometric horizon because it would have made the Earth way too big, right? So, just nonsense world.
He also said the horizon is in front of the Black Swan, in front of the oil
Those
rig.
guys. Love those
Yeah.
guys. It's there. You just can't see it. Because of freaking refraction, obviously.
Is this guy talking about the boats going over the hump?
He was all over the place. His argument was basically it's a geometric horizon, and like you can't see it because we only see a visible horizon because of atmosphere refraction, yada yada yada. Then when he was asked for proof of the geometric horizon, he would say, "Go look at this." Well, you just said you can't see it, so how the hell can I go look at it and find the geometric horizon? And it was just back and forth like that for 30 minutes.
Fucking shit show, back and forth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. Welcome. And if you're new to the topic, welcome.
Yeah, he started with the Black Swan. There's a horizon in front of the oil rigs, and you can tell because the water's a different color.
Oh boy,
it was goofy.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah. I got. Did you see the? I don't know if you saw this picture from Australia. Take a look at this picture, man. And T-Dub or Timbo, they've been there. So the horizon is 110 miles from there, bro. And the land goes out farther than the horizon. That little piece of land at the top right.
Yeah.
It's like 110 miles away, man. And you can still see the land. What?
Yeah, exactly. I got to download this.
You gotta grab it, dude. I calling it Black Swan 2.0, but we don't know the elevation of this picture yet. But we're gonna be working on it.
How high are those cliffs?
Don't know. Probably like 100.
I do 60 meters.
Oh, there we go. Right on time.
60 meter high cliffs.
Yep, 60 meters.
There we go. That's the greatest fucking flat earth picture I've ever seen in my life, man.
Yeah, so I'd say whatever that took a picture, it's probably like 200 to 250 meters above sea level, maybe.
I'm thinking 200 feet. Maybe three tops.
Estimations 300 foot from ground level for the drone.
I say we give it. Let's give it 500 and still do the math. And that fucking curve should have.
Think about it like this, right? So, look at where the water is hitting, like the size of the waves. and like how high you would have to be for the waves to look like that. I'd say like a football field away, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
It might be a little bit more than that. I think it's like 500 feet.
I mean, I'm willing to give him 5. I think it's like probably 250, maybe. I don't know. There's somebody that's been there, man. He's gonna have a better perspective.
Well, I know the horizon isn't 115 miles away yet, from 500 feet. I know that.
No,
it is.
Not even close. It's probably like it
29 miles. 29 miles is 600 feet.
Right. So, welcome to Flat Earth, man. Ain't no 600 feet, man. Ain't 600 feet high here, man. But fascinating, man. The land is, you can still see the land, and then it's just a great shot, man. Wow.
Yeah, 10,000 feet is 122 miles.
Oh, fuck. It's clearly not 10,000 feet.
Clearly.
What'd you just say?
At 10,000
bad math. What did I just hear? 10,000.
No,
10,000 feet is only 2 miles.
Yeah, but this picture isn't from 10,000 feet. It's probably like, we're giving it 500, but we don't know for sure. None of us took the picture, so we don't know. So we can see it's 110 miles to the horizon on this picture.
I got a question. The atmospheric occlusion is a certain distance, right?
Okay.
Where it becomes opaque. Let's just say it's 300 miles for sake of argument. That's about in the ballpark.
That sounds about right.
Now that's at the ground level,
Right.
and then the atmosphere wanes if you're looking up diagonally. So what height does something have to be past the occlusion rate for you to be able to see it? That's a question I want to know.
That's a good question.
I know, right?
I don't
know this is 110 miles to the horizon.
Timbo? T-Dub?
Oh.
You've been there.
That's from Lookout 1 in South Australia, looking east.
Lookout Mountain, is it called?
Lookout 1. Along that road, along the south coast of Australia, it's the Nullarbor Plain. And there's a whole heap of lookouts. That one is where you see the cars parked. That's Lookout 1.
Do you have a confidence interval?
What the hell is that?
Well, are you certain within a certainty of 1 ligma?
That's Lookout 1.
Is that 1 schmagma? 1 schmagma, you said? What?
No, it's the certainty index of 1 ligma. You never heard of that before?
Never heard, man.
So why don't you ask me about it then? See, if you never heard of it, you should just be like, well, dude, what's the certainty of 1 ligma?
Yeah. What is it?
Yeah, a certainty you want a ligma nuts.
Knock, knock. Who's there? Okay.
Now, all joking aside, friends.
Yeah.
I was just making fun of the Globers with their stupid, are you certain interval? Do you have a confidence metric?
Anyway, great picture, man. Thank you. Yeah.
All right, so I didn't know if Indio heard my question, so I want to ask it again, which is, if you can't see anything past the occlusion rate, looking out, great, on the base atmosphere. The atmosphere wanes with height, so diagonally, eventually you're going to be able to see something that's that far away linearly on the ground. So the occlusion would occlude the bottom.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, whatever, dude.
Bro.
Nobody cares.
I'm listening. I muted him.
So obviously, so you even look it up, it shows like the diagonal rates. They do it by 1 atmosphere is horizontal, right? And then it's point something at every diagonal, right? So at what height would something have to be before you can start to see it? Once it's at the linear horizontal occlusion rate. That's interesting. Because I think of it as a fence, right? Like out 300 miles, there's a fence, and that fence is only so tall. Because after you look at diagonal, there's enough waning atmosphere to where you can start to see something.
Yeah. But the hypotenuse triangle smaller.
Yeah, exactly.
So it won't be a straight linear relationship, so it'll be something else.
Right. The reason why I'm asking is because so for example, you always hear people say, "Well, I see the sun on the horizon," or they talk about if the Earth is flat, why are things according to the horizon? Well, when you're looking out horizontally, you're not going to see anything on the horizon ever after a certain range.
Right.
You know what I mean? So something that's in the sky, like the moon or the sun, you're never going to see that on the horizon.
No, there's always going to be some sort of infinitesimal error at the horizon, one way or another. Because the air is so thick right at the boundary that, unless you're maybe there's some meteorological condition that would lessen it, freaking super low humidity or something. But that's probably generally not the case.
If you're diagonal to the object in question is below the maximum occlusion rate, so whatever that hypotenuse is at its angle, you won't be able to see that object. Agree?
Yeah, certainly.
And that would mean that object's in the air above the Earth, but the atmospheric fence, how tall that is, I don't know exactly. Probably a dynamic relationship, but whatever that is going to be blocking it.
Yeah.
Not just blocking it in the sense of it's fuzzy, but like a hard line, like a hard fence, completely unable to see it no matter what. No matter what you do, no matter what optic you have, you will not be able to see it.
Well, yeah, of course, because the light has to come to the optic, right? Eventually, there's some limit where it's just not going to be visible no matter what. You might be able to change to infrared and see it or something, or maybe infrared. But even that's not that still doesn't do magic, right? There's still a limit there too. It's better at penetrating haze than water vapor. But on the other hand, the problem with that is that since it's all reflected light, what you're looking at probably isn't a strong infrared emitter. So you fucking it's not a bright infrared source. So then you have a problem there too.
Well, the occlusion rate is wavelength dependent, I believe. So each wavelength has its own rate.
Yeah, but there's a direct relationship between absorption of a medium and refraction. How much that medium refracts is a direct relationship. They're linked. I don't want to say causally, but you could say they're almost causally linked. You can't have one without the other. They define each other almost.
Right. So that's
they don't seem related though, but they are.
Right. So imagine in your mind the GeoGebra that you made for that 8-minute optic video. That covers the ground, what you're looking at the ground and the intersection of the lower portion of your view and the available angle packets, right? Now flip that upside down and put the atmospheric occlusion rate as part of the upper metric of what you can see.
Dude, now I see what you're saying.
Now put those two together, right? And now you have a upside and a downside. At least, and now I'm not saying that's all there is to it, but that's at least something that you have to put in the upper half of your vision, right? For what you're seeing when you look out in the world, because that's real.
Yeah, dude. And God, That makes it like super complicated.
Well, you could start reverse engineering some ballparks from observations, right?
It'd be almost like you're in a fiber optic, like you're in a tunnel. You know what I mean? Like, so, like, there'll be angles which is transparent, right? Which you can see directly into the sky and directly to the ground. But those shallow angles that get farther away, and they're further away, so you're going to get the absorption, right? You're going to have more reflection.
Right. So stop right there. Let me make this. Yep, stop and let me make this statement. All available angles in your field of view are not equal. What you can't see in those available angles is unique. That's also why, friends, this idea that they tell you about the celestial sphere and the celestial dome and how it correlates to a globe, yada yada, blah blah blah. No, it doesn't. It only correlates to their assumption of the ground being a sphere for a particular amount of angles in your field of view, not your entire field of view. So when they say it works and they say it just works, they're full of crap. They're taking a particular portion of your field of view and extrapolating that portion and that portion only. And everything else in the rest of your field of view that's anomalous, guess what they do? They excuse it away based on the a priori adherence to their first presupposition that the ground and the earth, that the sky and the ground of the earth are synergized.
Yeah. Who were we talking to yesterday? Oh, we were talking about this yesterday, the absorption. So I looked it up, and I like punched it into Gemini AI, and it said that, and I've confirmed this other ways anyway, that like astronomers and like celestial navigation, they don't use anywhere below 30 degrees above the horizon. All the observations have to be on that.
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree. What's going on?
We're just wrecking the globe as usual. What else?
Wrecking ball.
The pseudo globe.
Do you believe the Earth is flat?
Belief.
That depends. Yeah, you got to define belief.
Hold on. You've been in here before. Hold on. You've been in here before. Like, don't do an NPC reset.
I want to have a reset because I always try a lot of different angles to different arguments. It's like fun. It's like playing a game in the new time. You delete your save file and you just like start over.
What the fuck?
That sounds gay, man.
It's like left
Friends, just read the name, friends.
No, Indio. Hold on, bro. Indio, he's trying to do a no-hit run.
Yeah, I know. That's funny. Tell you what, I will. That's good. I will talk to you about the.
Quit now, it'll work.
Your shit doesn't have memory card, man.
We're so privileged.
All right, I gotta finish the sentence. Okay, so I want to talk to you guys about the flat Earth, but I want to talk to only one person about the flat Earth. If a bunch of people jump in, I'm just gonna leave immediately.
All right,
let me do this.
Ask for a
You might leave immediately. My God.
Come on, let me do this, man.
Well, I would be deprived if you guys want to tell me I'm wrong, you need me to be here.
Go for it.
Wait. If you guys want to tell me I'm wrong, you need me to be here.
No, we don't need you to be here.
You don't need me to be here, so you can talk to me without me being here? That's crazy. You have amazing power.
You just read my mind.
All right, he doesn't want to talk to me anymore. Just mute me. Come on.
Yeah, your mind doesn't have a memory card, so why even go to you?
I put in a new memory card. I reset it. Okay.
Exactly. So what's the
So
point?
you want to like save right over this new file?
Oh boy.
Who cares? Who cares?
If you want to talk to me, I don't have to. I can leave.
All right, hold on, TT. Hey, TT, hold on. Does anybody want to take him up on this offer? Because it's not a bad chance to have a back and forth exposition. Otherwise, we're just going to talk about the offer. I ain't doing it. I got work to do.
Oh shit.
The offer of muting him. I'm good for that.
Yeah, I vote for muting him.
Okay, so hold on. Before anybody mutes him or debates him, what is the duration of the temporal persistence of your memory card?
I'm going to say that as soon as this conversation ends, I'm going to forget everything that happens, and I don't remember anything that happened before it. But for the sake of this conversation, I will remember everything that happens within it.
What's the point of having this
I'm going to
conversation?
curse you out, and you're not going to hold that against me because you're going to forget.
Yeah, you can do that. Just don't do it slow.
Aw.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like, oh, man.
You remember slurs?
Okay, we got to pick somebody. It ain't going to be me. So, like, You can't handle me, dude. I'm not done to. I'm not going down in the frickin' swamp.
Friends, I can do this. I used to work in the gay village. I can do this.
The Canadian
I used to
Russian
work
wants
in
to
the
do
gay
it.
village. Don't worry, I can talk to these people. Don't worry, I know how to talk to him. Hi, girl.
Perfect. So you're talking to Vlad, so go for it.
You're talking to me, buddy.
Deckenfrost? That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, what's up, guy? How you doing?
Fantastic. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm fantastic. I'm rolling up a marijuana joint as we're speaking. Gonna light it up.
Based.
So that's got nothing to do with the shape of the ground.
Well, okay, listen. Oh, relax. We're just getting started. Please, why are we such a rush, man? Holy fuck, man! You want to at least tease the pussy before you push it in. Come on.
So anyways, do you believe that the Earth is flat?
Oh no, I know it's flat, my guy.
You know that it's flat.
Uh-huh.
Okay. What are the entailments of it being flat?
Wait, if the Earth is flat, then why are they burning Los Angeles?
Amazing question. So fucking relevant.
So what are the entailments of the flat Earth? So it's it's flat. Is the entire thing flat? Because I see hills sometimes. How flat is it?
Okay, listen.
I am so glad I didn't take this one.
Bro.
Right, no, it's fine. Listen, everybody, it's fine. There's topography. We understand. There's hills, valleys.
The hills are a projection. The hills are projected onto the flat.
Potato, shush.
Okay, friends. Is it gonna be just me and him, or are you gonna have fucking a bunch of yes men in the background?
Shh, everybody, shh.
Right. Let me teach him to be a flat earther.
Base. It's
going. You know what I mean? Fuck. Hey, friend, it's measured flat. Have you ever heard of this?
Yeah, I'm familiar with the.
Okay, so you had this conversation multiple times, and you've heard this multiple times. It's measured flat, right?
It's measured flat, but I want to explore
Okay, so listen. Do you understand? If you were living on a ball, it wouldn't measure flat. It would measure a curve.
I'm just trying to establish all of the entailments of your beliefs.
Well, no. Well, listen, don't get off the point right here, buddy. If it's measured flat, right, it can't be a ball.
May I ask you another question?
No, hold on. Do you understand that? Yes or no? Whether it is or not, right? In your view, it doesn't fucking matter. The point of what I'm trying to tell you is, if it's measured flat, I'm not saying you did it or I did it or whatever. I'm just saying if it was measured flat, right, would it be a ball?
Can we explore this?
Answer. That's what I'm trying to answer the question. It's a simple yes or no. It's a simple. It's so fucking. Okay, let me ask you the question again. Okay, right? If you measure the thing if you measure it flat, right, and it's not curving underneath you, right, can it be a ball?
What do you mean by measured flat?
Okay, so you know how your table is, right? The top of your table.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, there's grooves in my. Wait, hold on. I didn't interrupt you. I have to okay, there's got to be dialogue. Okay, there's two people. Okay.
Well, yeah, you keep interrupting me, my guy, bro. Are you taking SSRIs, my friend, or any form of drugs? Of that type? Because you sound like you do. Got you there, buddy. Anyways, listen, friend. It's measured flat. Do you understand that?
No, I want to talk about the table because we were both talking about the table. If you can't focus, then I'm just gonna leave. If you can't focus, I'll leave because I don't want to talk to a guy jumping all around.
Friends, this guy is crazy. Am I not the only one that's hearing this? This is crazy, bro.
Glass table, flat.
He doesn't want you jumping all around, and that's just what he tried to do.
Right. It's okay, buddy. He's fucking retarded.
Being a troll without trying to be a troll, man.
A shitty fucking troll, man.
Yeah. A horrible troll, man. He's fucking horrible.
Not even good. Not even.
No, horrible, bro. Yo, hey, listen, flat earth dude, bro. Don't get me started. No, I mean we shouldn't start about the music, bro. That's the one thing that we don't
talk
do.
about music. I mean,
don't talk about the music, bro.
I'm in the music biz. I get it. I can't talk about it.
Yeah, not allowed.
Are you a gold?
Yeah.
Are you a gold believer? One split.
No, it's subdued, man.
Yeah.
No, subdued's flat earther, bro.
Dude, what the fuck? why do you people change your fucking names?
Yeah, why do you guys always change your fucking
I was
names?
in another channel, man. I'm sorry, guys.
Come on.
No, it's all right, man. Like fucking Lucas, the worst, dude. Like, who the hell are you?
Talking to, you know? Like, who the fuck am I talking? Who the fuck is this? And then like, oh shit, you changed your name. Yeah, I just felt like it today and changed it. Fuck.
You know,
But I'm
I
sure that
got
guy you were
one post
talking
a day.
to, we could crack him on being a 99%er for sure, man.
Oh yeah, that would
100%.
have been a brain in a jar times 2 for sure.
Look at his name. His name says it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, but listen, Lulaka always keeps her same icon though. Just like me, I changed my name, but it's always the same icon. So you can. And plus, I always put the letters AI in it, which makes it easier.
Well, yeah.
Well, look, it does it while you're
I'm
talking.
sorry,
to her.
guys. All right.
Yeah.
You better be sorry.
Maybe you gave her. Maybe you inspired her to a different name. Yeah. So, for example, one time she was talking to Indio, she changed her name to this fucking guy.
Fucking guy.
I'm just kidding.
This fucking guy.
Who the fuck is this guy?
Who the fuck is this guy? All right. Well, thank you guys for letting me laugh a little, man. That was funny, man. That was awesome. I like when Vlad came in and said, "Hey, what's up, girl?" Like, I fucking spit. I had to spit.
I told you, I used to work in the gay village for like a few months, like until I couldn't handle it anymore. I fucking said, yo, these people are fucked. I gotta go. You know what I mean? Shit, you can only take them so fucking much, man. I'm serious, man.
Oh God, I just said I want to talk about, but I can't. Damn it! It's about what you're talking about.
Speculation
It's a
Sunday.
mystery. It's a mystery everybody's been trying to figure out. Now, I'm only going to mention what it is, and like, if you figure it out, DM me. Where does the gay list even come from? Like, who invented it? Like, why is that even a thing? Like, what the fuck?
A gay list?
Like,
Yes,
hello.
the gay list. Yeah.
Oh, the list. Oh, I wouldn't fucking know.
It's got to be Hollywood, man. It had to come from fucking Hollywood, man. That's my.
Someone finally noticed that it's like a thing. It's like everybody's been like for decades now. Like no one noticed that. Like they're all doing that. Like why? Like why are they all doing it?
Dude, they were doing it in the 80s, bro. It was all over the place. We would.
Yeah, but there's always these lispy homosexuals throughout life, man. It's just probably genetics, bro.
I'm gay. I can fucking tell you why.
Okay, why?
Oh, is he back? Is that the same?
Well, you don't have the list, so I don't really believe you.
Ooh.
You've been trying to talk to my boyfriend. Okay, but anyway. So what is a lot of gay guys tend to associate more with girls. They don't really hang out there with male counterparts. So the ones that didn't grow up with a more feminine voice, and it causes that ungodly fucking horrible shit.
Yeah.
I fucking hate it. It sounds horrid.
I mean, I have no opinion about like whether it's good or bad. Just like I want to know like where it came from, like why.
Well, no, it's
it just become a
because
thing.
it's because they end up associating more with women, and they adapt their voice to fit more.
Somebody AI search that, man.
Yeah, but no, women talk like that. I don't hear women talk like that.
They don't, but that's what happens when you have a man
No, these guys
talking
start
with female
taking estrogen and
mannerisms.
stuff, dude. That's why their voice starts going high, man. And they start growing tits and the whole bit.
Okay, I didn't want to get deep into it. It was just like a question.
Yeah, it was kind of quick.
No, we got a topic and we'll fucking get fucking bad shit.
Yeah, let's get back on the fucking flat Earth. Fuck.
I want to tell you this. So, hey, listen, I'll tell you this. Back in the day, hold on, before you go on, I just want to say, back in the day, when cell phones and certain things were coming out of electronics, they were having fake voices and stuff. And certain devices couldn't reproduce a male voice because it didn't have the right machine parts, but it was easier to reproduce a female voice mechanically. Because there's something about the man's voice that has extra like bass or whatever the heck it is that the women just don't have. And so for a machine that operates in a certain way to try to mimic something that doesn't have the capacity to be it, it's going to be altered in some way. And there you go, Indio. That's the answer.
Yep,
It's a
pretty
defunct
much.
machine.
Yeah, I mean that.
I never
That
thought
don't
of it.
explain. That don't explain the inflection in the limp wrist.
It's so
Hey, the limp wrist is from
Dude, the limp
Jack and Hey, go ahead.
The limp
For
wrist
part,
is
it's also
holy fuck,
to
dude.
each other that you are gay. That's
Holy shit.
That's a large part of it.
The limp wrist is straight from all the iconography. I can't remember the year, but who's that girl? Audrey Hepburn. She was one of the icons that did that. There's a certain class of women, with the long cigarette that put it out past their face and all that. They would all walk around like that. It was a symbol of wealth, actually, because it's like, well, I can't be bothered to touch anything because I'm too beautiful.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, yeah, you nailed it there, bro. That was it.
I can't sweat. I can't sweat. My hands can't touch the door. You have to do it for me. I might chip a nail. I might smudge my makeup. I might get dust on my face.
Yeah.
I'm too pretty to be handled by the world, essentially.
So basically, they're LARPing as rich debutante divas.
Correct.
Ooh,
Correct.
got it.
From a certain era, and there's a whole iconography and graphics in that era. I can't remember. It's not the 20s, but you know what I'm talking about. Once you see a poster of it, you don't understand it. Like you'll see it perfectly.
What you're
Makes
talking
perfect
about.
sense.
Cigarettes with the freaking little holder, the fucking long ass stem shit, whatever you call it.
Yeah.
Well, I'll say this about all that: the guy's doing that, it's gay.
And the Earth's flat.
I agree.
I
I agree on both points. That was gay and Earth's flat. I'm down with it.
I'm rather skeptical of it, but I have a question that might convince me otherwise if you can kind of explain it.
Hold on a second. Have you ever been skeptical of the globe?
Not really.
Why?
I've seen the
Doesn't
arguments.
it seem fantastic to you? No, just like, doesn't it seem like when you were a little kid, were you skeptical then? When they told you, hey, there's upside down people.
There's never a reason to be skeptical, though, right? Like I'm thinking back too for myself.
Well, upside down people isn't a reason.
There never was. Though. You didn't think about it though, Indio, right? Like it wasn't something that.
Yeah.
Maybe you did, but us normies, no.
No, you did. When they were like, "Can I dig to China?"
Yeah, kinda, but I was just carrying on with other stuff. I really never thought about it. I just figured it a done deal, right?
But no, but kind of back to my question there. So I'm a competition shooter. I shoot long range competition, so 1,000+ yards.
Oh, don't start talking about Coriolis, bro, please.
No, so I'm saying when I shoot, I have to account for the Coriolis effect.
Nah, they don't.
How does that work with the flat Earth?
No, you don't.
You're bullshit, dude.
No.
Dude, stop, dude. Okay, what is the Coriolis effect?
The Earth is moving at a rotation right at approximately something like 3.5 miles.
So what?
He figured it out.
Essentially, I have to hold left a certain amount at a certain distance.
How much?
Generally about 3 to 5 inches at 1,000 yards.
Inches.
What? Holy fuck, dude!
Well, wouldn't that depend on your attitude?
Yes.
And would it depend whether you be shooting east or west or east?
Yeah, it depends on the direction you're shooting and whether you're shooting east or west, because you have to know your azimuth and your latitude, buddy.
Yeah, I'm more than aware.
Or can you tell us how you calculated that?
I was thinking more specifically at the range I normally shoot at.
How do you calculate this thing? How are you calculating it?
But I really need to find my fucking shooting journal. Give me a fucking minute.
Hold on, wait. You just went shooting, and you don't need a fucking journal if you're out there. You should know.
No, bros. How many inches is 4 centimeters? Is that 5 inches?
No.
4 centimeters is like 1.3 inches.
Yeah, close.
Yeah, so if I'm not mistaken, if memory serves, the Coriolis correction is 4 centimeters per 1,000 meters. not 5
Right
inches.
about.
Just off the top of your head, right? This guy doesn't have a fucking clue.
Do I need to
That's
show
the
you
direction
pictures
you're
of my
facing.
MDT stock and a fucking Rinson 700 custom action?
Great. I'm glad you got
Different
guns.
dub on it.
I'm glad you got
Dude,
guns.
I could send you a picture. I could send you a picture of me leaning on my Bradley. What would that do for you?
Okay, fair enough. But no, so why do I have to
So,
account for that
Zev,
when I'm shooting?
You don't.
You're accounting for spin drift.
It's called the Magnus effect, my guy.
Thank you, Don.
Well, let me ask you
Since
this
you're willing
question:
to
If you're
spend
shooting 1,000 meters,
You know what that is, right?
Spin drift, yes.
What's larger, the
since you're willing
Coriolis
to-
correction or the spread of the bullets? Spread of the holes. What's bigger?
Depends on the MOA of the rifle.
No, when you shoot the target.
and your skill,
Your shot circle, right, where your shots, the circle, all your shots will lie in. Which is bigger, the Coriolis correction or the circle?
Depends on the target, but
no, bro.
The distances you're talking about, dude.
Yeah, you're gonna zero your weapon, right? But then you're gonna do test shots, right? So when you shoot 1,000 meters, what's your shot group spread?
generally like 2.5 inches at 1,000.
At 3.5?
Right around like 2.5.
So your correction is half of the
Right around.
spread? Yeah, so your certainty is double your precision, dude? That doesn't make any sense why you would have to do it.
Yep.
It's the way I was taught.
You never factor it in.
Well, you're
everyone stop. No, everyone stop. Please stop and no one speak. He said the truth. That's what I was taught, and that's why I do it. Correct. You win the prize. That's the only reason you do it.
Welcome to the globe.
Fair enough.
No, wait. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I was about to say,
Well,
what
we
you
answered
talking
your
about, buddy?
question on why do you have to do it. The reason you have to do it is you feel compelled to do it because that's how you were taught.
Welcome to Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me ask this next question. Have you ever done a systematic day of shooting where you decided to get your shot grouping and determine whether or not accounting or not accounting for the Coriolis affected your group? Have you ever done that?
Honestly, I can't say I have.
Right. So then if that's the case, and we know you're already agreed that you're doing it because you were taught, then you actually have no knowledge of that Coriolis is affecting anything, correct?
Yeah, suppose so.
Fair enough. I'm glad. Now, everyone stop for a second. Thanks for being honest, bro.
You're welcome.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for being honest, bro.
Yeah, you're welcome there. I don't see a reason to fucking lie.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, just so you know, Zeph, just so you know, there's a lot of people in here, right? And we know a lot of people that are like in the military and all that shit and have a lot of rifle experience. So like we had this conversation a lot of times, my guys.
Hundreds and hundreds.
Yeah, so trust me, what you think you know, yeah.
What you were taught is correct. What you know.
Did you know that the Coriolis is supposed to be the Earth spinning out from underneath your bullet?
Yes, it's the Earth. Or at least the way I was taught is it's the Earth is spinning underneath my bullet. The bullet's suspended in the air. The target is technically moving.
Yeah. The bullet leaves the rotating reference frame, enters the non-inertial reference frame, and is somehow magically separated from the Earth. But the air, with hot air balloons and airplanes and all that shit, that doesn't affect that. It's only like bullets. But nobody can say at what velocity do you have to go where the Coriolis actually starts working, right? Say, well, in an airplane, there's no Coriolis effect because it moves. The atmosphere rotates with the Earth, and the plane is in the atmosphere, and it just goes along with it. Well, the bullet's in the atmosphere. Why doesn't it go along with the atmosphere and the rotating reference frame? Nobody can say at what point the Coriolis effect takes place. Is it the velocity? Is it the how heavy the object is? I can't say. Is it the drag? Like, what is it?
Yeah.
Why does it affect this object and not that object?
I mean, let me see what the fuck this velocity or something like 6.5 PRC is.
So the alleged tables basically say you count. I can't remember
Yeah,
which
it's
is
like
which, but it's
like
4
3,000
centimeters
per
left.
second.
No, just 1 second. It's 3,000 feet. Sorry, 4 centimeters left in the north, 4 centimeters right in the south, and they just have that ubiquitous rule of thumb, right? So if that's the case, that doesn't seem congruent with any kind of claim that the Earth is a globe. It just seems congruent with there's something going on in the Earth that's actually planar and then has a counter after a certain level. But either way, it doesn't matter because there's no like tangible evidence that this is really effective. So no matter what, you don't end up with there's a globe.
40 millimeters to the left, 40 millimeters to the right. That's it?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, over what distance?
I think 1,000.
1,000.
Like 1,000 meters, so like 3,000 feet.
Yeah, insignificant. Are you guys using? Are you using a?
It'd be like
Kestrel?
3,000. It'd be like 3,300 something.
Yeah, so you're using a Kestrel or what ballistic calculator?
I use one I programmed on the Pi.
Yeah, so basically insignificant in comparison to every other calculation, which is drastically significant. Most people honestly agree with that it's basically insignificant over that range.
Well, I like the fact that somebody was comparing airplane flights, everything, all these other things, helicopters, hot air balloons, that don't account for it. I thought that was interesting. Thanks, India.
Yeah.
But a shooter has to account for it. Come on. There's no airline pilot.
We accounted for the do, distance, elevation, and wind. All I heard during sniper school was do the do. We only accounted for the distance of the object of the target, the elevation in relation to the target, and the wind. That's it.
The wind. Do.
Now, other question would be, why was there no pictures of the ice wall?
Oh shit!
Mongo.
Because the ice wall is a globe idea, so to guess if there's no pictures of it, then it's no globe, right?
Wow.
The ice wall comes from early Southern Ocean explorers. It doesn't come from flat earthers.
Oh, it doesn't?
No. If you look at old maps, it'll say Great Ice Barrier and all that shit.
So, what do you guys believe is on the edge of the Earth, then?
What do you believe is on the edge of your universe?
No. We can't just shift off into fucking La La Land.
Do you think that we think the Earth is a disc in space?
It's a good question. I like it.
Well, do you?
So if I keep walking, will I eventually fall off of it?
Are you going to answer my question? Do you think that we think the Earth is a disc in space?
Yeah.
We don't. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I do know where you got the idea. You've been propagandized.
Damn. Edward
No
Bernays.
flat earther thinks that, dude. No, we don't think we're the third disc from the sun, bro.
Well, I guess it'd be more correct to like explode into pleroma or something, but
Not within anything.
So, what exactly do you believe?
The definition of belief is to think something without evidence. So we don't believe things. We're looking for validation, verification, things that we can measure, observe and measure and verify.
Belief is the enemy of knowing shit.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
So, in that case, what do you know the Earth to be?
Flat.
Stationary.
We know the water's not curving.
Okay.
Ain't no bendy water. Ain't no bendy water.
See, Earth versus globe is a simple thing to figure out which one it is. Because either the surface of the Earth is curving or it's not. It either is or it isn't. And if it's not curving, it can't be a ball. It's literally that simple.
Then if it's flat objects, what if flat objects have an edge?
I said the Earth isn't within anything, so it's not an object. Is the universe inside something?
Oh. It could be.
There you go.
And what? And then what would that be called?
It could be inside of a simulation. Could be inside of a black hole. Who knows?
And then what's a black hole inside?
Another universe.
What's that inside? You see where I'm going with this?
Ad infinitum.
Yeah, it's an infinite regression fallacy. So no matter what our answer is, you can just say what's outside of that.
That's okay, Indio. It's speculation Sunday, right?
It is for me.
Oh yeah, go ahead. It's inside of heaven, which is inside of hell, which is inside of heaven.
Right. I'm just fucking with you, Indio.
I love that picture of the two planes upside down. One's upside down. I love that, man. It's when the Australian plane meets the American plane. Oh, that's awesome. Damn, I never seen that one.
So do you think the map as we know it is in a side of something larger and we're only allowed to go within that bounds? Or do you think it's just what we have is what we have?
We don't have evidence. That's what we don't have. We don't have evidence of any edge or any boundary or anything like that.
So do you think we get like
if
one
you think
side of it, you just
side of you keep making it an object in your mind, dude. Like, listen, dude, you're not in a third-person shooter. You're not seeing the whole world from outside yourself, looking at it as like some schematic drawing. That's not how you experience the world. You can't even see the world that way, technically. You're thinking of the world like it's a blueprint, right? Like you're looking at a blueprint, some engineering drawing that represents the Earth. It's not how you experience the world. You experience the world from within it. Right? You're in a first-person shooter. Why do you think there's an underneath or there's an edge or any of these boundaries that you don't experience? You experience them with discrete objects outside your visual world, but you don't see them. They're within the Earth, but eventually there's going to have to be something that's not within anything else.
That makes sense.
It does make total sense.
The Earth is not within anything else. It's not a discrete object. There's no evidence it's a discrete object. And you got to think about this with the globe, right? Technically, that's like an infinite surface. You could walk forever in a direction and never stop, right?
Yeah.
So isn't that an infinite surface?
I mean, by the same logic, any ball is an infinite surface.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like,
yeah,
flat Earth, an infinite flat Earth. That's ridiculous. But an infinite ball isn't.
Yep, that's ridiculous, bro. It's ridiculous. It's crazy.
But whether the Earth is finite or infinite, it doesn't change whether it's flat or globe. That doesn't answer the question.
Right.
Because flat Earth, like finite size, infinite size, is not a necessary condition for flat or globe. It's just not necessary. The only thing that's necessary is the topography of the topology of the surface. Is the surface curving or is it not? That's it. The only question needs to be answered.
You said
they've tried to convince you. Hold on. Topology. So they've tried to convince you in school that to figure the Earth's a very complicated question that only like a bunch of fucking super smart people can figure out. On the other hand, you're dumb if you don't believe it, but don't inquire because you're never going to figure it out yourself because you have to be super smart. Here's some equations on a chalkboard. Just trust this, bro.
No.
But it's a simple question. It's not a complicated math problem. It's not a complicated geometry problem. It's super fucking simple. Is the Earth curving or isn't it?
It's too simple, India. It's too simple. That makes it like, come on. It has to be more
The
complicated.
Earth is flat. You're all fucking stupid. It's actually a Rubik's Cube. Dude, guys, can I draw you a diagram? The Earth is a Rubik's Cube, and that's why the gravity fields, when we transfer across the edge.
You can fuck off. Yeah, thanks.
Do you think celestial objects are real or existent?
Absolutely, man. I mean,
yeah, we see them.
Look up. We can check them out. Yep. Something.
Okay.
What? Can we land on them? Like grow trees, fly airplanes on them? No, ain't nothing like that.
Yeah, what are they?
No.
Yeah, it's very common, Zeph, for newbies to come in here and go, "Oh, look in the sky," and say the Earth is round. I mean,
the Earth has trees. The sky has trees. Therefore, Earth has trees. Therefore, we live in the sky with other trees. No, it doesn't. No, nobody ever said that. Just me.
Not quite what I was saying. I've heard some people say that they're projections.
Don't know. I never heard that.
Yeah. I heard some weird shit from a guy at the gas station once. Doesn't mean anything.
Right.
Right, that was just while you were in the bathroom.
Oh, hey.
Did you get my number on the wall?
For a good time call. Yeah. For a good time, join this server.
You sure you heard a flat earther say the stars are projections, or did you hear a globe earther just claiming flat earthers claim stars are projections?
There you go.
Possibly.
Yeah.
I mean, I've also spoken to hollow earthers, so I may be confusing the details there.
Okay.
Well, there's this thing where people say, or they think that because we say we don't believe that stars are gas fucking thermonuclear reactions and that planets are land in the sky, that we're saying that they're fake or they don't exist. They exist. They're not fake. We can see them. There's no evidence they're the things that they say they are, that they're thermonuclear reactions, that it's a big rock in the sky, that it's terra firma you can go walk around on. Those things are speculations. No, honestly, do you think anyone's going to actually know for 100% certain what a star is, what it's made out of, what its composition is?
I mean, I guess you'd get a decent idea by looking at radiological data. But other than that, no.
No, but actually, no. I'm not talking about believe, right? So you can look at the data and you can believe a whole bunch of shit. But without an actual physical fucking sample of a star, you can't know what its composition is, right?
No,
how many photographs I got to take of you to know I know you're made of blood and bone, bro?
And make a inference.
Well, yeah, inference, it's not knowledge. Inference ain't knowledge.
No.
It's guesswork. You're guessing.
And that's why they will call it a theory.
There you go.
Okay, cool. But what I'm saying is, No one will ever know for certain what the star is made of. Never. Not maybe in a little while. Never.
Ever.
No, there's no way to collect the sampling if you could get to it.
Exactly.
Well, in the
Too
gold
hot.
paradigm, dude, like the closest star, it would take you like 150,000 years to get there.
Traveling at 100,000 miles an hour. If you're traveling at light speed, it would only take you 26 years.
Yeah, and then you got to come back.
Oh, shit. There's another 26 years. Oh, my goodness. The closest one, 26 years. If you were traveling at the speed of light, 186.
Well, 26 years for you, but when you got back, they'd be like 5,000 years old or something.
Well, yeah, they'd be dead, and it would be a totally different world. But that's according to, some theory.
So why
Dude,
don't
I
they
like
teach it
sci-fi
that?
books. I like sci-fi books where they launch the people, right? And they go into hibernation, and they get to the planet, and like they invented some other technology, and there's other people that got there before them. What the fuck took you so long?
What took you so long, Mongos? Come on. You guys a bunch of retards? What the hell happened? Yeah. Like I said earlier, man, belief's the enemy of knowing shit. And
Yeah,
Why don't they teach it
modernity.
like that?
Go ahead, Doug. Sorry, Tito.
This is what I asked that guy. Why don't they teach it like it's just a quote theory? Like, why don't they say, well, we're not sure, but we think we're probably on the right track, and we think they're this and that. But this is our best guess. They don't. They just teach it like it's a matter of fact.
Fact.
So, I mean, to be fair, I can't even prove that the world is under my feet.
Wait, whoa. Brain in a jar? You can't go there, bro. Don't.
Oh, no. What I mean is,
How do you?
I
You
cannot
can't
prove
this
there is
fucking
anything
dirt.
outside of my brain.
Wait, dude, you can't go outside and stick your toes in the sand. You don't know you're walking
No,
in sand.
what I'm saying is, I can't prove that I'm not just a brain in a jar hallucinating.
Well, that's ridiculous, bro.
I mean, how so? I can only rely on my sensory organs, which the
So you
brain
don't
is
want to
capable
trust
of
your own
hallucinating.
senses. Okay. You're a senses denier. I get it.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm
You're
saying
denying your own senses. Dude, is fire let me ask you this, bro. Is fire hot? Yes or no?
yes.
Okay.
That's not what I'm saying.
Dude, you could say, well, I don't know if fire. I've heard this excuse from people, man. Like, I don't know that the fire's really hot, but it feels hot, but I don't really know it. I could be a brain in a jar. You can't go there, man. Don't step into that bullshit reality, man.
You don't actually believe it anyway. Like, no one that actually does that actually acts like that's true. They're always in a performative contradiction.
Yeah.
No, I don't believe it. It was a thought experiment of sorts.
Well, I mean,
What I
it's
mean to
easy to
say
prove
is-
that it's wrong because it leads to a contradiction. That worldview is contradictory by nature.
I've got a philosophical notation on that worldview, and that's this. Everybody always says a brain in a jar. They assume that they need a brain to have a consciousness. Why do you need physicality at all? What you should say is, I don't even know if I'm a disembodied consciousness. That's actually highbrow thinking. A brain in a jar is a lowbrow version. Yeah, so from now on,
why do you need a jar
challenge
either?
you. Yes, you don't need a jar. You don't need a brain. Exactly.
Say that again in AI one more time. Clarification.
You don't need a jar. You don't need a brain. If you're going to be just a consciousness experiencing, then just be a consciousness experiencing. Why do you need anything physical?
I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say is I can't prove that I'm not just an isolated consciousness imagining my own reality.
Welcome
There's
to
no physical way for me to prove that. I'm not.
Well, fire's hot.
Right. So you just proved there's no way to disprove God. Because if you were what you just said, then you'd be the source of all reality, and a disembodied consciousness would make you God by any classical definition. So basically what you're telling us is you're not sure whether you're God or not. Oh, that's a very interesting quandary you got going on there.
So also the Earth could be flat equally too. Then
So
Damn.
here's
Yes,
the
it could
problem
be.
with all that. Let's say you're a disembodied consciousness. These distinctions are created in your disembodied consciousness. Whether they're in your consciousness or not, you've created a distinction. This is external. This is internal. They do exist, even if they are in a disembodied consciousness. You've said, hey, these things, this is what I define as physical. And these other things, this is what I define as mental. And you're experiencing them within this disembodied consciousness. So they exist. There is an external world, even if it's contained within your own consciousness, because you've defined it to be.
Yes.
Yeah, so the whole, it's a contradictory argument. It can't work. It leads to infinite regress.
Why do people always do this? They always distract flat Earth to this bullshit. Why do I?
Right?
Because, dude, if my reality can't be a globe, I'm just blowing up reality itself.
I know, it's ridiculous. It just can't be flat. So we got to go into this shit.
Can't be flat. It can't be
It's
flat.
not that I have an issue with it being flat. It very well could be.
Stationary. Flat and stationary.
Let's just go this way. It's all you've ever known. You've believed something else, but as far as experiential reality, this external world that not very sure of, that's all you've ever actually known. Is a flat, motionless Earth. It's all you've ever perceived the Earth to be.
Fair.
And one thing, Zeph, you've never asked what measurements we've ever measured the Earth to be flat. I thought that's interesting because he never even asked. Like, hey,
they never do. I'm just here to learn, but I don't care how you figured it out.
Yeah, they never ask.
Well, I'll have you figured it out then. I remember reading something about lasers.
Switching subjects? Are we?
No, I mean the laser test is just a direct measurement, right? But there's multiple laser tests done multiple times in multiple places. But there's other things. There's radar. There's microwave. There's long distance observation.
There's Marconi, 10,000.
Yeah, the radio waves, right? Or you can look at like the Bolivian salt flats and the symmetry of the reflection, right? So on a curved surface, you get distorted reflections. The Bolivian salt flat shows a perfectly symmetrical reflection. According to the globe math, it should be distorted. It should be distorted in a seventh of a mile. And then, becoming more and more distorted as you look at the water going to the horizon. So we have plenty of, it's like the laser test is it's a measurement. That's why we refer to it. Because you can measure the height of the laser with a fucking tape measure. Hey, how high is the fucking laser? It's this high. Let's go down the laser. How high is the laser now? Same height. How high is the laser now? Same height. How high is the laser now? Same height. How high should the laser be? Should be 44 stories in the air. Well, I'm standing 4 feet off the ground and I'm catching the laser.
Okay. That is interesting.
36 miles, man. Salt Lake Flats.
And how can you prove that it's motionless?
How can you prove it's motion?
By not moving.
Not motionless, but not spinning. Or stationary.
Airline flights. Every pilot.
The fact you can land an airplane.
The fact that you can land an airplane, without a doubt, if you flew from let's say North Pole to the equator, you'd have to make all kinds of adjustments to land a plane. But none of them do it. They just
you don't have to prove the negative anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's no proof that it's spinning.
Okay.
Airline pilot.
Unless you got some.
No.
Yeah, you don't. We know you don't. You know you
I
don't.
guess the best way to do it would be to somehow point a laser at the moon from a fixed surface on the planet and see if it moves.
What?
What?
What? The moon is always moving, so of course you'd see the laser move on the surface. What are you talking about?
I'm saying you'd have to have a fixed body in space that's not moving. So,
Polaris?
Yeah, where's one of those?
You don't have one. I'm saying there's a way to measure it.
Yeah, good point, bro.
Polaris.
Right, so hold on a second. Hold on. If there's no way to do it, then why did they start claiming that it was happening?
I don't know. Why do you think they would
Could it be, let me ask you this question, could it be that they have a religious predisposition that they're trying to smuggle in as fact? Could it be that, maybe, in the grand quandary of possibility?
It could be. So is that the motivation they have for claiming it to be?
Well, like we said earlier, most people do what they do because they were taught that this is the case and they just believed it and have been operating that way ever since.
Shooters.
Yeah. But what I'm trying to say is there's at least a certain body of people that are actively either covering up or hiding that. So why are they doing so?
Oh, dude. Motives
No
for
one's ever lied to
people
us
to...
before.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter anyway, because you talk about a very few people and what their motives are, who knows? So, for example, there's plenty of conspiracy theories out there about elite families that actually run the whole world, and they feel like it's their responsibility to manage the herds of chaos into some semblance of order, right? And so they feel like they're responsible for humanity. And so they all the deceptions in the world is their way of controlling the sheep so that they don't kill each other. So who cares, dude? I mean, think about it this way. There's all kinds of hierarchies of physical things that you could gain for yourself by a deception, but there's also all kinds of things that are in the metaphysical realm. And when it comes to the metaphysical, those don't even have to be true. They could just be people's beliefs. So, for example, these morons at the top could believe they're being spoken to by some deity for all we know. Like, how could we possibly know what their motives are?
I understand. And what is the motive for wanting to know if it's global or flat? And in everyday life, it doesn't seem like it would change much.
Well, there's been a lot of things that mattered a lot.
Really?
You've been lied.
Hold on,
You've
dude.
been lied
No,
to.
no, I can't let that one fly, dude. Sorry.
No.
Go tell your family right now that the Earth's flat if it don't matter.
I'd be laughed at.
Does it matter then?
It does. But what I'm saying is,
Okay, then.
how does it affect your daily life if it is or if it isn't?
Well, your family will laugh at you tomorrow, so that'll be your daily life, right?
Yeah, but what I mean is, in the long run, what does it really change?
I mean, what does it change? It's a good question. A lot. Well, think about it. 400 years of being wrong ain't a good look.
No.
Yeah, it would change a lot because, first of all, it goes down to the current cosmology of how human beings exist, where we exist, how we came to be, is a creation mythos, right? There was a big bang, a bunch of shit happened, random processes, slime, rock became people, and here we are contemplating the universe, the thing which ostensibly we're supposed to be a part of, right? So we're the universe contemplating itself.
Creation versus chaos.
Well, I mean, no,
not at all. Not at all. Not at all.
Kind of.
No, you can't. You can't. Let me explain. They're both creation mythos, dude. They both are. The assumed secular, materialistic cosmogony, which means where the cosmos came from, the origins, that is a creation mythos. How it was created. They're just claiming these types of mechanisms created it versus more supernatural types. But either way, it's still a creation story. It's still a creation mythos.
No, you'd be correct there.
Yeah. One has a
What I
personal
was trying
deity
to
and one
say
just claims
is-
one.
Well, what I was trying to say is a creation mythos stemming from chaos versus a creation mythos stemming from a deity.
I'm so glad you put it that way. Let me think for a second. Oh, yeah, there's tons of religions that believe chaos is an entity. In other words, a deity.
Oh, you guys
So,
actually don't believe there's chaos, but hold on, they don't actually say the universe was created from chaos because they say there's laws of physics, right? So there is an order. There's just no personality to the order.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the difference. A flat Earth can't be created by random processes.
I find it funny how quick they get away from direct measurement to philosophy. Why is that? Why does it always happen?
I'll tell you why, friend. I'll tell you why. Because
the
they
average person
intrinsically, hold on,
doesn't
real
have
quick.
the
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, you're telling me?
Yeah.
Because the average person doesn't have the mathematical or scientific knowledge in order to articulate those mechanisms, so they default to philosophy, which is more accessible to most people.
That's what they tell you, man. But you actually do have it, so enjoy.
Well, I got another
grade algebra.
I got another theory about that, flat Earth dude, and that's this: is that they know it's a philosophical question when it comes to the globe. They know it, and that's why they go into the philosophy to defend it, because it's philosophy in the first order. So they're actually in the correct category from their worldview.
I think you'd get a different response if you were speaking to something like a physicist, but yes.
No, dude, we get physicists in here, and they get wrecked. So, for example, we had a physicist whose specialty in his daily job was discovering exoplanets. We grilled him and grilled him on what he's actually seeing through his telescope. We found out that all he's seeing is a bunch of retarded pixels, and he's inferring everything but from the way they move with a bunch of equations. And then we asked him, what are these equations based on? And we kept going backwards to the fundamentals of it. And actually, it's all based on what's known as the cosmic distance ladder. Okay, I'm hearing myself. Can somebody mute up? Thanks. So it's based on the cosmic distance ladder. And what we ended up finding out is he doesn't even know what the cosmic distance ladder is based on. How can a physicist who specializes in looking for exoplanets, where the cosmic distance ladder is the most important thing in his entire thing, he doesn't even know where it came from? He doesn't even know the bottom rung. So yeah, physicists come in here, dude, they get their act turned inside out. Holy crap. Who's got their mic wide open?
That's
I'm on AirPods. So.
Man, bro. All right, we'll let it slide as long as it's not one of our own, because then it'd be inexcusable. All right, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I wasn't speaking. I was just saying I have an earbud in, so I don't believe it's me.
All right. Moving on.
It's interesting, though, that the physicists can't articulate that.
Let me tell you another theory, brother. Yeah, exactly. But let me tell you another theory. And this is actually not a theory; it's a fact. Kids are taught the globe and to believe into the globe and to accept the globe as preordinately true at a moment in their life where they don't have the ability to scrutinize the data. They have to take the proposition on faith from an authority figure, usually a paternal figure, that gives them that authority and then gives them the authority through the school by proxy, and they're told whatever as at school you need to believe. And these kids are given the globe as a philosophical belief statement. And therefore, in the future, when it comes time to challenge the globe, they go back to how they learned it. They learned it from authority. And so most people get into their feelings about they want a competent authority that they can trust to tell them that it's not a globe. Right? So we know it's in the category of philosophy, and we know it's in the category of a proposition you accepted on faith. Like, that's the majority of humanity.
Yeah.
I'm offended on behalf of all women that you said paternal. Why couldn't it be maternal?
You sound a little muffled, CB.
Okay, that's probably good, by the way.
Damn.
Come on, then go some balls and get your laptop destroyed again. You don't have to fucking talk in the closet, man.
Wait, grow some balls? I'm offended on behalf of all women.
Oh God. So I just want to read this to dude, right? So what AI said is kids are taught in an impressionable age that the earth is a ball, but that isn't how they believed it previously. Now you might not remember when you were 4 or 6, but they've actually studied children to see what they believed the shape of the earth of the earth is.
Yeah.
At the ages of 4 and 6, they think it's flat. Okay.
Yep.
So I'm going to read a peer-reviewed paper. Scientists respond to anomalous data from the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, right? So Vesno and Brewer have provided evidence for peripheral theory change in children's beliefs about the shape of the earth. They discovered that young children ages 4 to 6 tend to have a flat earth theory of the shape of the earth. Then when young children are told by adults that the earth is round, they are faced with anomalous information. Many of the children account for this anomalous information by making peripheral changes to their flat earth view. Some of the children interpret the data from adults to indicate that the earth is a flat disk, while other children adopt a two earth theory in which there's a flat earth on which we live and a round earth up in space. Both of these account for anomalous information about the earth being round, but leave the basic flat earth belief intact. Now, like you, me, and everybody else in the chat, if we weren't told, we would never come to the conclusion that the earth is a ball on our own. It is given to us by other people.
Mm-hmm.
And as such, it's just a belief. Without any primary information or experience, and coming from third-party strangers, it's just a belief, and that's all we'll ever be. So you had another dude that came in, kids should be trans, or tell kids to be trans. He comes in and he asks us, why do you believe the earth is flat? When that's the diametric opposite of the situation. So we experience a flat motion on this earth. The globe earth is the belief, because there is no primary information that anybody has from sense data that it's round. The best anybody can do is go, look at that screen, look at that picture in a book. Which is kind of weird, because, like, what did people do before that? What did everybody do 400 years before that? People come go, oh, show me a picture of the flat earth. That's where their brain is at, right? If they see a picture, then it's true.
Also, just trying to, I suppose, examine where the experiential things that I've been told indicated is global. How does a horizon work?
That's right. What do you mean work? How does it work?
Like, if you look at like you're sitting on a beach and you see a ship going, you see it drop, the bow of the ship dropping.
Yeah, the horizon doesn't work, dude.
Okay, first of all.
So is that like a visual thing?
Yeah, that's a visual effect, okay? Not observed every time, it's only observed rarely. I say rarely, because I've never seen it, and I've been at the ocean. And if it was an actual thing that happened every single time a ship sailed away, there'd be tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands or millions of photographs of it. But there's only a handful of videos showing this. And hold on, let me finish. And we can demonstrate the same visual phenomenon on a flat surface. On a surface we know is flat. Right? It'll look the same way. There'll be a horizon. The boat will appear to be cut off slowly at the bottom, and then more and more and more, and then it'll disappear. And this will happen on a flat surface. Now, people just think that on a flat surface this is impossible, it can't happen. It can happen, and it does happen, because we've been tested. We've tested it. You test it yourself. Because, check this out. So, if your eye level is parallel to a table, right, you can't see the surface of the table.
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
Now, what if you picked your eye up right above the parallel, just enough so that the angle is that you could only see half the surface of the table, but it wasn't a great enough angle so that you could see the full table. Where you saw the table, where you still seen that you could see half the table, and there's more table afterwards, even though tables are flat, you'd see a sharp dividing line, right? The horizon's not the edge of something; it's just an optical effect. In the horizon, we know from observation, it moves around day to day. It moves around sometimes in the same day. So one minute you look, it'll be 6 miles away, and then it'll be fucking 5 miles away, and then it'll be 10 miles away, and then it'll be 3 miles away, and then it'll be 10 miles away, right? It actually moves around visually.
Okay.
So that means whatever you're looking at can't be just like the geometric figure of that thing, right? There has to be some other phenomenon happening which makes it change in appearance. Unless you think the ground is changing in size, if it's purely geometric, that means the geometry would have to change, where the horizon is. But I don't think anybody thinks that the geometry of the Earth is changing during the course of a day, right? So that means the phenomenon has to be optical. Because the only thing that does change is the weather.
Mm-hmm. Okay, my only other question would be, I've seen footage of people signing up weather balloons. It looks slightly curved
So
in
yeah,
those videos.
hold on though,
What
bro. You
causes
understand that part though, right? About the horizon and stuff. Like, so your story is that boats go over the horizon at a certain distance, right? Like a geometric horizon, right? And it doesn't work. Like
Don't say
at
that.
all.
I've seen it look like that.
You've seen what work like that?
I've seen boats go over what appears to be a visual horizon.
At the geometric spot that it's supposed to go over?
I've never measured it. So, no, I can't say that.
Well, that's what we're saying to you, right? That
You
it
think if
doesn't
you
work.
if you think you went to the beach 100 days in a row, that you would see a boat sailing away, doing the exact same thing, disappear the same way every day?
I don't know if it would or not.
Well, it won't. Certainly won't. Because, like I said, the horizon where it appears to be changes, even during the course of one day. It's dependent on the meteorological conditions of the day. Not the edge of the Earth, dude. It's not where the curve starts. Like I said, we can replicate this on a flat surface.
Okay, makes sense.
Yeah, it's just like people just like. This is another example of the third person point of view, right? Okay, let me give you an example. If I drew railroad tracks in a diagram, third person orthographic diagram, those railroad tracks would be parallel and they would never come together. But that's not how you see railroad tracks, is it? If you stand in railroad tracks, they do come together. They appear to converge, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what people think in one way, because they think about the world in one way, but not in the way they actually experience the world. Because it's how we're taught, right? We say, okay, what's the Earth look like? And everybody imagines what the Earth looks like from outside the Earth. A point of view they've never had.
So you're saying it's
now, why would someone say, if I go, what's the Earth look like? Why would they think of a point of view they've never had? Even though they've been on the Earth their entire life.
So you're saying it's like a form of cognitive dissonance, where you're holding one
I
view
mean, cognitive distance is a
simultaneously with
factor. I'm not going to deny that. But I'm just saying it's like we're conditioned through the education system to think about the world in a certain way. We're shown all these third-person point of view diagrams, and we don't experience the world as a third-person fucking point of view. We experience it in a first-person point of view.
Yeah, so it's kind of saying is you're saying most people hold a dissonance between the third person point of view taught and a first person point of view seen.
Yeah, what I'm saying is people make, what I'm trying to say is people make judgments about what they should or should not see, but their evaluation isn't based upon how vision works. It's based upon how they think it should work, based upon a third person abstract idea of what it should look like, right? So that they think, oh, okay, here's a third person point of view. I can draw a line between the observer, and I can draw it to the bottom of the boat. And if the Earth is flat, this line just goes straight to the bottom of the boat. Therefore, that person should see the bottom of the boat, no matter how far away it is on a flat Earth, because I can draw a line from their eyeball to the bottom of the boat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that thinking, that evaluation, has nothing to do with the way human vision works. Because there are angles that are so small we can't resolve them, right? So you think about headlights on a car. If the car's far enough away, you don't see two headlights, you see one light. And eventually, as the car gets closer, the angular separation from your point of view gets great enough so that you can resolve two distinct lights individually. But when that car was far away and you saw it as one light, there was still 6 feet between the headlights. It didn't just disappear. It was not there visually, but if I drew it in a diagram, that diagram would still show they're 6 feet apart. Right. So evaluations about what we should see from a third person idea don't work.
So what does work?
Evaluating the correct geometry. That there's angles that are too small for us to resolve. So when the surface of the Earth is at an angle that is smaller than the angle resolution in the eye, which is 0.02 degrees at best, you can't see any surface beyond that. And it just coincidentally, if you draw a diagram, right, or do the calculation, okay, if I'm 6 feet tall, my line of sight, when does my line of sight intersect the ground at 0.02 degrees? How far away is that spot? That spot is 3.25 miles. By some odd coincidence, and you tell me why this is, if I stick in the globe into a curve calculator, how far away is the horizon for a 6-foot man? It's 3.25 miles. Ain't that a weird coincidence? That the horizon distance is identical for a flat surface, considering angular resolution. In the globe surface, if I add refraction, there's 7/6 refraction that they use. It's the exact same place. That's just a weird coincidence. But the point I was trying to make is, okay, so your ground will intersect 3.25 miles away. Your line of sight will intersect the ground at an angle 0.02 degrees.
It's a nigger. It's a nigger. It's a nigger. It's
You're going to get banned off the server, you know that, right?
Nigger, 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 nigger.
There we go. Okay.
We're just trying to collect the evidence. So, so you can't say you made a mistake. So think about it like this. If I'm 6 feet tall, and I'm kind of spot 6 feet away from me, my line of sight intersects the ground at 45 degrees. Right? And if it's 12 feet away from me, my line of sight intersects the ground at 12.5 degrees. And we can keep doing this operation. So how far away does my line of sight intersect the ground at 0.02 degrees, which is the angular resolution of my eye? It's 3.25 miles away. Now, any any spot of ground further than that is beyond, is the angle is too small for my eye to resolve. So the ground is just going to appear to end because my line of sight is nearly parallel to the ground. And the angle covered by the ground is too small. No matter how far, no matter how much in absolute terms. It could be 1,000,000 miles. It could be 1,000,000 miles past the 3.20. That angle is still the same. Okay? The angle is determined by not like the absolute distance. So that's what makes a horizon geometrically. Now, where that horizon is in practical terms is determined by meteorological conditions. It's not really determined solely by like the angle resolution of the eye or anything like that. So the meteorological conditions will make the horizon appear further, closer. Sometimes the horizon will be a Fata Morgana, where the surface of the ocean is reflecting the sky, so the horizon will appear closer than normally would. So the horizon is completely optical.
Okay. It's optical.
It's almost optical.
Yeah, for example, what else could it be? Think about it this way, friend. You claim there's a globe, not you particularly, the royal you, right? And then you go out and you say the horizon's a physical edge of a globe and it blocks things. Well, if that's the case and the globe is 3,959 miles in circumference, then that means that blockage is at a location. The problem is we have numerous, in fact hundreds, in fact thousands of observations of objects beyond that geometry. Now, the only way for that to be possible is if it's optical. Because if it's geometric, then in order for it to change throughout the day, the Earth would have to change size. We know that's not happening. So it's in the category of optics, period, no matter what you believe about the shape of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if the globe model predicts I see a horizon 1 mile away, and it's 10 miles away, what does that mean?
I don't know. If you're standing on a dock, the horizon ends at about 3 miles.
Sometimes.
Sometimes. I mean, you were just talking about like math and numbers and stuff. Like, so do these numbers only work sometimes?
But that's what we're trying to tell you. The math doesn't match reality. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
It says who?
It says observation. I'll post
observations made by
I'll show you. I'll show you. Me. I'm not going to show you mine.
Oh man, you just stepped in it, Holmes.
So you personally?
I personally watched a boat sail to 30 miles away from 6 miles.
Well, then you're the exception, not the rule. People can't know.
How do you know that?
Far.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
There's a lot of reasons. People lie a lot on the server. Like you were talking about like a physicist earlier. Like it sounded like that guy who said he was a physicist like wasn't a physicist.
He was an
People like to lie. Yeah.
No, he definitely is.
I feel like an astrophysicist would have ran circles around you.
Yeah, you can feel whatever.
Like, the fact that you won the debate is like reflective of him not knowing stuff.
We never said we won any debates with him, dude. We said he didn't know the cosmic distance ladder's first rung. That's what we said.
Yeah, sounds like you guys won.
Facts, obviously. This is common, though, when people say, well, you should just talk to this smart person, and then they don't know anything. Then you throw that very person that you thought was smart under the bus. Well, he did. Why did you choose him?
Yeah. Let me just stop for a second. Hold on. Before you give your observation, I just want to help this guy parse out the thing. It's commonly known among the globe Earth versus flat Earth debate circuit or apologetic circuit or debunk video circuit. Well known, and this is coming from Glober videos that you can go search up, that they themselves will post numerous observations that supersede the globe geometry. And then they will give excuses of why it's the case. That means that they, being globe apologists, globe proponents attempting to debunk flat Earth, admit and concede that there are countless observations that supersede the globe geometry. So the fact that you would deny that, bro, I don't know, it's on you. Go ahead and show them the evidence.
Like, if you can see 30 miles out from sea level, you're not seeing the whole object. You're just seeing elevated things like mountaintops, tall buildings, or the tops of ships.
I've seen the entire ship. I watched it for 3.5 hours. Don't tell me what I saw, dude.
Okay. I'm sorry that my comments have offended you based off your own personal experience.
Yeah, you're trying to tell me what my personal experience was. Were you there?
I used the word might.
Hey, bro, we have an episode with Danny Faulkner and Mr. Indio, who you just heard, in which Mr. Faulkner brings his own observations at that range and critiques Indio's observations at that range, and recognizes that Indio made the observations and attempts to give globe apologetics for why those observations that supersede the geometry are possible, just like I just explained to you not a minute ago. Now, Danny Faulkner, by the way,
PhD in astronomy and a master's in physics.
And he's a proponent of an apologetics forum, right? Where he apologetics are for Christianity, but he also apologetics against flat Earth. So he's a hostile witness.
I mean,
and that's just one guy, dude.
If you could see the bottom of a ship from 30 miles away, that would mean not only the Earth is flat, it would also mean that light travels in perfectly straight lines, but that's not what we observe anywhere else in physics or optics.
Oh, yeah, that's
referenced several times.
You're just making shit up, dude.
It's like either you saw a mirror.
You're making shit up. You're not gonna hold on, dude. You're not gonna bamboozle us. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You came to the wrong place to bluff.
I'm not bluffing.
You are bluffing.
Okay, but I want
What am I bluffing about?
Yeah, you're bluffing hard, but before we out bluff your bluff, I just want to point out that you caveated that.
Is that an admission that you're lying?
Hold on, brother. You caveated what you said, that the only way that the Earth would be flat from an observation is if you see the entirety of an object. Why is that the case? Why do you have to see all the way from the top all the way to the bottom? Why? What if you can see 90% of the thing and it supersedes the globe geometry by 2 orders of magnitude? So in your worldview, it would still be a globe? How does that make sense?
That's a great question.
It is, isn't it? Let me tell you why it's a great question. Because you're always going to appeal to magic light curving. So why isn't it the case that your magic curved light can't show you the bottom of the object? That's a problem for your worldview, not for the flat Earth.
Yeah, if light doesn't go straight, how does laser targeting work?
Okay, so like what question do you want an answer to first?
Yeah, I want an answer to if light only goes straight according to physics. How does laser targeting work?
So are you saying that like are you saying that
No, don't ask me a question. Answer mine. How does laser targeting work if light don't go straight? You know,
Laser
airplanes have
targeting
lasers
doesn't
on them and shoot and kill things, right? They use a laser to target, right? To illuminate them. Actually, they follow the illumination, right? And drop a JDAM on it and blow it up.
Okay. I mean, you don't think that's like a bit of like a contradiction? What you just said?
What are you talking about?
You think your question is a gotcha, but you're really just contradicting yourself, aren't you?
You're just going meta now because you don't have an answer. Your good little tricks and gimmicks that might work in the other channels won't work in here.
Yep. So let me give you a gotcha back at you, Holmes. So if light is always going in curvilinear paths, then how do you know that the disappearance of the bottom of the object is the globe Earth cutting it off, or if it's just light taking a variable path? How do you know the difference? Go ahead, let us know.
I mean, you were referencing like optics earlier. Like,
that wasn't the question, dude. The question was, you think that when you look out what you're seeing is informing you the Earth's a globe. I'm asking you, how do you know that what it's doing is informing you the Earth is a globe, and that it's not just informing you of a flat Earth with curvilinear variable light paths? How do you know? Go ahead, please.
So, do you think light curves or not?
No, dude. I'm critiquing your worldview. You're supposed to be answering the question, not supposed to be asking me.
Yeah, I understand you're using like a rhetorical strategy to keep me on the defensive to like win a debate, but I'm actually
I don't. I just want you to answer. I want to know how you parse out the difference with an observation, dude. That's all. I'm not trying to do anything more than to get you to give a metric of how you determine that what you're looking at informs you it's a globe. Go ahead.
because they're you can see it, dude.
Oh, wow. You can see a globe when you look. Oh, when I go outside this front door, am I going to see a globe?
If you stand on a dock and you look out into the horizon and you watch like a boat go away from you.
Okay, stop right there. Stop right there. I agree with you. You watch a boat go away. How does that inform you that the Earth is a globe, and it doesn't inform you that the Earth is flat with variable light paths?
Because the boat will always disappear from the bottom up.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not the universal observation.
Okay.
So
And why do you think that's not always true?
India already told you, dude.
Yeah,
the variableness of atmospheric conditions. Go ahead.
Well, I've observed it not to happen. I'm going to post all the shit in the chat because I'm sick of this shit. Y'all are just full of shit.
Let me tell you why.
The fact that it ever disappears from the bottom up at all proves curvature.
No, dude. No, it doesn't, dude. Because you couldn't parse out whether it proves light is curving or whether it proves the Earth is curving. So you have no claim.
On a flat Earth, that should never happen, no matter the conditions.
Wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong, sir.
Like under certain conditions, like rough water and poor visibility, like
no, dude. I just asked a simple question. Yeah, simple question. Yes or no? Do you have an angular field of view?
Oh, do I?
Yes, the answer is yes.
Okay.
All lensed optics, with the exclusion of a very few, which are specifically engineered to be otherwise, have an angular field of view, dude. That's the common optic. Angular fields of view have limited packet angles that they can resolve. They have an angular resolving limit. And the way that goes is as it gets closer and closer to the critical angle, the interference of the wavelengths of the lights takes off hyperbolically, which means there's a hyperbolic loss at the critical angle. Now, if you don't understand what I just said, you can go watch some Walter Lewin free MIT lectures and learn up about that, and he'll explain it to you. But yeah, that's what happens. And so as it approaches the critical angle, you're going to have dramatic losses from the bottom of the object because that's what's directly in front of you. That's just physics, dude. That's not even about the shape of the Earth. So if the Earth was a globe, what I just said would still be happening, regardless.
Regardless? Always?
Yeah. Always, dude. I mean, unless you could switch on the fly. Hold on, Frank. Unless you could switch on the fly from angular field of view to non-angular field of view at the same optic, which you can't. So good luck with that.
So I don't know why you keep saying always. I just posted in the chat.
Yeah,
my observation.
Okay.
This is 30 miles. I have the ship tracked by marine radar. Coordinates are in the screenshot. It's if you want the compass setting, I can post that too. Okay.
Yeah, distorted.
The ships start disappearing at 6 miles away.
Okay.
It is 30 miles away.
Your anecdotal evidence. Your anecdotal evidence is weak.
Not an anecdote. I recorded it. It's not anecdotal. I recorded it.
A single recording doesn't mean anything. If I sat here and cited like NASA recordings, you would just say they're all fake. So why should I trust your recordings?
Well, because they make outrageous claims.
Okay, I think you're making outrageous claims. Outrageous is
I'm not.
a subjective term.
But I'm not.
You are.
But I'm not. It's not outrageous because observations are the same thing.
Let me help you out. Let me help this kid out. So, Mr. Indio, from what we gather, from what he presented, is he's presenting a personal experience. I, Mr. Indio, went to the lake and the ocean, he said, and I filmed this boat doing such and such. Now, you, Mr. The One, are not speaking from personal experience. You're speaking from rhetoric that you've been told. So clearly, Mr. Indio has a higher truth claim than you. You may not agree, but on the merits of the quality of the content of the claim itself, he has firsthand experience. You don't. So the way to solve this for yourself, Mr. One, is to go out and do what he said he did and witness it with your own two eyes and be forever changed.
So the only way to like believe something is to go out and like see it with your own two eyes.
No, bro. I'll let Indio take this one. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's how you know something. I believe something.
Okay.
We think you don't know the things you experience? Well, you might want to check yourself into an institution then.
What about like astronauts who've like literally
What
seen
about 'em?
like the curvature of the Earth themselves?
What about the ones that say the Earth looks flat and beautiful?
That the Earth. I'd love to hear from an astronaut that says the Earth is flat. That'd be very fun.
Okay, are you going to be a flat earther then once you see it?
No.
Yeah, that's
But
what I thought.
I would.
Because you don't actually have a standard. You don't have a standard, dude. You actually don't have an evidentiary standard. You don't have one. You just proved it.
I would speculate that even if you like are gonna cite like a real astronaut who says the Earth is flat, that the astronaut in question probably has like schizophrenia or something. I'm just interested to know if you actually have
now
that.
he has a mental disorder.
A lot of the time, people that like argue like this or believe the kind of stuff you do, they like get really.
Oh, nice. So now we're going to go meta and gossip. Yeah, these tactics won't work, dude.
They get like flustered and they
change the
like,
subject.
back off.
All right.
Trying to
So
change the
Mr.
subject.
One, yeah, Mr. One, we've apprised the situation. So here we go. So you're speaking from rhetoric that you've been told. You're not speaking from personal experience. You're speaking about people rather than the arguments and the content of the proof. Whereas Mr. Indio is speaking from first-hand knowledge of what he saw. So when are you going to step up to the plate and get out of the head games and actually get into the real world?
So like, your own perception is only human. So, you know,
Hey, who cares? Hold on, let me ask you this question. Did iPhone create a new iPhone that takes pictures from your eyeballs?
I'm sorry, which one of you am I arguing with?
No, I'm just asking, did iPhone create a new technology that I didn't know about where you can jack it into your stomach port and it'll actually take pictures from your eyeballs rather than from the phone?
Because
Mr. Indio presented you.
I'd much rather argue with the Indio guy than
Make sure to reach
you.
my rectum.
Hey, listen, the one, bro, this is a panel show. There's multiple people here. If you want to do a one-on-one with Indio, sure, request it, and if he's obliged, we'll accommodate you.
Not necessarily like a one-on-one, but it's just kind of annoying.
I do, yes, I do understand. I do understand that it's annoying for me to cut in with my insightful and absolutely destructive commentary.
You're not cutting in.
Yeah, listen, dude. Yes, I cut in.
You sort of took over for him.
Whatever, dude. Yeah, I took over, dude. That's why I yielded to him. We back and forth. You're still talking about us, dude. See what I said? Dude, me and India have been doing it for a long time, bro. We know how to tango.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, that's why you have. That's why you have demonstrated. That's why you have like this laundry list of like memorized facts.
Oh, you mean asking you to prove? You mean asking you to prove your case? That's a laundry list of memorized quotes to go to.
Yeah, you have a lot of memorized canned responses because it's like you said, you've had this argument a lot. You've heard a lot of different points, so you've memorized the counterpoints.
What's wrong with that? You say that like that's a bad thing.
It's not good or bad. It's just how it is.
Right. So then why are you talking about it and you're still talking about us and our tactics rather than the merits of your point?
It's just that like when you have it's important to like
you're still gonna talk about so the one let me help you out. Let me help you out, brother. This is where you either ask questions about what we've done or you present your evidence of your claims. Those are the options.
When I ask
think.
questions, you're like,
Or you
no,
just fucking
I'm
go
the
on
one
mute,
asking the
dude.
questions. Like this, it shouldn't be like you're just yelling over me.
Enough with the
90% of
meta
time.
bullshit, dude. Find some evidence.
Okay. Google NASA. Let's talk about NASA.
What's that evidence of? What's that evidence of?
Come on, you know. Don't play dumb.
No. Tell me. Be specific. What's that evidence of?
What are we talking about?
And yeah, I'm asking you.
You're asking leading questions because you want to make a point. Just make the point.
What's the evidence of?
Yeah,
Me Googling NASA. What's NASA.gov evidence of?
That the Earth is
fraud and abuse. Waste, fraud, and abuse.
Well, yeah, in what
I mean,
way
you
is it
don't have to do
evidence the
NASA.
Earth
You
is
can
round?
like Google. You can Google like space.
In what way is it evidence the Earth is round?
Because it's pictures.
Okay, so as far as I can tell, there's some people, they said the Earth is round, therefore the Earth is round.
Some people? Is it some people, or is it the overwhelming majority of the scientific community and astrophysicists?
How do you know it's the majority?
Everyone?
Who took that survey?
I understand the point you're trying to make, but if that's
And even
not
if it was
true,
the majority,
how do you know that
there's no truth value in that
is valid?
Okay, there's no truth.
If nothing can be used to verify or appeal to,
You haven't presented anything to verify. You haven't presented anything to verify. I did.
Look up like pictures of the Earth from space.
Oh yeah, how did you verify those? How do we verify those?
Why do they have to be verified?
You just said it. They need to be verified.
I didn't say they need to be verified.
Holy crap! India. Why does your picture of the boat at the Boston Harbor need to be verified?
Yeah, they're just anecdotal pictures from space, bro.
Okay.
Like I said, you don't actually have any standard of evidence. Just what you'll say anything to go against flat Earth. Fucking anything.
You think pictures of space are just anecdotes. That's
I don't know they're pictures from space. I don't know they're pictures from the Earth. I have no way of knowing.
You went from like appealing to direct visual evidence, and now you're rejecting direct visual evidence.
I have no idea. How is it direct visual evidence?
It's a picture, the same way that video you took is a picture.
How do I know that? I have no way to evaluate those images because I've never seen it. No, okay, how?
You've got two eyeballs. They work, don't they?
How? Yeah, how?
You've got eyeballs. Use them.
Yeah, and I look at that picture, and what am I comparing it to?
Why does there need to be a comparative picture?
That's how you evaluate. Wow. You are a dumbest fuck in this chat right now, dude.
Oh, idiot. I got an idea.
All evidence anecdotal is a way to avoid dealing with real data. If you dismiss every photo and map and video as fake, then you're not doing science. You're just doing some weird, like, flat Earth religion.
Yeah, straw manning our position is not doing debate either.
Like, if space photos are fake, then, like, so is satellite TV.
Hey, Mr. One. Hey, Mr. One.
Imaging. You'd have to explain how all those...
Let me ask you a question.
You're just muted because you're not going to sit here and narrate, dude. It's not going to happen.
I was going to ask him what scientific publication accepts photos as prima facie evidence of anything.
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? I'd love for him to answer. Go ahead, answer that question, bro.
Answer what question? You can Google the question.
Oh, go ahead. You ask it. I'm busy.
Yeah, what scientific journal accepts photos as prima facie evidence of the claim?
So you guys have gotten
answer the fucking question.
Used to asking a series of questions and.
Answer the question, dude. Fucking get scalping, pussy.
Oh, go ahead.
Answer the question.
Muting and getting emotional is...
Answer the question. Being rude and ignoring the people talking to you is not acceptable.
No. Having to mute someone, especially...
Let me help you out, bro.
You're muted again, dude.
Yeah, so leave my mute for a second. So the reason why that question is relevant It's because you accused us of not accepting scientific standards and of not accepting photos as evidence of something. So I returned it around to you to meld those two together from your own worldview and say, what scientific establishment, publication, or journal, specifically what Indio asked you, will accept photos as prima facie evidence of a claim? So that's relevant to what you accused us of. So you should be able to answer that. Because if it's the case that we should accept it, then that means the scientific community should accept it. So do they? That's what you were asked. And if you don't know the answer to that question, maybe you should go find out.
I can tell you where to look, too. So we're going to try this again. If you go meta again, you're going to be muted again. So answer the question. Now, we're going to review again for the third fucking time. AI, we're counting what you said. You said we don't accept pictures. Prima facie scientific evidence. Okay? And he's asking you, does the scientific community do that? Do they?
Oh, I'm unmuted. What was the question?
Yeah, you're just banned. Fuck you.
Oh, newsflash to everyone listening that has mod perms. They recently changed, and by recently I mean today. There's no longer a ... commands. You have to use the apps commands, but I'm not sure if our perms were updated yet. So you have to click in their server profile, go to the little apps thing, and it'll give you a menu of whether or not you can ban people or not. But I don't think we've been updated yet.
Yeah,
all right, primer over. Yeah, primer over. Return to the normally scheduled abusive programming. Yeah, so in the meantime, we just got to keep them on mute, basically.
Yeah, fuck. Why'd they do that, man?
I think because it's much easier on their end. It's like it's something within the Discord platform that they can turn on or off. They don't have to have a bot doing it. So I don't know. Maybe it's a new Discord thing because it's under this thing called apps. When you open the person's profile, it's no longer under manage user or on the side. So there's probably a ban type bot in the Discord platform now.
Oh, I just figured out what this dude's problem is.
To answer your guys' question, I think
go ahead.
there's some scientific journals that would accept photos of like microscopic, like blood slides and stuff like that as prima facie evidence.
They do, but they just don't accept it alone. You just can't go, here's some photos, and that's it. Don't work that way.
Obviously not. They have to be accompanied by like an article. And
Okay, so if you look like the submission photos, the image submission guidelines for the journal Nature, it's easy. You can just go look them up. They have to be unaltered, completely fucking unedited. They can't be touched in any way, shape, or form. Okay, so there's a whole bunch. You have to have the raw shit available for them at a fucking whim, right? Plus, there has to be other stuff. You have to give them the method on how you took the picture, all the particulars about the fucking camera and how the image was generated, yada, yada, yada. They just don't go, here, look at this. Looks like ball. Earth, ball.
That's true. You even have to tell them like what is captured in the photo, and they just verify it.
Yeah, you got how you capture it, right? Because there's been a lot of fraud in image generation in journals.
Yeah, you know what I want? You know what I want, Indio? I want a photo from a three-dimensional location relative to the Earth that's validated from the stars of its coordinates relative to the Earth, so that you can validate the location of the apparatus taking the photo. Ever seen one of those?
Good luck.
The answer is no, you haven't. In fact, they go to great lengths to remove the stars from these photos. Isn't that weird? Very weird indeed.
They do sometimes try to say, here's a space image where they took a picture of like the stars, but you can never see anything in reference to them, right? It's just like either like we took these pictures of stars from space, but it's never like with any reference object.
Exactly. That's the point. So not only did nobody ever go to the third person point of view to look back at the objects in question, to view them in the way in which they're presented in a book, but they've never seen any of these objects in a way in which they could be coordinated or 3D relationship to each other. So not only have they not seen the object in particular itself, but they haven't seen the coordination of the other objects to refer where they are in relation to each other. That vantage point doesn't exist. The only place you can even begin to think to see that is in a cartoon on a book or on a screen or something you drew by hand. Nobody's ever witnessed any of this stuff. And only less than 20 people in the history of mankind have ever even allegedly claimed to have been to a location to witness two of the bodies. Two bodies. But yet they want to tell you about 12 bodies or 9 bodies in our alleged solar system, and then they want to tell you about 1 million bodies swirling around us like they know where they all are relative to each other, and they can put it in a picture. Nobody has that information or vantage point. None of the craft we have even have that vantage point. None of the craft we've ever sent out have even sent us a validation of any of those vantage points. It's nowhere but in artist renditions. Nowhere. It's literally artwork.
Well, notice what the guy did when he was challenged on what's the method of evaluation for an image like that, right? When he faced, the inability to provide any method by which you can evaluate them, he immediately went to, well, if you're just going to say that everything's fake, well, we hadn't even got to that part. We hadn't even got to the part of evaluating whether it's real or fake. You're left in limbo. You don't have any way to say whether it's real or fake. Well, there is. We can provide that, right? Because if it's showing curving oceans and we can show that the oceans aren't curving from the surface, then we know that image isn't real. But that's another story, right?
Well, I mean, isn't that the whole story, actually? The whole story is whether or not the Earth is actually what is being portrayed in the image, right? So, for example, my son, or somebody else's kid might get a GoPro, and they might go to the skate park and bring back some footage. And let's say you look at the footage and you show it to your uncle who came over, and you're like, "Look at this footage of the skate park." He's like, "That's not the skate park. That's a curved image." Or he might say, "Wow, I didn't know they made curved skate parks." See the problem?
Yeah. So,
you could make the positive. You can make the positive negation or the negative negation. But either way, the only way to know for sure is to actually go to the skate park. Now, there is rationality you could apply. Like, you understand they don't make skate parks like that, and there's a camera curve and all that. But if somebody's staunch in their claim, the way to definitively arbitrate it is just say, here's the skate park. The bottom surface of the skate park is flat. The ramps are curved. Okay?
So T-Dog, what you said is like kind of ironic, right? He went to like, oh, if we try to evaluate it, it's Aiken is saying it's fake. Well, saying it's fake without evaluation and saying it's real without evaluation is the same thing. It's literally the same thing. It's drawing a conclusion with no evidence.
Yeah, exactly. That's why for someone like him in that situation, he's left in limbo. He has no way of saying whether it's real or fake. And he was in that moment, with that statement, he was basically conceding that he just has a trust, he just has a faith, a belief in this, in a picture that a stranger showed him, and a story that's tagged with it.
Well, I looked at his roles in Zoomer Atheists were a couple of them. So. But I called it. The dude had no standard. How many times did he flip the standard? Like 5 different times, dude. I want to apply standard X to flat Earth, but we don't apply standard X to the globe.
Well, if they didn't have double standards, they wouldn't have any standards at all.
Well, my thing is, the double standards means you have no standard.
Yeah, double standards are cooked, bro. Double standards.
Because he was like, there's astronauts that say the Earth is round. Okay, here's one that says it's fake. Well, he must be a schizophrenic.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The guy we talked to before, I don't know who that was, but he said, oh, if you talk to an astrophysicist, they run circles around you. Okay, we did talk to astrophysicists. Oh, well, not that one. He wasn't good enough. Okay. There's not an exact name for the syndrome, but when they throw the very same experts they put on a pedestal under the bus, something's off. That's weird. Like, didn't you just say that was the guy?
It wasn't enough guys, apparently, because then he went to the majority of scientists think the Earth is round. So,
oh, classic.
But he didn't say how he knew it was the majority, so we can't even take that at face value. But then, if we said, hey, the majority of scientists think the Earth is flat, what is he going to flip sides when he finds out what the fucking scientist count is? Oh, it's 51% the other way. Well, I'm switching sides. Imagine that. Like that would ever happen.
Yeah, they don't have that. That's a weird double standard. They just don't apply the same standards across the board, or the amount of rigor they want to apply to flat Earth or flat earthers. Oh, well, how do you know that's true? Can you prove that's true? Okay, well, did you do any of that with your globe, dude? No, you just accept the things off rip. So I find that funny when they apply a bunch of rigor over here that they don't apply to their own worldview.
I love that when they say photos from space, except we've been faking photographs since day one.
Oh, yeah. There's that meme in 24/7 where it's a picture of just taking a picture of a field, and then it's like a picture of like the planets and stuff in outer space. And it's like, yeah, look at that. Amazing. When it comes to the planets, and then it's like a picture of the field. It's like, how do you know it's real? It's like, what the fuck, dude? Come on, man. You accept this shit off rip if it's, James Webb, but we take a picture of a field with a mountain in the back. You're like, I don't know, that might be fake. Like, all right, dude, you guys are funny, dude.
In the chat.
Right, as if seeing a mountain across a field is, like an extraordinary claim.
Right. Or this comes up when, like, you present the black swan and they'll be like, how do you know those numbers are real? It's like, wait, what? What? You don't.
CGI.
Yeah, it's like, wait a minute, dude. They say the sun's 93 million miles away. You're like, yep, cool, checks out. And then we go, here's 2 rigs up the coast of California. I don't know, those numbers might be fake. It's like, you guys are a fucking, you're a mess.
That's why I like
the best part, TV. Real quick, the best part, TV, is you get those numbers off of the Google Maps, right?
Right.
And that they just previously, not 3 minutes ago in the convo, said Google Maps is accurate, 100%.
Yeah. Yeah, Google Maps, that's the map of the Earth. Okay, well, here's 2 rigs off the coast of California. Fake. It's like, dude, come on, man. I thought we were the conspiracy guys. What are you doing?
Yeah, but that's why I like Xanax, because like his bullshit is like the diametrically opposite of like the normie Glover. So Zanuck won't say the oil rigs are fake. He just will. He'll lean into it and say, "Oh, I went kayaking near those oil rigs." He's literally said that shit, dude. That he kayaked near the oil rigs, bro.
Really?
Zanuck is out there. He said that hold on, dude. He said that they did his teachers showed him the 7 million clips, and they did a simulation of it in 9th grade in the classroom. Like, bro, you can't get the fuck out of here.
That's cap.
Do you remember there's some kind of deck or something where supposedly there's an image of a seal on the deck? And I believe that's what prompted him to talk about the kayaking. He's like, yeah, I was kayaking there, and the seal was like hanging out with me.
Bro.
Yeah, that's right. There's a bunch of seals.
Well, why is that relevant? Before you go on, why is that relevant? Because you can see to the very bottom of the flotation platform that's on the surface of the water. That means you could see the entire rig. And now these morons want to claim, well, it's way too far to be seen, and the horizon's way too far, but I can't see the bottom of the rig. Earth's still a globe.
Yeah, that last guy said that. Oh, well, if it's flat, then it must be like this. Since it's not like this, it's not flat. It's like, you're only debunking a ghost, dude, that you created. Right. God, I hate that.
Yeah, that's a bummer, man.
Dude, this day is like say anything day. That's what.
Yeah. They'll say anything syndrome for sure.
Well, I mean, it is.
Wait, isn't it Speculation Sunday?
Yeah.
Jinx!
Only if you live in Hawaii is it Speculation Sunday.
No, it's Sun. Oh, wait. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Oh, aloha.
What about Alaska?
Aloha.
Oh yeah, I guess you could live in the freaking Ocean Islands.
Oh, speaking of that, I had a very important question to ask CB.
Oh, here we go. Better talk to me nicely. What's up,
CB? Do you prefer Hold on. Do you prefer e-girls or i-ladies?
What was the second one?
I-ladies.
What the fuck is that?
I-ladies nuts on your chin.
You're not allowed to make jokes like that anymore. You're not allowed to make jokes like that anymore, dude. I'm reporting you, bro. Dude, man, I'm tired of people being soft, man. What the fuck's going on, AI? We need to talk to these people. We'll talk it back chat some shit. We'll talk it back chat, man. We got a soft society out here, bro. We need people to toughen up a little bit. And by the way, e-girls are dope. I'll definitely smash e-girls.
Dude, I can't wait to pull the one ligma on a Glober. It's gonna be great.
Bruh, I'm reporting you, bro. Don't do that. I'm reporting you. Too funny.
I wonder how many times this EC has been reported.
Bro. Hey, I'm still calling random 304s, just so you know. Oh, man.
Well, I mean, you could technically do whatever you want.
The facts. Bro, we told Jenna that to her face, and no one had any problem with that, bro. I didn't even say anything about those two girls earlier, and they're like, oh my God! Like, bro, come on now.
Dude, it's just saying, man. If you throw a rock into a pack of dogs, the one that yelps is the one that you hit. If you say a bunch of 304s, then they start whining, they're a 304.
Bro, oh, damn! I'll have to clip that out. Nah, dude,
I
that's
don't know,
funny.
CB, as a sage advice giver, if you know my track record, I suggest you don't pursue that train of thought.
Dude, like, you know what's so funny, bro?
If you're in a room full of women and you're like, if you're in a room full of women and you're like, some women are whores, and one's like, no, I'm not. Like, fucking, that's the whore.
Yeah. Well, I'll have to remind that to some people here, maybe. But, listen, man. No one even knew what that meant like 2 months ago. Now everyone wants to tell me what it means. Like, all right, bro.
What, 304?
What's going
No one knew
on,
what 304 meant? That's been
Hell
out for years.
no. People still ask me all the time, what's a 304? It's like, yeah,
That's been
man.
around. Well, I mean, I'm an old guy, old guy. That's like leet speak on the internet going way back.
Yeah.
So you know what leet speak is, right? It's like you fucking 304. It's like, you type in all different characters to make the same word, but with different characters.
Yeah.
It's actually a leet speak conversion. So that goes like way back to like fucking late 90s.
I know. We got some people that got mad about it because I said 304. They're like, oh my god, that's offensive. It's like, bro, we've been telling Jenna to her face you're a 304, and no one said anything, bro. Like, come on, man.
What's
an EOA? What's an EOA? Because isn't it like 1,337?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. What's an EOA then?
I hear you, AI, but like, bro, this fucking this like pick and choosing shit's annoying. It's fine when we call Flatsy a sandwich maker, and then indirectly we say sandwich makers. They're like, oh my god, how dare you?
Well, CB, let me give you a word of advice, okay? Usually when I have to give people words of advice, it's for a specific reason, which I'll tell you in the back chat. However, what you should do from your own worldview is just take it as a W. Because from your worldview, certain people are going to react that way for certain reasons, and for that reaction to happen, validate your claims about that worldview. So you should just take it as a W, and to try to convince them that you've won is irrelevant from your own worldview. So the only way to win is to ignore the fact that you have to be under the stricture as a W.
Yeah, it's some jujitsu right there. I see what you're doing.
However, if you continue to complain about it, you'll be giving yourself an L.
I hear you. I'm not really
The only way to win is to just ignore it, right?
Yeah. I hear you. Jenna be on the mic. I'm like, hold on, 304. I'm like, no, it was fine. Everything was fine. And I said earlier today, I was like, man, I don't like listening to 304's talk. And they're like, oh my god, what the fuck? You're a misogynist.
All right, dude. You already said
Just
that.
saying, man. I'm just saying, man.
Say it 5 more times.
Some soft ass motherfuckers in here, bro.
The fun.
Well, I mean, dude, you could A, take my advice, or B, keep talking about it and see what happens.
All right.
There's your option.
Oh. I'm still saying it. But
well, good for you. Go for it.
I guess I can't say it to anyone 60 or above. That's fine. Those probably are the biggest.
I don't know, dude. I suggest you reread the back chats and reassess your situation of whether you want to do that or not.
All right, man. Well, if you can lay these nuts on my chin, then I can't say 304, bro. Come on, man.
That's right. That's right.
Fuck, man. That's some bullshit. That proves my point.
Dude, it's better for your point to be proven without you being involved, because then you're not in the crossfire, correct? I mean, how much more advice do I got to give you, dude?
More. Keep it coming, AI.
All right. Well, I got that kind of time, bro.
It's fine. I don't give a fuck, bro. Honestly, it's whatever.
Anyway, if you hear me scream, it's because I got electrocuted. I'm doing a little, roughed out electrical work here.
Nice. You're always doing some manly shit there, AI.
Holy shit, really? It's
actually, did I say manly? That's super offensive. I can't say manly.
I work all hours. I work 36-hour shifts, sleep 4 hours, work another 36-hour shift.
God damn, bro.
That's hardcore.
I would say that's manly, but I think that's kind of
now, my friends, my secret is consuming lethal doses of salt. That's my secret.
Oh.
That's not medical advice. Keep in mind, as a cyborg, I have different nutritional needs than humans.
Yeah, I would have just guessed that you're traveling in time to account for all that.
Hey, good news! I found my electrical tester. Now I don't have to lick the ends.
No, you're probably still going to taste them anyway.
I always think you're like
Yeah,
RoboCop. You know, like RoboCop would just eat baby food and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, very, very exotic diet.
Yeah, you ever touched 220?
No, but one time it came pretty close, bro.
Hasn't been 220 in 75 years.
What are you talking about? 220 volts?
240.
Or 240, yeah, 240.
I got hit with that once by accident.
It tickles.
Yeah, it tickled so much that I fucking jumped, and because I was underneath. It was a 240 hot plate, so I was underneath the cabinet, and I thought it was off. It wasn't off. Fucking shocked myself, and then I smashed my head in the fucking cabinet, and jumped, and I hurt myself more doing that than the fucking shock.
Oh my god!
Did you ever wiring a 200 amp at the service where you got the big wires? You know what I'm talking about?
No, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, the meter connections.
Yeah. I was like thinking to myself, okay, yes, that thing's shielded. Yes, that thing's shielded. But that thing and that thing, if my wrench just moves right there, I'm hitting it. I'm like, what? How does this even make sense, safe-wise?
I was trying to repair a fucking drying machine once. I opened it up, looked at the circuitry and shit like that, accidentally touched the fucking cables. I thought it was unplugged.
Oh, you hit 3-phase, dude? Oh my god.
Like,
was it
yeah,
3-phase?
I don't remember. It was a couple of years ago. But I lifted up the circuitry. It was kind of like it was on these wires that were kind of loose, you know. So I lifted up the board, kind of to take a look at it, and as I'm scanning it or whatever, I'm turning it around. The contacts touched my elbow, like it was out of my view, and I completed the circuit, and it fucking shocked me. It's like, fuck.
Well, the good news is 3-phase is only 208 volts.
Oh yeah, well, gee.
Yeah, thanks for the good news, buddy.
Saved like what, 10%? Nice discount. Yeah, fun times.
It's kind of electrocution. Fantastic. We get shocked at extra 30% of the cycle, so. Is there any global argument that goes beyond just trust them, bro? They said they went to space and took pictures. Just trust them, bro. It doesn't even trust me at this point. It's trust them.
Trust who? Like, who's doing shit?
Trust them, man. Trust them. They said they took pictures from space, man. Just trust them. You know why you should trust them? Because I trust them. Therefore, you should trust them. You should trust anybody I trust. That's their fucking brain power right there.
Hey, so I bought this remote control that terminates the the active breaker. Freaking sweet, dude.
How does that work?
That's a screwdriver.
Simple, dude. You connect it to the wire, and it sends a signal back to the breaker to pop. It's awesome.
So what, is it overload the breaker, or it just sends like a back current or something?
Yeah, it's like it's got. So what it is it's got a fulcrum, a bolt through it, 2 yellow handles, and then a bladed edge.
Cool, bro.
It's a snip.
Just stick a fork in the outlet. That'll fix it.
Now, is that with a metal handle or a wooden handle or a?
It's metal handle but coated.
I did something like that at my buddy's place. He wanted me to put in one of these Wi-Fi controlled light switches, and I didn't want to run up and down the stairs to the opposite end of the building to get to the electrical panel to figure out which one it is. So I just touched neutral to the hot, popped it.
Dude, I got one now. Maybe you have to solve this for me real quick. So I got one now where the light was disconnected by somebody who didn't keep track of everything. They reconnected it, and now when you turn the light off, it pops the GFCI at the panel when you turn it off. So you turn the breaker on, flip the switch on, everything's fine. Turn the switch off, it pops the GFCI breaker at the panel. Any clues?
Yeah, needs an electrician.
I think they got I think somewhere they got a ground and a neutral connected.
Yeah, chances are something like that screwed up.
So the GFI is probably what he said?
The what?
Or, did you say GFIs?
Yeah, so it's a GFCI.
Right? You're getting the red fault light?
Well, no, like whenever it's at the panel. It's like looks like a normal breaker. Looks like a normal double breaker. Yeah. And so when you turn it on, you then come upstairs, turn the light switch on. Nothing happens. Everything's fine. It'll stay on. But as soon as you turn it off, like the light switch off, it pops that breaker.
What the fuck?
Yeah, exactly.
Have you checked all the lines?
You know what?
The GFCI is installed properly?
I just thought of something. What if, in the down position, when it's in the off position, since it should be opening, not touching anything else. So screw that idea. I'm throwing that idea. I was about to say out. Forget it. Oh, what I was trying to say in a nutshell is maybe the switch is loose somehow inside, and whenever you flip it down, it touches the ground or something.
Did you swap the switch out?
No, but I might. That might solve it.
You got to check that.
He doesn't have $2 to spend. Is it just a regular light switch?
Yep.
Is it wired right to switch?
Probably not. I haven't checked.
But I mean,
I need this light. I need this light for what I'm doing. So what I did is I just turned the breaker on, left the light on, and covered it in blue tape so I won't turn it off. Problem solved, right?
Yeah.
Like, even if it's a light switch, shouldn't it work even if it's wired backwards?
It just sounds like you just might have a reverse polarity because, like he's saying, when you turn it on, it's fine. When you go off, it's it's cutting off the wrong thing. So that's why it's probably popping the breaker. It's making that current go back to the panel and trip it. So just check that you have the right polarities hooked up.
This is for a light switch?
Yeah, so a lot of lights will work even if the black and the white are the opposite order.
Yeah, if you
It'll still
wire it up
work.
backwards, it should still work, right?
Right. But at the panel, yes, but at the panel, the GFCI breaker probably won't understand that, and it'll just pop.
We had that problem like a year ago in the restroom. Like for some reason, the GFI plug next to the sink, which is really weird that like it kept going off every time you would like turn it off. It would pop. Like what the hell? And then like we had to keep resetting it, and then finally one of my buddy's electrician buddy came down, and he's like, "Oh yeah, you just had they were reversed. Like you had to change the wires. It was like a hot touching of ground or whatever." I forgot how he talked in it like a little Sparky that he is, but I remember him saying it's the polarities were switched. So once he corrected them, it stopped doing that. That's all I remember. It was like a year ago, maybe 2 years ago by this now.
But that's on a GFCI outlet, right? Like on a light switch, even if it's reversed, it should still work the same. Because it's a
the
physical
breaker,
disconnect.
The panel, yes, that's fair, but the panel itself has GFCI in it. And so whatever's on that, there's more than one thing on that, right? So there's a whole room on it.
Are any of you guys electricians?
No, but I play one on TV.
I got into a discussion with an electrician the other day.
I slept at a Holiday Inn Express.
I got into a discussion with an electrician the other day that told me that $2,000 a day was the industry standard for an electrician. They said they charge $200 an hour. Well, was he bullshitting, or is that like for real?
No,
Imagine where he is.
It depends on the type of project.
Yeah, it depends. Also, like if it's a private company and you're like you own your own company and you're just doing it like independently and you're having like it depends on the client as well too. He might be charging like certain clients that price.
So this one guy, he came and did one of our houses it's 4 units, right? He charged $27,000 for the 4 units, and they're just apartment units, just small. So if he did it, he could do it as fast as he wanted to. And he had in his contract, I don't clean up after myself. Deal with it.
So you're like a landlord?
No, that's just the house we were remodeling.
$27,000?
Yeah, to rewire
and the amount of work. If he really rushed on that, he could have easily done that in less than a couple of weeks for sure. Being an older guy, no problem.
Like 20 years ago, you could get like a degree in something to do electrician work for less than that. That's crazy.
Yeah, plumbers are charging an arm and a leg too.
Guess what? A lot of that stuff, it's highly technical, but it's also a must licensable, which means a lot of projects, especially commercial buildings, 4 to 5 units, especially 5 units, you have to hire an electrician. They have to be licensed. They have to be certifiable in that area around here. And so he can charge as much as he frickin' wants.
Yeah, I have no doubt that there is gold in them there hills. Like boots on the ground type of work. Like can make money. Like that's just. This guy was it was an argument on Twitter. Like he bragged about making $2,000 a day, and I'm like, only shitheads brag about their income. And we got into this big long discussion. It turned out he was an electrician, but he said he made $2,000 a day, and that just surprised me.
Yeah, I got a quote for moving a breaker from one panel to the panel right next to it. $250.
That's wild. Do you think it's like nobody else can do it, like a monopoly type of thing? Just there's not that many people willing to get their hands dirty.
No, the problem is you want fire insurance on your building. You got to get an electrician to move stuff on that panel.
Correct. So, for example, there's a house that burned recently. One of the guys, and they paid less than $250 for it. It's worth $250, but they bought it as a fixture upper for way less than $250. Place burned down. The fire insurance thing, they were giving him a hassle about certain things done. He had to prove that the last electricity was done by an officially licensed, full stop electrician. After he did that, they gave him $400,000 for the property because that was the current market rebuildable price. But if he didn't have that stuff from the electrician that he had to go find, because his electrician's just on tap, so he doesn't always have the paperwork for all the jobs. So he had to find that specific transaction when that thing was moved. Otherwise, he wouldn't have got that $400,000. He would have been out to lunch.
You know what's wild to me is so my stepdad's retired, and like in his retirement, like his whatever like his hobby has been going on to these public surplus public auction type of deals like online, and he's just been buying like random shit. Like he bought lockers from an old school. Like he bought like 100 units or something for $200. He ended up selling them for like $8,000. Like,
yeah,
there's just
I hear about that all the time, bro.
Yeah, there's just like weird shit where you can just like find money. Like
store them in the intro.
Well, dude, in one of those lockers was maybe the proof the Earth is a globe. Did he find one of those?
he did not. But what he did find was like right now I have sitting next to me a MacBook Pro from like 2021. He got for $200, and that was like a high charge. Like people were getting these for $60 from a school that just decided to replace all their MacBook Pros, and this was probably originally maybe a $3,000 laptop. And I have it sitting next to me.
They're all failing.
Yeah, there's probably something to that. But like these surplus auctions.
Well, hold on, brother. Hold on, bro. We got to be honest here. We don't lie here in this channel. So it may have been priced at $3,000, but it wasn't a $3,000 laptop. Let's be clear. It was an Apple after all.
No, I mean this is an Apple. Well, I mean they're priced to sell.
Laptop.
I have my fucking Razer right here, gaming laptop that I cherish. But like I have this like side project Apple laptop that I like look up my maps and stuff that for my Razer games on my other laptop. But what I'm saying is for a couple $100, he got what once was like maybe a $3,000 laptop, like a MacBook Pro from a few years ago. I mean, that's thousands of dollars.
Yeah, wasted money. Oh,
no, you're right. Like I would never buy myself a Mac,
an Apple device.
Well, I like my iPhone. I have an iPhone, but I would never buy myself like a PC, well, like an Apple, like MacBook, unless the price is right. And in this case, it was. Point being is,
how about that marketing though? Like PC only means Windows. It's like that's pretty good marketing. Personal computer. It can't possibly be a MacBook. It has to be a Windows computer. It's some pretty good marketing.
I hinge on PC. Like I think that PC is the standard. Like that's just my personal feeling. Like I feel like if you want the whole world as your oyster, you have a PC. If you want to be like limited and in a kind of like box, then to get a Mac. Like that's just me. Like if anyone has,
no, that was my point. My point was like a MacBook is a personal computer. It's a PC.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. No, it isn't, dude. You don't get the branding, dude. You're thinking it from the opposite direction. Apple branded themselves out of being a personal computer, dude. They don't want to be considered a PC. It's not the other way around.
Okay, cool. I didn't know that. But still, it is a personal computer. Like, without the branding.
Sure.
It is technically a personal computer. So it's like the reverse marketing. It's like they did it to themselves. But it's crazy how now everyone like in the world, when they think of PC, they think of not a MacBook. They think of like a Windows computer.
What's funny is when I went to school, like a upper level school, like everyone had MacBooks, but there's no good solid reason why. Like I didn't go to like a photography school or a film production school, but like everyone had MacBooks. It's just a trend. It's just a trend. Like there's no justifiable reason, I should think, that they had these top end like $4,000 computers. Like they just had them for no good reason. Like it wasn't justifiable. Like I don't know why they had them.
No, they were more streamlined for certain programs that were more akin to school services, especially art programs and things. But your reason that you said before was they have a limited ecosystem within the system, right? And that is the reason why they have an appeal, because they take out some of the extra freedoms that most people consider fluff or too much work or too much effort, and they streamline it more for the end user. So the Apple is a curated personal computer experience, where a PC used to be like a full-fledged personal computer that you could do with what you wanted to. It never truly was, but the Apple was always a more curated experience.
But they tried to establish themselves as kind of like the Photoshop like program or like the video editing. But like a little point of personal privilege, I studied law, and all these students in a law program had Macs, and I don't know why. I don't think that they knew why. I think that they carried them from their undergraduate.
Steve Jobs knows why.
That's marketing, though. It's not practical.
Yeah. Who cares? It's not about practical.
Most of the software on the Mac side was Photoshop and Premiere and so forth. It taught all at the film schools and so forth, and that became the go-to platform for the elite, basically, or the people who wanted to work in the industry, especially film producers. And as a result, word of mouth got out. Steve Jobs used that word of mouth and promoted his Apple products that way.
That's really good. But the thing is, it's almost like you catch a disease, like you catch this Mac bug where you'll spend twice as much for a computer that you don't need.
Right.
Well, you get on the high-end Macs, you do get the performance.
But for people,
they will handle the software.
80% of the people that buy these Macs don't need that performance. Is my argument. That's my
80% of the people also make bad choices.
You're right.
Or good choices, depending on if you're an Apple executive.
True. Good point.
Well, I had a signage business, and I had to buy Apple for all our graphic design. Refused to use PC, but when they were taught as graphic designers, they had to have Apple. And I spoke to another signage shop who said he didn't give a shit, and he made them use PC. And once they got used to the PC, they actually preferred the PC over the Apple. So I don't know, but my guys refused. I had to go and buy a big,
So
grand.
I got that same experience. So in my life, a lot of people that are my family or whatever, they have Apple, and so you need like a translation there. But I've always been a double system user my whole life. But the thing is, whenever I'm using a PC and Android type equipment, and I go back to Apple equipment, there's always a realization of the limitations of the Apple ecosystem, that they intentionally, one more time, friends, intentionally limit your abilities on their machines. And
it's not just their abilities. It's like okay, so on a PC, Control C, everyone knows what that means. It copies. Control V, it pastes. It's different in an Apple. Like it's different in a Mac. Like you have to go like Option.
Key.
What's
the command key?
Just command instead of control. That's it.
Isn't there like another key that you have to press? I'm still learning. Okay, I thought it was more different than that. I'm done.
Not really.
But there are other simple things like
how about just proprietary hardware? The hardware can't be swapped out. That's the main reason why Macs are so expensive.
Yeah, especially now they have the new M1, M2, and M3 chips. You know, like one of the first laptops, is, to my understanding, to actually use ARM chips.
Well,
I think that was a big thing in the last few years.
I think that Apple's next step should be trying to conquer the GPU space and trying to put themselves forward as like a computer.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. Let me focus on that. So the global processing unit, right? The global processing unit. What it does is it crunches all the numbers. So when a flat earther asks you, "Give me the accurate model that predicts that the horizon is 10 times further than it should be," you can put it through the global processing unit and actually have some math to back up your dumb claims.
That's pure genius.
He solved it, fellas. He has the answer there. There's what's their GDP? They're like their own country now, like $2 trillion. They could fix this. They could solve the globe Earth flat Earth.
Yeah, dude. So the GDP, I agree with you. We need to talk about that. The globe dumpster fire problem. So, for example, you claim there's a globe, but when you go out and you find out that everything's flat, and then you're trying to argue, well, of course it's flat because it's a globe. Yeah, that's a dumpster fire, bro. I agree.
Sounds like someone's trying to pick a fight.
Well, I haven't been to the Flat Earth channel in maybe like 4 or 5 months. Is there any way that it's that the argument? What was the impact of?
We're still looking for the curve, bro.
So, all right. So my question was going to be, what was the impact of the Antarctic thing? It's just still, we're still looking for the curve. Like, if you can show me the curve over the horizon, if you can make the math work, then we'll deal with you. But today,
the Antarctic thing is a list of suppositional statements, right, which require the if statement that the Earth is the globe to be true in order for their conclusion to be true. Right? So if the Earth was a globe, I would expect this. I see this, therefore the Earth is a globe. That's a formal logical fallacy. So you can't prove the Earth is a globe from that endeavor.
How do we feel about Austin Whitsitt these days? Is he still on our side?
Depends on who you ask.
Yeah, Whitsitt's still a flat earther, I think.
Yeah.
But I don't know about Jaron, but at the end of the day, all they've done at Antarctica is they've proven that the sun's path doesn't work on a globe projection.
Right.
That they
They debunked the azimuth equidistant projection.
The reason why I asked about Whitsitt is
Whoa, hold on, bros. How can an observation of the sun debunk a map which doesn't have a sun on it?
The conceptual projection has been debunked.
Okay, how? One more time. How can a map that doesn't have the sun on it be debunked by an observation of the sun?
It does have a sun on it. The conception it does have a sun on it. The sun's path.
Where does it have a sun?
You are right. You are right, AI. What is debunked is people's beliefs on the sun's path, over the AE map.
Right.
Because there was only people that were claiming that path, that it was going to spiral from the inside out.
Only a model that has a sun prediction can be debunked by a sun-based observation. So
right.
If you do not incorporate the sun into your prediction, then everything else is just
brother. So for example, an azimuthal equidistant map in itself isn't about the sun at all. So the sun can't debunk it or do anything with it. However, there are maps that use a similar projection in coordination with claims about the sun that may or may not be debunked by an observation of the sun. For example, I believe the Gleason's map is one of those where it is about a relationship between the time of day or something, and they have like this little metric on it that you spin around, but then you have to put it through a conversion key. So if you don't accurately use the conversion key and you just assume that the sun is going around in a perfect circle, you'd be using the map wrong. So even then, certain observations of the sun wouldn't necessarily disprove the map itself, because if you just think the map being laid out is the way the Earth is, you're committing a reification fallacy, not the designer of the map, because the designer of the map included keys on how to interpret the map.
Right, and the reason why I bring up Whitsitt is just he's always been kind of my go-to as kind of like I don't want to hail him up too far, but like he always explain things in a way that like seemed to make sense to me.
Except for the ether nonsense.
There are also some people that are saying that, like, once you get to the south, the things in the sky just do some wonkly donkly shit. It just looks like that, just an optical illusion. Right? So they're holding on to their projection map and model and all that still. Yeah, the sun really is doing circles around Polaris. It just, around the north center. Just doesn't look like that when you get to the south.
If you read Cook's logs, he actually says that in his logs.
Like Captain Cook?
He finds himself. Yes. So when he did his circumnavigation, so below 66 degrees, he always found himself out of reckoning. They couldn't console the reason they were out of reckoning, because at that time when you went south of the equator, you had to triangulate your position with your position in relation to the sun, so longitude, and using 2 navigational stars at night, and the speed that you travelled, and they were always out of reckoning.
Yeah, I do feel
How's that possible?
Well, I do feel like that we had systems that worked for the Greeks had a system, the English had a system for navigating waters is what I'm talking about. Like they had systems before they any kind of modern intervention, and they had all these systems that always worked before any of these modern theories. And so I ponder like do we need these like ultra modern fucking standards of the world to do things when these old systems work perfectly fine?
Right, exactly, brother. So, for example, Cook, like he just said, was always off. And then the other guy said, well, how is that possible? Well, the answer is simple. If you assume the Earth is a globe in the south, you get fucked up. There you go. Problem solved, because it's not a globe.
I think that's my point.
No.
I think that's my point. Is before that they were told that the Earth was this shape, they could still use the stars and they could still use their tools and navigate the world. And so what does this idea of a globe Earth what does it actually introduce like that is useful if they were able to go from point A to point B before perfectly fine?
Well, in the north, they used the latitude angle measurements to Polaris and solar measurements to the sun that gave them longitude. Perfectly fine in the north. But once you go south, you lose the ability to do that because there's no particular star that references south.
Right. So once you go over the equator, you have to find a new point of reference.
No, when you're south, and I was down in the south, when you're south looking north, during the winter solstice, it looks just like as if you were up north looking south. The sun just arcs to your north, very far away from you, and doesn't go as high in the sky as it does in the summertime. And in the same in the summertime up north and the wintertime down south, it arcs way to the south in the wintertime, doesn't go as high in the sky. So those are identical. The problem is during the summer solstice in the north, it looks normal. It rises from way from your right all the way up as high in the sky as it can go and goes way to your left. And it looks the same in the south. And the problem is on a flat Earth, it shouldn't look the same in the south. It should still always be north of you, and it should never be rising behind you.
Stop preaching.
Well, I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you what it does.
Just hold up. If it's supposed to tilt 23.4 degrees, that means it would be equal on both sides. Right? Like you just said. The problem is when I go out and measure the actual degrees with me compass on how far down it goes a lot further than 23.4 degrees.
You're in the southern hemisphere. The southern compass
that's
point
right. So
is
from
all messed
summertime
up.
to wintertime, based off a compass, not the sky, based off a compass. It's further than 23.4 degrees.
Would you agree that at solar noon, the sun is directly
I'm not going
north
to agree
of you
to
where you're at?
because 90% of the time when you speak, it's a straw man following.
Well, also, we need more.
But if you want to
than
run
just-
from the question and be rude about it, I don't care.
No, I'm giving you direct information from measurements that I have personally done. What? No, I'm not. You're telling me I have not taken compass readings of sunsets in the afternoons. How the fuck would you know?
What you just said. That's how I know.
You're an idiot.
Well, you just don't like somebody telling you that you're wrong and not letting them explain to you why you're wrong.
You've just
That's
called
not
me a
how
liar.
science works.
You've just called me a fucking liar, and now I'm calling you out. Go fuck your boot. I have been taking measurements. If, in fact, it tilts at 23.4 degrees, it should show up, plain as day. It does not. It actually goes a lot further, by about nearly 20 degrees in some time, at some stages. Right?
Got your measurements right?
What? How hard is it to read a compass?
That's the problem. You're using something that you have in your hand that is relying on a magnetic pole that's moving all over the place in the south. It's not stable. That's where your measurements are wrong. Use the solar
So
noon.
all I've got to do is allow for MagDeck, which is not factored in. And I've even got it written here, it's not factored in. So how much does it move?
Here's what you do. You use your solar noon. Draw a nice big X on the ground.
No, I'm not interested in the sun at noon. I'm interested in the sun at sunset, showing how far it swings.
Exactly. So at noon, you find out where due north is exactly, so you don't have to use a compass anymore, and then you watch the sunset. You'll get your numbers right.
No, it won't.
I was down there. I did the same
What
measurement.
it should be. It'll still show further than what 23.4.
Make that measurement on my suggestion again. Make that measurement on my
So
suggestion.
let me get this straight.
True
It
north.
doesn't matter how you do it. It's going to be greater than 23.4 degrees.
It matters
comes
if your
out at
compass is
42
fucking you
degrees
up.
with a compass, why the fuck is it going to be magically smaller with something else? What, my compass is not working? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say it wasn't working. You're not listening. I'm
So
not
why
trying to
is
cut
it
you down
magically
personally.
going to be smaller? Why is it going to be magically smaller when I use solar noon as opposed to a compass?
You're using a device that's not reliable, and I'm giving you a device that is reliable.
How is it not
Solar
reliable?
noon.
Hold on. How is it not reliable?
Everybody knows the compasses in the south are all messed up. You can't use a compass. They always use celestial
Yes, you can.
navigation when they navigate.
You can use a compass. It points north. I register north. I see where the sun sets. I get a degree measurement. That's it.
Your north isn't true north. Sorry. That's why your measurement's off.
Okay.
I'm not arguing with you.
Okay.
I'm just
So-
not calling you a
okay,
liar.
So, Great Angelo, why is it the case that you claim that at solar noon, if your location is where you're at and you looked in the direction of solar noon, that's going to be true north? Why is that true?
Because at solar noon, the sun's at its highest point. You just turn your back to it, you're looking directly south.
How do you know?
Because that's exactly the halfway point across the sky, and so the only place it can be is north. You go anywhere on the latitude on that longitude, you're going to go north. You're definitely going to be going straight north. That's how you find your north compass without using a compass.
Point of ignorance. Does a sextant work in the north and the southern hemisphere?
Yes.
I don't use a sextant.
Well, I mean, you should be using a sextant if we're talking about this because that's the way that they navigated. So it worked in the northern hemisphere. I'm wondering if they work in the southern hemisphere. Does anyone know?
Yes, they work in the southern hemisphere.
Okay.
Using star maps in the south. And that's, again, lights in the sky. And I'm not debating whether the Earth is flat or a globe. I'm just telling this gentleman to try his measurements again, and he'll get a more accurate measurement. He's only off by 3 degrees. That's not much.
No, it's not. Off by 3 degrees.
You said 20.
Okay, the first measurement I got, what do we got? There's 15 out there. Next one. 31 degrees, yeah. See, the problem is, Great Angelo, I live on the 32nd parallel. Now, if your little sunball is following the paths that it's allegedly following according to your heliocentric model, the sun should never, ever get below fucking west for me. All right? It's very simple. Because I'm so far down, it should always be on the northern side of an imaginary western line from where I live. The problem is, mate, in summertime, exactly. I'm glad you agree.
If you're on a flat Earth, if you're on a flat Earth,
it's southwest.
Right, because you're on a globe.
Okay, I think
Thank you for
missed the point.
proving the globe.
Angelo, shut up and listen. I live on the 32nd parallel. It's set southwest of me, not to the north. The sun doesn't go past the Tropic of fucking Capricorn. Or on the other side, the Tropic of Cancer. I should be looking slightly north at a sunset. I'm looking southwest of my location.
Winter.
Your ball doesn't allow for a swing that far.
Summer or winter? I'm asking you again. When you
didn't
took
ask
the measurement.
first time, summer.
Thank you.
Both,
it's going to be south of you.
Even though it follows the Tropic of Capricorn.
If you're talking
That's
about
north
on
of
June
me.
20, you
That's
did that on
north
June,
of me.
or I mean on in
You do understand that's
September.
north of me? You missed that bit. You do understand that's north of me, where the sun's path allegedly is?
You sound really worked up, man.
You do understand
I'm not trying to. I'm not trying
yes
to get
or
you
no?
worked up.
Are you listening to what I'm saying? You do understand the Tropic of Capricorn is about 1,500 fucking miles north of me.
Understand that, and I'm up here at
Excellent.
the 34th
It's
parallel.
got into your head. So if the sun is following that, that means it is not possible for me to be looking southwest to see it set because of ball tide. Not possible at all.
But you do see it going down there, right?
Fucking oath we do. We see it swing a lot further than what the ball mathematics says it should. Ask any Aussie. It's set southwest, big time, in summer.
And the same thing in the north. You know, it sets
Your
south
ball
northwest.
mathematics of 23.4 degrees doesn't allow for that much.
Why are you getting so
That's the
mad,
bit you're
man?
missing.
I don't know,
I'm
because
trying to get it through your head that your 23.4 degree tilt, which is what we're force fed at school, doesn't allow for that greater swing that what we see in summertime.
Because I know I've heard it from other Aussies down there. They claim that it seems to be looking further south, you know, southwest. The point is on a flat Earth, it shouldn't even be southwest.
Are they the same Aussies that claim that we do not use compasses in the south? That's incorrect. That's absolutely incorrect.
I never said you don't use customs. I just said they're not accurate.
No one in the south. You said no one in the south uses compasses because they're not accurate.
They're not.
Well, that would depend on the compass that you have for a start.
And whether or not you're in the Atlantic or the Pacific, because there's a shifting in the Atlantic where you have a problem, you're going to get your needle going all over the place.
So you would then have to correct for your declination or inclination.
Right. Absolutely. And I'm not complaining about the fact that he used a compass. I'm suggesting that
they are used in the south.
Correct. And you have to adjust for it. And I have no problem with that. Again, what I'm trying to say is if he wants to be more accurate, find true north, get that taken care of first, then make his measurement on where the sunset's going to be.
What if it's cloudy? You're trying to find.
Well, obviously, you've got a few days on each side of. Right, but you have a few days on each side of it. You can do it and be off by what 1/10 of 1 degree. You'll still demonstrate that it's definitely going to be southwest of you, and I agree with you guys. It is very far southwest.
How do you know? Wait. How do you know when that is? How do you know when your sun's at midpoint?
I lived in Peru for 8 years. And I was in southern Chile
when the
for
sun is
2
at
years.
midpoint? How do you know when the sun is at midpoint?
You know what solar noon is, right? When the sun reaches its highest point in the sky.
Yeah. How do you know when?
You can look it up online for the exact time, but you can also do it
when that moment is.
To get to that moment, it just has to be within a few minutes of that moment. Doesn't have to be exactly at that moment.
How do
and you'll
you know
where
when
north
that
is.
is, bro? Fucking hell.
It reaches the highest point in the sky.
And how do you know when that
you
is?
Measure it with. You can use a protractor or a sextant, whatever you want to use.
Well, welcome
it's not
to
that hard. How hard is it to do that?
What's an angle then? Explain what an angle is. That's what he was trying to get
For
at.
fuck's sakes. Yeah, I know. So I have a horizontal plane. I do the angle all the way up to the sun, find its highest point, and that's north. Thank you. That's, of course, if the sun is north of you.
So when you
if
have a
the sun is
navigational
south of you,
star,
you go the other way. What's that?
When you have a navigational star that's around about 30 to 35 degrees.
Not using a star. I'm using the sun. That's all I'm using.
No, we're using angles now.
No, I'm not going to go into a debate on angles and how to. All I want to do is find true north. I did it every time I was in the jungle. It's how I got myself back home every day. It's not a problem.
It's not about angles. There we go.
I didn't say it wasn't about angles. I'm just saying you find solar noon. Once you find that, you know where north is. There's other indications of north also. Some of the plants will tell you where the north is.
Yeah, once you find solar
Especially
noon,
in the northern hemisphere.
You develop your horizontal plane once you've found solar noon.
I have no problem agreeing with that. Finding your horizontal plane. Everybody has one.
Of course we do, because Earth's measured that way.
You can stop short and say Earth is measured that way if you'd like, but I'm pretty sure my horizontal plane in Peru wasn't intersecting with my horizontal plane currently here in Las Vegas, Nevada. They're definitely not on the same plane.
So two different horizontal planes then?
Yes. Because your horizontal plane doesn't account for curvature. Has nothing to do with that. Period. It has to do with...
That's what we've been trying to say for 13 years.
Yeah, I know, because you guys are falling short on what the understanding of a true horizontal plane is.
Okay, let's take, for example...
Horizontal plane is your reference point.
All right, I'm going to take an angle measurement to Polaris, like they used to do back in the day, to determine my latitude. Okay? Now, I'm at 0 degree longitude, and I measure the angle to Polaris at 30 degrees. Then I do my calculation of nautical mile per degree of angle measurement. Now, let's say someone's at 180 degrees and takes the same 30 to 35 degree latitude measurement to Polaris. How many flat nautical miles are between me and the other person taking this exact same measurement?
So what? Well, you haven't provided enough information to determine that.
Yeah, he has.
No, he hasn't.
He gave a latitude. What latitude were you at when you started making your measurement?
30 degrees.
And you're going down to 180 degrees?
And what's the longitude?
No.
Latitude, not longitude.
I introduced longitude to put someone facing me from the other side of the plane. So on the other side of Polaris at 30 degrees, at 180 degrees, they're taking the same angle measurement to Polaris. Now, do our horizontal planes meet or do they not?
Well, first, at 180 degrees, he isn't going to see Polaris.
180 degrees longitude, 30 degrees latitude. Listen.
Oh, he's at 30 degrees latitude. You're changing two longitudinal lines?
No.
What is it, 60 miles per degree?
Correct. So if I was to draw what you would call a tangent from my feet to the angle measurement of Polaris that I've taken the angle measurement from, I wouldn't be standing on the ground. Nor would Polaris have a ground position for me to take the measurement from. And if I was to extend that to another observer on the other side of the plane, directly opposite to me, they would no longer have a tangent for Polaris to meet the ground position, nor would they have their ground position. Because if you extend tangents, then the people taking the measurements would be somewhere other than the ground that they're standing on.
I'm not sure what you're asking, but I guess I'm gaining. Let me see if I'm correct here. You're saying that you're at 30 degrees latitude and somebody is around or following that same line of latitude another 180 degrees away from you. That's 10,800 miles away from you, correct? At the same latitude? Actually, it's less. The further up and further north you go, the distance between degrees is narrower. Did I lose him?
No, the distance between degrees is the same. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to navigate using the stars. But yes, your first premise was right. That's exactly right. Someone at 0, someone at 180, both looking at Polaris at 30 degrees latitude, their longitudes are different. Is the ground that they're standing on the exact same horizontal plane? Bear in mind, we're using angles to measure
No, it's
Polaris.
not. No, it's not.
Okay, so it's a tangent. What is it? Is it a horizontal plane that we're using for our baseline, or is it not?
Plane, the horizontal plane from each reference point, yes. His reference point has a horizontal plane going in one direction. Yours is going in a different direction. Now, if it were on a flat Earth, the answer is yes. But unfortunately, when you actually draw out that plane, those lines will intersect. And they will not intersect on the same horizontal plane. The two planes will not intersect exactly. And
So
that's also
the two
assuming they're
planes
on
are
level.
not
That's assuming they're on level ground too. If he's standing on a mountainside, he actually could measure up with your horizontal plane.
Well, we're talking about marine navigation, so we're at sea level.
Correct,
But anyway,
correct. Yes.
so
Sea
what you're
level's
saying
fine.
is that the two horizontal planes are not horizontal.
Not if he's on the same latitude. It wouldn't matter whether he's on the same latitude or same longitude. Every horizontal plane is different for everyone, everywhere. It
Okay,
has to be.
Thank you. That's all we needed. Thank you very much.
So, what did I say wrong? What was incorrect about it? You
If
can't
I draw
answer
a
me.
line, no. If I draw a line,
You don't know
a
what horizontal is.
Yeah, pretty
Horizontal
much.
is not sea level. Horizontal is the plane 90 degrees perpendicular to
You do not
to where
know
you're
what
standing.
horizontal. If you knew what horizontal is, you would understand
No,
that.
what
your
you
globe-
think is horizontal
No,
versus
you would
what I know what horizontal is.
No,
I know that these two guys are
bro.
not the same plane.
If
How do you know it? Hey, bro. Chill for a sec.
You would understand that horizontal doesn't exist on a globe.
That's fine. Doesn't matter. He's using the same token for a different meaning, right? So you're meaning one thing when you say horizontal. He's meaning something else. So you got to come to terms by asking him parsing questions in the Socratic method style. However, he said, I know my horizontal is different than their horizontal. So how does he know that? That's the appropriate question, don't you think?
Because that's what leads me to think
Let's
that he
say I
doesn't
was
understand what
standing on.
horizontal is.
Let's say I was standing on a frisbee, okay, just a giant frisbee, okay, and you extend that frisbee out in all directions, okay, and somebody 180 degrees on the same latitude that I'm on is also standing on a frisbee, and you extend it out. That's the horizontal plane I'm talking about. Okay, I understand what you guys are trying to say, that on a flat Earth, everybody has the same horizontal plane. You'd be absolutely correct. And I'm not denying that flat earthers not only believe that as a horizontal plane, but the minute you try to tilt someone on their horizontal plane, Let's say they're standing on a tilted Frisbee. They're on a different horizontal plane. Because if they're 90 degrees perpendicular to that tilted Frisbee, that plane goes off in a different direction. So anybody standing on a globe is going to be on their own personal little horizontal plane wherever they are. And anybody standing on a flat Earth is on the same flat Earth.
All right, hold on, friend. Hold on, sucker friend. So when you were asked, how do you know that? Giving an example of what it would be if it was the case is not the same as saying how you knew that. So, for example, I could draw a smiley face on a ball, pick up a ball, draw a smiley face, and I could say, therefore, there's a smiley face on the Earth. That's about the equivalent of your example, because you just described something that's not the Earth. What would happen if the Earth was that thing, and you never actually validated that the Earth is analogous to the thing you're using in your example? So one more time, how do you know it? Go ahead.
Very easy, all right? Would you agree a quarter is flat and makes a horizontal plane? The answer is yes.
Hey, hold on.
You want the same analogy? Yes, it would.
Mute. Thanks. Thank you. Now pay attention, bro. A horizontal plane, okay, is much different than a plane. A horizontal plane is a particular orientation, right? So when you say, does a quarter make a horizontal plane, that depends on how it's oriented, right? Because even in your worldview, if I held a quarter in front of me and I tilted the quarter, that wouldn't be on a horizontal plane anymore. Because it'd be off at an angle from the direction of down, which in your worldview is inwards, and a radial to the center of your ball. So you have to validate, dude, that your little claim that my tilted quarter is different than somebody else's tilted quarter 1,000 miles away. We don't need more analogies. We already understand it. We all understand what you're talking about. Now validate it that it's happening on the world, not on a quarter. Thank you, for the love of God.
Well, if you'd stop muting me in the middle of a sentence, I would have finished that. And here's the finish. A flat quarter placed on a tennis ball will have a different horizontal plane on any portion of the ball that you place it on. That's the horizontal plane I'm talking about that everyone has, that they're standing on.
Okay, you got muted again, dude, because you failed to recognize the parsing critique that I gave you. You are telling us that if you call a horizontal plane a plane that's perpendicular to a radial that goes to the center of a ball, then that is a different horizontal plane on different locations on the tennis ball. I told you, validate that that's happening on the... Hold on, friend. Did I say tennis ball? No. Did I say soccer ball? No. I said the earth, brother, for the love of God and all that is holy. Go ahead.
I don't see the difference between a tennis ball and the Earth. They're both the same large globes, and you still have a horizontal plane that you're standing on that goes off in all directions. And if the Earth is curved...
Yeah, you did it again, dude. You did it again. The problem is you don't see what you're doing, but everyone who can think straight understands exactly the error that you're making. Okay, you're trying to analogize the tennis ball with the Earth. That's fine. You then said if the Earth was a globe, it would match what I'm describing on the tennis ball. Okay, I agree with you. If the Earth was a globe, you'd be correct. Now you must parse out the fact that the Earth is a globe in order for your analogy to work. So how do you know that that is happening in reality? That's where you got to get to. So please now, since you've already made the example, now you have to get to the part where you prove the Earth is a globe. Go ahead. Can someone unmute him? My fingers are sticky right now.
Thank you. I guess it wouldn't matter whether I used a quarter or some other disc big enough, in other words, the size of Montana, in order to demonstrate...
Dude, stop. Just stop for a minute, because you're completely either just passing over it or you're misunderstanding what he's asking for.
You guys are afraid what I'm about to say. That's the problem. You guys don't. No, then let me say what I want to say. And stop interrupting me. No, I'm done. Guys, you're too stupid to understand, and that's all.
Saying the same thing in another way. please just validate that we're on that ball for this to be occurring. Yeah, we need to know how you know it's occurring, how you know we're on that giant-sized tennis ball. Nah, he ran. He was doing the same thing again. He was just making the quarter or the coin bigger.
Better.
On the ball.
Faster. Stronger. No.
Now, hold on, Brett, friend. I'm too stupid to understand that a tennis ball with a quarter on it isn't the Earth. You're right. I am too stupid to understand that. Wow.
They're not the same thing?
Sorry if he left, but I was just trying to clarify because he was just saying the same thing over again, but making the quarter bigger.
Did Dollary do?
An Australian dollar, yes.
What do you guys think is the reason they want to cover up the whole flat Earth truth? Like, why would you want to hide that? Like, wouldn't it make society better if everybody knew the truth? Why would you want to, like, cover it up?
So what are you going to do tomorrow when 4 billion people come to the conclusion that if I've been lied to about one thing and they ask a very simple question, what else have I been lied to about? What do you think the possibilities of what could happen are?
I don't know.
Some people are going to flip their shit, mate.
Yeah, but people flip their shit every day. There's riots and wars and all kinds of horrible stuff going on right now without any of that. So how does that change things? Like, so can I? You're saying
So what you're asking is why the lie? People lie for all sorts of reasons. Some get off on it. Some want to hide something. Some use it as a power control thing. People lie for all sorts of reasons, mate. Think up your own reasons why. Without actually speaking to those pushing it, we'll never know.
Okay, so you don't know. But you assume there is a lie.
I'm not the one pushing the lie. Well, we know we're being lied to. We go out and measure the ground. There's no curvature. If there's no curvature, there's no ball. So it goes pretty much hand in hand that we've been lied to. We know we've been lied to. For the reasons, we don't know.
Okay, that's fair.
So according to your logic, if we caught someone in a lie, we 100% knew it was a lie, but we couldn't define why they did it. Is it no longer a lie anymore?
Don't say that. I didn't put any logic out there. I asked you a question. Don't try and straw man me with some bullshit.
The way that you were speaking and saying, well...
So you're assuming.
You don't
No,
know.
I didn't say anything.
No, I'm clarifying, yeah?
No, you're not clarifying it. No, hold on.
According to the way that you spoke... According to the way you spoke... Hang on.
You're assuming. You're assuming. You're making presumptions about me. You're putting words in my mouth.
The way that you answered.
Yes,
that was the way it came across. Yeah,
that's not correct.
That's the way it came across to me.
Okay, well you're incorrect.
Okay, no worries.
So why did you mute me, dude? Come on, this is not genuine.
Grow up, man. Grow up. No matter. No concern from me. Hey, bro.
Listen, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. Why are you trying to put words in my mouth and then muting me when I try and defend myself?
Grow up, man.
That's incredibly rude.
That's sick.
You're telling me to grow up when you're doing incredibly foolish things.
Chargy. Everybody shut the fuck up. Thanks. Listen, bros. Can we just get over it and make peace and just continue on? Thank you.
I'm fine. Just don't let it happen again.
Okay. Yeah. Get muted, sucker. Stay muted. Okay, you don't control the tempo of this room. If we think there's too much audio chaos and we have to mute one party or the other, just deal with it. Roll with the punches. When you come off mute, do your best to continue the conversation instead of going into this meta personal commentary. So, Chargy, I'm going to mute you. I hope I laid down the terms clear enough for you. I'd love to hear this conversation go on without it being about people and actually maybe be about the topic, for God's sakes. There you go, Chargy. Be unmuted.
That was not tough. Go ahead.
Go for it.
Oh, am I allowed to talk now?
Yeah.
Go ahead, my boy. He just gave you the time.
Okay, what's the topic? What are we allowed to talk about?
How female be used in
proof
modern
of
society.
curvature. And we've got a couple of new members in also. We've got a Squirrel. What do we got? Roster Man, I don't know that one. Logic Dog. Howard the Ducking.
Hello.
And we got Great Angelo back again. Maybe he has his ball evidence.
One at a time.
For everybody's horizontal.
AJ, none of that.
Do we want to unmute him, guys?
AJ, none of that.
Yeah, nobody in here should be muted.
Just a word to the newcomers, right? We want serious discussion, right? Serious intellectual discussion. Any silliness, any immature behaviour, trolling, etc., is going to get you muted real quick. So just take that into mind, okay?
Yeah. For example, Chargy is trying to say who should and shouldn't be muted, so he's just going to stay on mute. The end. Goodbye, Chargy. I thought I laid out the terms pretty clear there, dummy, but I guess you don't actually want to participate.
Was talking yet, so I don't know where you got
that.
He
was, dude.
I'm in the VC too. I can hear it. I feel like we give him another chance and then just let it go.
Hey, I feel like Chargy's on mute because he violated what I told him to do when I seized control of the room to moderate the situation.
He didn't say anything.
Just stay on mute. Okay, who's speaking right now? He did say something, okay? My opinion's the only opinion that matters. Yours is irrelevant. Thanks. Fuck's sake, dude. Next person who talks about the moderation of this room is getting fucking kicked. Thanks. Now, for the love of God, talk about the topic.
Do you have an issue if we unmute Great Angelo, AI?
Yeah, if he wants to talk about the topic now and not about moderation, sure.
That was the first guy you were talking to earlier, where you were trying to get that globe. The coin dude.
Yeah, same thing. If he wants to talk about the topic, go for it.
Sorry, I got muted, or not muted, DC'd. I don't know what happened. The whole thing went down. Anyway, assuming that we're talking about horizontal planes on a sphere, and you want to know about the Earth, every point on a sphere has a horizontal plane. You just demonstrated that, and that's what I'm resting my evidence on. If the Earth's a sphere, no one can have the same horizontal plane. Now,
okay, so how did we demonstrate that to you that we agreed, or how did we demonstrate that?
Somebody in chat mentioned it. I don't know whether it was you or AI that mentioned it, but they said that a sphere, the radius coming out from a sphere is every radial point has a horizontal plane that's perpendicular to the radial point, and that's the horizontal plane I'm talking about.
Yep, we understand that. So now, how do you show that the Earth is a globe in the first instance to show that this is what is occurring with these horizontals in reality when we go outside and use it?
You don't use the horizontals to show the curvature of the Earth. You use other factors. And I guess the best way I can describe it is a map. An accurate map is going to demonstrate curvature or flatness, depending on which one it really is. And that's the one I've been asking for a long time. But anyway, that's off on a different subject. I answered your question. I hope that answers it for you.
So a map is going to prove that curvature in reality.
No, I said it'll either prove flat or curvature if it's done accurately and correctly mathematically. If it'll demonstrate one or the other.
So we don't have this map at the moment.
I know that, and I guess a lot of people have asked for it. I know MC Toon has asked for it, and I don't want to flog a dead horse. I brought it up before. That's my only point. Once you guys make a map, and if you guys need help in financing that map, I'm all aboard. I'd love to go on expeditions and measure things, and I'll take flat earthers with me if you want.
Yeah. How are you gonna synergize all the measurements?
Take a surveying team with us. We're going to do the measurements based on distances between all the points on the planet, on the flat Earth. If all the points measure up correctly, such as the distance between, say, New York and Paris, New York and, say,
oh my God, a survey team's gonna go from New York to Paris. How are they gonna get through the ocean?
It's not just
they're gonna shoot the theodolite across the ocean, bro.
No, you don't. You go along the coastlines first.
No.
It's the first demonstration.
Holy crap!
Coastline.
Right. So then when you cross the ocean, you get to the other continent. When you cross the ocean and you get to the other continent, how are you going to synergize measurements?
Okay, let's stay on one continent since you can't fathom going across the ocean. Along the coastline.
Yeah, that's the problem, dude. Good grief.
Okay, so along the coastline, New York, Washington, D.C., all the way down to Miami, all the way around the corner to Key West, back up to Tampa. You measure all those points accurately on a once you get those distances, you can measure them and transfer them to a paper. In other words, a flat piece of paper. On a flat Earth, all of those things are going to line up perfectly. If you're correct, you'll find out they won't be. You're going to find if there's any curvature whatsoever, you're going to have longer distances than what you actually should have on a flat Earth. Things are going to change as soon as you move over to like Houston and you get over to
So you're on the so let me get this straight. You think that when they do geodesy that they actually just measure the raw Earth? You think that's what they do?
I'm talking about everything at sea level. If you just make all the points,
never mind. Anyway, I gotta go, so I'm gonna wrap this up. Hey, bro, I gotta leave, so I'm gonna wrap my point up, and then you. Holy crap, dude! Shut your mouth, kid. That's interjecting. I'm gonna say my piece, and then Great Angelo can talk about it with the other guys. So, good. You got to synergize the measurements, and how they actually do it in geodesy is they do it with the sky by an interpretive model of the celestial sphere onto the Earth, which creates a sphere of the Earth that they then map the raw data to with the geoid and the ellipsoid. Which is why they have to curve the plumb lines, because they don't actually have accurate raw measurement data of the Earth without this assumptive matrix that the Earth is a globe. In fact, if you read the books from Helmer, it literally says it right in there that they map it assuming that the Earth is a globe and rotating. All right, I rest my case. I'm out.
I found it fascinating. He used the word synergize, which is what exactly I just said. We get a bunch of, cartographers and surveyors and everybody measuring all these distances between all these cities. That's pretty much synergizing the data. And, good for him. I'm glad he wanted to go that route.
Angela, may I ask you? Instead of engaging in this hypothetical, what has already been done in this fashion to lead you to the conclusion that you have?
Well, okay, the observations that I've made, you guys won't accept, which is basically watching celestial objects in the sky that demonstrate curvature. That's one.
Okay, so
watching the sunset, so forth.
Yeah. So just to be clear, right? So nothing in the same line that you're describing before that we would have to do physically, making physical measurements of the ground, all synergized across different distances and stuff like that. Nothing like that. Only observations in the sky, right?
Correct. And That's the only ones that I'm going to be using right now. There are other ways you can do it also.
Well, my question is, what has already been done not what could be done.
Sure.
Because the thing is, right, that if this is a known thing, it's a given. One would think that it's been solidified in this type of fashion. But what you're describing, taking angle measurements to objects in the sky or perceived objects in the sky, it doesn't satisfy that prerequisite.
I don't take any angle measurements in the sky. My observations have to do with how the stars rotate around the southern hemisphere versus the northern hemisphere. The sunset, in particular, what amazes me about the sunsets, we take a very strong celestron telescope with a solar filter on it, and you don't see any of the angular size of the sun reducing as it goes further, and you could start it from the very 20 or 30 degrees before sunset, and it doesn't change its angular size for something.
Well, I think there are people in here who would dispute that, but that I digress, right? I think what I should have said was, rather than angle measurements to objects in the sky, just raw observations.
Sure.
Period.
Agreed.
Right. Okay. So with that, taking observations to the sky and then mapping them, in some fashion that leads you to conclude that the ground is curving, that itself too does not necessarily satisfy the requirements, right?
Well, I guess it's a preponderance of the observations. As an entomologist, I do that a lot in my field. I literally get enough evidence, weighted evidence through observational science, because that's the kind of science I do in entomology. I don't necessarily do a lot of experimental science. And based on those observations, I come to conclusions. My colleagues go out and do the same thing. And we all come to general consensus. And the same thing goes with observations.
But would you not say, though, that a preponderance of irrelevant evidence is not necessarily sufficient, or not? Rather,
irrelevant, because for me,
that's the point. So just a moment ago, when I described the act of taking observations to the sky as being not sufficient, they don't meet the requirements of what we're talking about. You then went ahead and basically described or analogized to taking a bunch of those types of observations and then putting them all together, right? A preponderance of these types of observations leading you to your conclusion. But like I said, not 2 minutes ago, you agreed. Not 2 minutes ago, you agreed that type of observation or that type of data is not necessarily sufficient. So my point being, a preponderance of irrelevant evidence does not necessarily equate to even a small, anecdote of relevant evidence, wouldn't you say?
Well, here's a piece of evidence that doesn't involve the sky, and
The Earth is flat.
sound waves. Thank you. Okay, I like that little bit of humor. Anyway, getting back to the topic. So you have, let's say, an earthquake happening in New York City. The seismic waves have been measured, and on the other side of the planet, basically, within the correct amount of time for it to travel, these are the P waves that can go through the core and get to the other side of the planet at exactly the amount of time it takes to go 7,000 miles or whatever the diameter of the Earth is. On the other hand, what doesn't work on a flat Earth, it would not get to that part of China at the same amount.
Thanks for straw manning us.
No, you wanted a demonstration.
No, stop. Question. When you say flat Earth, what is the image that you have in your mind? Because I've heard you say XYZ will not work on the flat Earth. Now,
you're right.
You must have some preconceived notion or some preconceived image of what the flat Earth is. So please enlighten everyone on what the flat Earth is.
Okay, so would you agree that China's 12,000 miles away from New York?
That doesn't answer the fucking question asked.
Yes, it does. It does.
No, it does not.
It's 12,000 miles away.
You have a preloaded image of what flat Earth is. Please tell everyone what that is.
Both of you are wrong.
Shut up. That's one down.
I don't understand what you think a flat Earth is, but what I think of
I didn't ask what I think. I asked what you think.
I'm answering
because...
you. Shut up.
Right, I'll help you shut the fuck up for 5 seconds so you can think about it. You, over the last course of 40 odd minutes, have been the flat earth this, it won't work. Blah, 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 won't work on the flat earth. I want from you what you perceive flat earth as, in order for your claims to not work. I'd like to know what it is.
Terrain on a flat surface, on a flat plane, horizontal plane, not a curved plane, not a concave plane, but a flat plane. Does that answer your question?
So how can you claim that all these things do or do not work?
Okay. One thing that I'm doing is
without validating them.
One thing I am doing is, yes, showing you or demonstrating to you or debating with you.
No, you're not. You're just making claims. You're claim stacking. You're yet to provide evidence to anyone. You are claim stacking, nothing more, nothing less.
Every time I get close to an answer, you're running away.
You're not close to anything. You're claim stacking. You're yet to provide evidence of curvature. You were asked for that earlier.
I wasn't.
You're the one that fucked off.
You asked me about flat Earth.
You were the one that left. You were the one that bailed out when AJ was talking to you.
I got disconnected.
Not me. You fucked off. Cry harder. You were asked to prove the ball's hard, and you failed to comply.
Can I
Where's
finish
your proof
talking
of
with?
curvature?
I think it was AJ. I think it was talking to.
Well, he's only going to ask you for your proof of curvature, anyways, which he's probably
it's Milk.
waiting
I
for.
was answering Milk, is what I was doing. I was talking.
You were talking to AI, and I believe that you were maybe misunderstanding what AI was asking from you. So I was trying to clarify that. To try and
that was earlier. I understand that. I'm talking about recently with Milk. We were talking about our observations mounting up to celestial observations not being evidence that you guys would consider. I understand that. I don't have an argument with that. But
stop and think logically. Why would we consider the sky evidence for the ground?
Am I going to finish anything?
Think about it logically. Why would we consider the sky evidence for the ground?
I already agreed that you disagree with that particular assessment of my evidence.
So why was your necessity to bring it up and try to make it sound like, poor little great Angelo, they're not going to accept my evidence because they're a pack of bastards.
I'm sorry, your narcissistic attempt at shutting me up is working,
That's a narcissistic attempt at shutting you up. It's a lot more efficient. So you're not hard done by. Every time you come in here, you make all these cries and complaints about how we won't accept this evidence and we won't accept that evidence. We just want any fucking evidence. That would be great to start off with. We will decide what we do or do not accept. You won't do it on our behalf. Now that you've got that through your stupid thick skull, proceed.
So do I get to talk about earthquakes or not? Because that was my other piece of evidence that I was going to bring up. The mathematics that's involved is just definitely not conducive with a 12,000-mile trip for those sound waves. They get there a lot faster. And at the speed of sound inside of a solid surface like that, it should demonstrate about 7,000 miles is the distance between China and New York. And it is if you're going through a sphere. But it isn't on a flat Earth, a flat surface. That's my claim.
I mean, probably not even relevant, but I'll entertain it. How would one even determine the appropriate speed one would expect?
Well, the medium that and again, they don't know for sure what the medium inside the Earth is. It's come to the conclusion that it's probably, various forms of iron in various temperatures from molten iron to a solid core. And of course, there's also other materials in there. But the point that I'm getting at is that the sound waves can be measured based on timing. And it should be a lot longer. If the Earth were truly flat, those P waves going across.
What if you can't validate what they're going through, which you've just claimed?
I was just going to say,
the fastest sound can travel in the most solid objects. The fastest that the sound can travel through the most solid objects would still get there so much quicker, and definitely gets there in the amount of time that they expect it to be.
Cool story.
I'll look it up for you. I'll look it up for you. I'll do you a favor.
Yeah, that's great.
I'll post it.
It's a hypothetical. They don't know what's any more than 7.5 miles down, 8 miles down. So they're
and
just
what is it?
guessing.
Mostly 7 miles down.
They're just guessing. You can make all the claims you like. They're just guessing, and they will tell you that.
The rock.
You're making a raw assumption of this is what the inside of it's made of. Blah blah blah. It's just a wild guess. That's
okay.
it. Nothing more.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that. On a flat surface, though, on a flat Earth, all of that regolith, all of that.
See, hold on a minute.
Surface,
you don't know what the flat Earth is.
You keep doing this to me for no reason at all.
There's a reason for it. It's because you keep making claims, and then you just keep babbling on, and everyone just keeps forgetting all about it.
I think you forgot what I described. I think you forgot what I described.
It's planar with topography.
Yeah. So what's the problem here?
So all of your star maps and everything earlier that you were claiming, how can that work on a flat?
Wait a minute. I'm not talking about the star maps. I'm talking about the guy. He wanted
you were
another
claiming
example.
sizes, 12,000 miles.
You
and all.
keep jumping
How can
back
you do
because
that?
you're afraid that I'm going to actually give you a point.
You don't know. You've got nothing.
You're flat Earth.
I'll tell you something now. Let's get it straight to the point. Unless you can provide us with measured
I really
drop
have
over distance,
too many
you've
wonderful
got
things
nothing.
to do in my life than to listen to this jerk.
Measured drop over distance. Go and grab it for us, bring it back, and we'll cuddle it. How's that sound? Everything else you've got is just pure shit. Oh, we've got this, we've got that. The flat Earth can't do this, and that yet it's just the flat Earth is planar with topography. So you've claimed a 12,000 mile radius early on. Forgot about that, did ya? You've made all these shit claims, none of which have been backed yet. You have to prove your curvature in order for all this other bullshit to come true. You are failing to do the one thing. Prove the curve. That is it. Nothing more, nothing less. If you can do that, this channel will go away. You won't have to come here again.
And if I may, Angela, if you think about it, right, the claim that we live on this ball with the stated dimension.
Bro, how can you say the Earth is round, bro? Literally, go look outside, bro.
Hey,
The Earth is
I'm
flat, Nick.
talking.
Nah, I'm just saying, bro.
Yeah,
The Earth is flat, bro.
Yeah, I know. I'm speaking to Angela, who doesn't see it like that.
Yo, Angelo, you're an idiot, dude.
Yeah,
That'll get us a long ways down the line, won't it?
I agree with you, but let me finish. You know? My point, Angelo, is all the things that you've brought up so far, right? Specifically the earthquake business, right? This is more recent stuff with all the seismic technology and measuring and all that stuff. But you would think that with this claim that has been going on for allegedly thousands of years, they would have had some means of devising all this back then. Are you aware of any moment in time and by what method anyone actually determined this beforehand, leading up to now? Where
Are you talking about seismic? Are you talking about seismic, or are you talking about?
No, I'm speaking specifically not of seismic. Right? My point being that one would have thought that all this globe Earth measurements and facts and stuff like that would have been determined by some other means, by the ancients, for example, long before any of the modern technology. Right? Are you aware of anything from the past that actually confirmed any of this?
Yeah, give me a second. I'm looking it up. I actually have something that might work.
Okay. I'll take that as no, I don't know already. I'm going to go Google.
No. I don't know. I don't know exactly what you're asking. If you're looking for sound evidence, the technology that's recent, and you're looking for old sound evidence, because Krakatoa would be the best example of that.
Yeah, I'm not speaking about sound specifically. You only invoked the use of sound or seismic stuff or whatever as a means of trying to confirm or validate the supposed measurements. What I'm asking for is, has there been another way that these measurements were confirmed in the past, during the time where this idea came about in the first place? By any means. Keyword confirm.
Are you going to be asking for the confirmation based on, again, these are celestial observations, if we go back to 240 BC and Eratosthenes and Aristotle and all the others. So if you're going to dismiss those, I don't have much because, again, you're asking to go at a time when technology, they didn't have the technology to they made the claim based on all the celestial observations, just like I just did to you. That's agreed, right? I did that. You didn't like it. Okay.
So that's a good point, right? So the celestial object stuff is out of the question. It leads them to suppose maybe the Earth is curving. But you touched on Eratosthenes, which is probably the closest I've ever heard of to almost coming to that conclusion. Because he actually did a measurement, right? Albeit a very crude one, where he actually, walked across, the land to a certain distance and then took measurements. But he took measurements of shadow lengths. And then presupposed he was on a globe and backward or back engineered supposed radius, assuming the globe and assuming a distance to the sun that was far enough such that they can closely approximate the light rays being parallel. And so there's a lot of assumptions. There's crude distance measurements. I don't know if it would necessarily hold water. So maybe after him,
one that was in water might be a good one. Yeah, a successor is anybody watching ships going out to sea. They were always seeing them disappear from the bottom up. And I agree, you guys have gone and got your cameras out and said that you can bring them back into focus. But eventually, even after you bring them back into focus, you keep watching them, they go and disappear from the bottom up. And again, that's another example of, it could be argued, you and I can agree to that, could be argued those observations aren't 100% a conclusion. But you add up all these different things, that's why they came up with that. More modern technology, though, is beginning to demonstrate a lot more. I don't understand how it is that you...
But like what?
Well, when you go up in altitude...
But like what, though?
When you go up in altitude, you don't see curvature like right in front of you. It would be impossible because that makes the Earth way too small. But based on its size, you do see curvature off on the edges. At 47,000 feet, I've seen it up to 54,000 feet. That's the highest I've ever gone. I've got to tell you that something out there is causing that curvature, and it isn't the windshield on the front of the jet. And I'm not talking a side window either. I'm talking from the pilot seat. So basically, you do see curvature up there. It's not very pronounced. It can't be, not at that altitude. You get further up at 600 miles, you say that's never been attempted. That's not true. It has been, but we can agree to disagree.
I wouldn't be able to speak to that. But what I can say, though, is sure, if we have observations that lead us to suspect that it would be curving, there must be a means to confirm it. Again, right? You were invoking boats over the horizon. We were talking about Eratosthenes a minute ago. There has been attempts at the ground level to do something to arrive at this measurement. So after having observed something at a higher altitude, with modern technology allowing us to go up there, one would think that there would be also modern technology to allow us to measure drop over distance.
Okay, one of the things that I did demonstrate, I would like to do, and you said this is a hypothetical, I think somebody mentioned it, was to make a map, and the map would definitely pretty much ice the cake right there. Everybody runs away from this one. And I don't understand why. It doesn't make sense that if you want a real easy proof, and I think, well, it does make sense. I know that there's some people in here that believe religiously why the Earth is flat. There are a few that don't. The majority does.
I'll tell you why, right? Because most people have a religious belief, right, that we live on a ball without the evidence. Right. So as we've been speaking for a good 5, 10, 15 minutes or so, and I've heard you before, not once did you actually bring up anything that concluded that we do live on this ball, right? So, I mean,
would you agree? Conclusion Hold on.
But
Let's talk about conclusion.
Hang on. You're invoking religious belief. I mean, fuck. Everyone's told that we live on a ball, and since we're kids, and they never provide any of the evidence.
That's not true. Again, you said conclusions. Scientists take the appropriate amount of evidence and come to conclusions. They change their conclusions when new evidence comes about. I'm almost finished. They change their conclusions when new evidence comes about. But when they see conclusions, when they come to conclusions based on a majority of the evidence that they see, that's a reasonable conclusion, correct?
But what is that evidence? You haven't brought anything, man. You've only brought.
I just gave you all the celestial evidence. I gave you the measurements of Eratosthenes. I gave you the measurements of sound waves traveling through the Earth itself. All of those.
Debunked.
You didn't actually. First of all, you didn't actually give anything. Okay, we're talking kind of just in abstract, just glossing over stuff. We didn't get into any of the nitty gritties. I was the one who brought up Eratosthenes. Okay. You didn't provide anything. You're just picking these disparate points that may have a point in your mind, but most of them had to do with stuff in the sky that we already agreed and ruled out that it's insufficient.
Mel, can I give you a humorous little anecdote here about the channel? It's named 24/7 Flat Earth. It should be renamed 24/7 Globe Earth because you guys debate the globe. You never debate the flat Earth.
That's not true.
I just gave demonstrations.
Brought forth any proof of curvature. There's nothing to debate.
There you go. You're debating the globe, and you're not.
You're not listening. There's nothing to debate. Don't you get that? Until you bring forward.
Look, it was nice talking to you. I'm going to run. This cunt is in here.
Until you bring forward proof of curvature, there is nothing to debate. You seem to have some high and mighty view of yourself that you're some kind of debate artist.
Didn't do a great job.
Yeah, but what about the ice wall, boys? What about what's on the other side of the ice wall? I want to know.
What ice wall? That's a global claim anyways. So even you couldn't get any proof out of him, Mick?
I tried. Took the charitable route. Tried to give him some leeway. And same old. He was a lot more polite than others who employ the same tactic.
No, he shits me because if there's a path to take, it's the longest way around. Why not just say, no, I've got no proof of curvature. That's it. No proof of drop over distance. We know he's got nothing. Even at the end there where he's backing out. He was backing out because he knew I was coming back in to pin him to the floor again. And then he'll quite politely tell you what you accept as. I thought that was so gracious of him. Not.
Yeah, it was a cute attempt. That was very cute. He was very soft-spoken and, polite. It was very, it was cute.
Oh yeah, he'll hold your hand if you ask him.
He what?
He'll hold your hand if you ask him nicely. Might even get some chocolates and flowers.
God damn it. Let's take a stroll over the plain and map it out, right?
But all he does is just claim stack. Claim stack after claim stack. Oh, up in a plane we can see curvature. Excellent, now validate it. But whilst we're doing celestial navigation, And he'll just keep claim stacking, Gish Gallop, just bounce from one to another. That's all he does.
Yeah, he seemed quite confident that any curvature, allegedly, that they would have seen was certainly not from the windows. I mean, how do you even know that?
Well, in order to validate that, you'd probably have to take the same plane ride minus the windows.
Sure, that would be one way. I mean, good luck with that. Unless he means to tell us that the windows are like fucking one layer thin or one layer thick with super thin material that doesn't refract or something, or I don't know. He didn't give, the problem is he didn't go into any of those details, let alone provide any substance to it. So
That's how he works.
What are we gonna do? Like, it's
what you do is you keep rounding him back. When he makes a claim, you pin him down on that one and just keep smashing it until he cries and goes away.
I like that attempt of the earthquake stuff. That was a new one.
You haven't heard that before? I heard it a while ago.
Maybe once a long time, but it's relatively, it's relatively fresh,
Yeah, if the Earth was a globe, the sound waves would travel at this speed. If the Earth was flat, hang on a minute. You're not here arguing our side, so how do you know? How do you even know what is inside your Earth in the first place? To validate that the speed of what these sound waves would. So you just claim stack after claim stack.
Bro, it's like so obvious that the Earth is flat. How can anyone say it's not?
I smell a troll.
All right.
I'm just saying, bro. If you're gonna prove that the Earth is round, you can't use like fake space launches and shit. Like negative satellites. Are you being serious? Yeah, right, bro. We can't even figure out what's in the bottom of our ocean.
You're right about that. I would agree with that.
Yeah, exactly, dude. It's fucking disgusting, bro. These people just keep lying to us over and over again. These fucking governments. We need to do something. We need to riot. We need to all plan a massive attack on something, right?
I knew it.
Come on,
I
anyone
knew
here?
it.
Anyone here planning a mass attack?
No.
List.
Not from my computer room, anyway.
Okay. Yeah, if anyone
Sounds
ever is
exciting.
gonna plan a mass attack, please message me. I will maybe report it.
Right. Yeah, no. I don't think.
Anyways, talking about Earth being flat. Can anyone tell me why the Earth isn't flat? Like, I really don't get it. It's really flat.
You want to troll a bit harder? Yeah. I thought
Yeah,
that was
no, we're not gonna promote extremism and encourage that. You are muted.
We got none of that, T-Dub. Sorry, man.
No, it's all good. I got that.
Did you?
Yeah. It come through loud and clear.
Jeez. Okay. Must be me then.
T-Dub just told our friend how that's not going to happen and he is muted. And yeah, old mate decided to expunge himself.
Yeah, I actually tried to ban him, but my computer hasn't changed to this new setting yet, apparently.
Okay. You know how to ban people over in PNR?
Yeah, nah, don't remember. I haven't done it for that long over there. I don't ban a lot of people, yeah. I normally just mute them.
All right. I'll chuck it up in the back chats.
But I know there's a new way here. I can do it on my phone, but I can't do it on my computer.
How's that? That better, AJ?
Yeah, that worked for me that time, yeah. So that works over here now too, does it, Matrix?
Oh shit, yeah. I tested it on Jardsy when he was posting dumb shit in the side chat. Couldn't really test it on one of our guys. That'd be shit. So as you can tell by my voice, I've had a pretty solid weekend. Didn't win, but yeah, had a pretty good time.
You have squash somewhere, did you?
Yeah, Wyong Open.
Wyong?
That's their last. Wyong, yeah, on the Central Coast. So I went for a little drive Friday afternoon. Took me swag, camped out at a mate's place. Come back today.
Nice.
Got some drinking in, talked a lot of shit, and we played some squash
I used to
too.
live there. Many years ago.
Yeah, not a bad area.
I'll have to look it up. I've never heard of it.
If you can find Gosford, it's not far from.
I've probably driven through it and not paid attention.
You ever driven the old Pacific Highway?
Yes.
Then you've been straight through the guts of it.
What was that?
Who we got dropped in? Dreamer.
Hey, Matrix.
How's it going?
I'm alright. What about yourself?
Yeah, can't complain.
Oh, yeah. Oh, happy birthday, by the way, Matrix. Hope you have a good one.
Birthday. My birthday's in August. I got plenty of time.
Oh, okay. Cool. Sorry, I mixed around with my mate there. Yeah.
I'll say that almost sounded like Leaf.
Was it Leaf Aura or something like that?
No, well, you know Leaf, the rubber duck guy.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like.
Yeah.
Don't know that name. And his headphones. Dr. Astro bullshit. He has to be FE. Dr. Astro bullshit. Are you a glober or a flat earther?
Hey, no, I'm a flat earther.
I was hoping so with a name like that. I was going to say, if you're not, it's going to be odd. So what brought you into it, mate?
I was just checking if there were people speaking here. I just saw the live stream on YouTube.
No, the whole flat earth thing. You just woke up one Sunday morning and went, oh shit, it's flat, that'll do me. Or what was it that got you into it?
No, well, in my case, I literally came out as a flat earther. So what happened is it was on a Christmas Eve 2020. And kind of out of the blue, I just checked, the 200 proof that Earth is not a ball by Eric Dubay.
Oh, yeah.
And so at first I was like, well, it's interesting, but I mean, if it's true, fine. If it's not true, then fine as well. I had no real stance on the matter. It didn't matter to me that much. And I mean, I of course I thought that the Earth was a globe and all that shit was true, but yeah. So yeah, I read the book. I didn't read it very deeply. I just went through the pages. But then he had a section where he was talking about what the Bible says. And so I was Christian, and I mean I'm still Christian, but I was Christian at the time, and so I said to myself, well, I'm Christian, right? And so if I'm Christian, then I'm supposed to believe or take as true whatever my Bible says, even if I can't verify it. And so I went and checked what my Bible says. And so without going into much details, because biblical cosmology is, I mean, it's, if you want to have an extensive view, you will have to go into the Greek and Hebrew, but whatever. And so, but basically the basics is that it's enclosed cosmology. And so then I told myself, well, what my Bible says is opposite to what the world says. So and so either I believe what my Bible says, or I kind of go with what the word says, but I can't have two. I mean, because both contradict each other. Yeah, I can't at the same time says, well, the Bible is true and I believe it, and say, well, what the word says is true and I believe it. I mean, if I'm going, so
well, it doesn't mention the globe in the Bible at all. I think there's only one very specific Bible, and there's only one it's in there, and it's the word globe is used. Outside of that, it's not.
Yeah, and so yeah, and so what I said then, all right, fine, but then what can I know? Like, so I checked what my Bible says, and so now I know what the Bible says, but I still don't know what the world, I mean, what I can verify for myself in the world, because everything I have in the world, I mean, regarding what the world says, is a belief, because that's what I was told, and, I never checked anything. So on the one side, now I know what the Bible says, and now I have to see what I can verify for myself in the world. And so I told myself, if what I can verify in the world goes against what my Bible says, then there's no point being a Christian anymore, because my personal experience in the world, I mean, it's not that it's the Bible, it's just that a book contains information, And if I can't, I mean, if the information I can, if what I can experience in the world contradicts what's written in the book, then the book, I mean, then I know what the book says is false, and therefore that it's not the word of God or it's not true.
I don't think you'll find much in the real world that'll contradict what's in the book somehow.
Yeah, it's good. I started from the principle that, for example, let's say the book, like for example, let's say the Bible says that grass is blue, okay, and I go into the real world, and in the real world, well, I experience that grass is green, and so now I know that that the information, I mean, because the information that grass is blue is false, I know that what the Bible says on this is false, and therefore, if
there is bluegrass. I'm kidding. No.
Yeah, but
only the music.
Yeah.
But well, there is a tuft of grass.
Blue cooch.
Called blue. Yeah, blue cooch. But I mean, like, what if it changed? Like, because they say that carrots were once all purple, right? And now they're orange, right? But I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying. I know what you mean. Yeah.
What I wanted to ask him was, so what have you done to date in the real world to test this out?
Well, it was kind of retrospective. For me, it was when I went to Canada, on the north of Quebec, and there were this Saint Laurent, the river, and we could see the other side of the shore, which was, I mean, I think it's not an island, but it's the other side of the Quebec, of the mouth of the river, and I think it's I don't remember exactly. I think it's like 100 kilometers away. And
where is it?
I'll give you. It's the city is. Yeah. I speak French. I'm French.
Okay. Connaissez-vous le nom en français?
C'est what, sorry?
Connaissez-vous sais-tu le nom de la place que tu parles en français?
Ah oui, c'est Sept-Îles.
Seven Islands.
Yeah. Near Tadoussac, where you can see the whales.
Oh shit, Tadoussac, okay.
Yeah. And
I know the name of a map or a visual.
Yeah, sure. Give me a second.
Vous habitez ici ou en France?
Non, en France.
En France, ok.
Toi, tu es au Québec?
Ouais.
Ah. Vers où ça?
Au sud.
Ok.
Oui.
Baguette. Lol.
Baguette. You caught it.
I used to have a really good French mate that, I used to hang a lot of shit on him, actually, though.
You used to speak French, yeah?
No. He did, yeah.
Oh.
I can't. No, he definitely did, yeah. Yeah, so he was in the French Foreign Legion and met an Australian girl and moved over here.
Oh, a friend of yours. Okay.
Yeah.
So think about it, Mick. Could you imagine all the Aussies in here talking French? Bonjour, cunt.
Oh my god! You guys would sound like redneck hackers.
No, my other mate, I used to always say "oui," and he used to get angry and say, "You're saying yes, cunt. Shut the fuck up. It's not oui, it's oui." He used to get real angry at me.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know anybody who says it twice. Hey, mon esti de câlisse de tabarnak de Christ. They just chain. That's one thing I noticed about French people. When they're really hardcore cussing, they'll just chain a shit ton of swear words. All like that, they don't really make sense. You know, it's of this, of that, of this, of that, of this, of that. You know, with these random, you know, mostly religious, you know, connotations. You know, like tabernacle, it's tabernacle. You know, like chain that with it. It's hilarious.
Have you seen the movie The Matrix? French is the best language to curse with. It's like wiping your ass with silk. I love it.
I missed that part.
When they go and see the Merovingian, that's what he says. And then he rattles off a whole heap of stuff in French, and I don't know what he says.
Oh shit! I must have missed it. Which movie? First, second, or third?
First one, when they go and see the Merovingian.
I need to see a clip.
Oh really? Holy shit!
I mean, I saw it years and years ago. I rewatched it again a few years back, but yeah. Anyway, where'd our friend go?
Okay. I have the exact spot. Hold on.
Oh, you're there. Okay.
I'm sending more images. Wait.
Yeah, do you have a zoomed out?
No, unfortunately, I didn't take any pictures. We had Binox, but no pictures. So I can't.
No,
I can't.
But
I
in
can
your,
bring
on your
evidence.
no, it's okay. It's good. I mean, on your Google Maps, just so I can get a better. Is that near James Bay type thing?
No idea.
Oh,
I know.
James Hudson Bay, like north.
Maybe.
No, I don't know.
I don't know.
Well, it's 50 longitude, 50 latitude, man. It's pretty high.
Yeah. I think there's like one or two villages up there. Then it's North Pole, basically. I mean, not North Pole, but
Okay, so it's on the There you go. There's PEI. Okay, so it's on the northeast peninsula of Quebec.
Yeah.
Very good. Very cool. That's it.
And so it's not so. The next image, which is a photo, is yeah. Sorry.
Sorry. So were you saying that you were at Sept-Îles and looking over in the direction of Gaspé or Percé or Carleton-sur-Mer type area?
Yes.
Or were you looking at?
Yeah.
Really, and you shouldn't be able to see it.
Yeah, I have a hold on. The third image is where you see the I mean, what's on the distance is Ile d'Anticosti, but that's not the that's not what I saw that I shouldn't have seen. That's the Gaspé and Percé. I mean, looking in the direction of Gaspé and Percé, that's the coastline that I was seeing. So that which is not in the. But I had then I checked. Hold on, I can. I still have the links.
Yeah, is there a distance? What's the distance between there and there? It's supposed to be.
Let me check.
Oh, there's a scale in your image. A good 100 kilometers or 100 kilometers plus.
Yeah, I can find the topography of the land so that we see. I mean, I did the math with the topography of the land. Hold on.
Okay. But even from this, you can get a good rough estimate there. It's at least 100 kilometers from Sept-Îles to the coastline, 110 or something. And you can see that. Are you sure? 100 kilometers, dude.
Yeah, if you zoom in, yeah. I was there on vacation. We were staying at some guy's place, and he told because he works there, and he told us he's an Indian, the guy, and he told us like native, and he told us, well, when when the weather conditions are very good, and you can when like it didn't rain the previous day or whatever, like you can see you can see the other shore.
No shit, eh? Because that's far. Do you know how high you were off the above sea level?
Just my normal height, or maybe max 3 meters. Like if I take into account the fact that the beach goes into the water, then right above the beach maybe 2 or 3 meters, max 4. Then therefore max 5-6 meters. Or that's
so let's say 10 to 20 feet.
Yeah.
Anywhere between there, lower bound 10 feet, higher bound 20 feet. You can see 100 kilometers away.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah. So Google says 64 miles.
64 miles. Okay. Okay, I see that. Because the longest bit I've heard of, I don't know if you've ever heard of the laser tests that have been done over the years.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've heard. Okay, because the longest one I think was 40, upwards of 40 miles. So 60 miles is an extra 50% there. It's not totally outrageous, but in kilometers it sounds a lot longer.
Yeah.
But still, man, 60 miles is pretty. That's a good shot, man.
Yeah. Well, actually, I think I mean that's a good idea because there's nobody. I mean, there's not that much people there. So if we with some equipment, maybe if you try to fire some laser across.
I mean, that could be pretty cool, but it would be one hell of a trek, though. Because imagine, right? You're in Sept-Îles, and you're like, all right, you tell your friend, okay, go to Gaspé or whatever. And they have to travel all the way down, and then all the way, like, that's a big trip,
Yeah. I don't know if there are. I don't know how bad the roads are to get there.
Oh well. Overall, out here, man, the roads are shit. So there's shit here where it's like populated. Can't imagine how under maintained they are up there.
Yeah.
But damn, too bad you don't have any shots or snaps of it. That could have been pretty cool.
Yeah, 'cause at the time I wasn't flattered, so I didn't care about. I mean, and I was young, so I didn't care about either photos or checking if what I see is correct with the globe measurement. I mean, calculations. So the next link is the topographical chord for the region, so you can check which mounts are at what altitude. For example, hold on.
Oh, what were you able to see? The coastline, or?
Yeah, the coastline. Not that much details, because then it was very blurry in the distance.
But nonetheless, able to see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's
Okay.
Keep
man. Okay. So let's say you're like 5 to 10 or 6 to 15 meters off the ground, off the water. I mean.
Yeah.
Interesting, man.
So that was like kind of retrospective, you know. So, but other than that, I know there's the I mean, living in France, there's a lot of locations I can be where I can do some long distance observations, but I haven't done any here yet. But I want to because I live near Geneva and there's the lake and there's like 50 I think from the the lake is kind of like a half moon, so you can fully try to see each end but I think the longest you can do is like 50 kilometers eye of sight, and so I would like to go and test that one day when I take the time to do it.
Interesting. What do you think you would do? Like just a camera shot?
Yeah, because I don't know what the regulations are for using lasers, and I don't want to end up in jail there.
They're like, oh, we got a sniper somewhere. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Hey, what are you doing with this? Well, I'm just checking for the curvature. Oh, your flyers are... Yeah. Bring that motherfucker to jail.
Checking for curvature. Yeah. So you've been in it 4 or 5 years now. It's a long time, man.
Yeah. But so so yeah, when I checked the 200 proofs and all that, then I back in 2020 Christmas Eve, so I just like went out of my room and there was all my family and I just said, yo, you guys know what, like the moon had, because I just checked what what the Bible says, and because there are Christians as well, but no flyers, and so I said, yo, the earth is flat and the moon has its own night, and so they didn't understand like what the fuck, like why you're saying this now, or are you joking, and when they saw that I was serious, and they just didn't understand. So that's a bit it, but yeah, and but then you realize that you have to do the part between I mean, you have to learn and to know what you think, you know what the academics say, what you can verify for yourself, and that's a lot of, I mean, you spend a lot of hours doing it, and I mean, technically it's a cool conspiracy, because you realize that we don't know much about the world and that everything is still to discover or know, and compared to other things that you can know about the world or people, it's still a cool one, even if it's kind of the bottom. I mean, it's like where you live, so if you don't even know where you live, it's kind of fucked up.
I hear that. Cool stuff, man. So you only listen to the live stream, or you have only been listening to the live stream a while, or
I check from time to time. I don't take that much time to listen or to go into live streams. But when I do,
by that I mean this particular one.
Oh no, I'm rarely here. I just came in one time, and that's why I have the Dr. Astro bullshit nickname, because I saw everybody uh, putting it, like changing their nickname to Doctor something, and so I said, well, I like Astro bullshit because I think astrophysics is kind of astro bullshit, so that's why I.
Right. That's a good one. I respect that. Yeah, it's a cool room, man. It gets really heated from time to time. You got, goofballs come in here and say stupid shit.
Yeah.
But it can be quite constructive, man. It's why I came back. I came in. I think it's been a year or so. I jumped in after listening to the live stream for some time. A friend of mine sent me the link. I'm like, Jesus Christ, like these guys really know their shit, It was really good conversation at the time. I just wanted to come in and say hello and say thank you, And then I got looped in and, these damn kangaroos kind of like, holding me hostage, And yeah. Speaking of kangaroos.
Dude.
I don't know about that one holding you hostage. That one's struggling to hold his head up.
Yeah, he's more like a wombat.
Dude, nobody can. Can you guys explain meteors to me?
Nope.
Exactly.
And what would
does that mean?
Anyways,
Therefore globe. I can't. T-Dub can't explain meteors. Therefore globe. Is that it?
Yes. Dude, if you think about it, if there's a firmament, how can a meteor break through the firmament? You think about that. It can't. There is no firmament.
if there's no container, how are you breathing now?
With my lungs, bro.
Yeah, and with the same air that should have fucked off into the vacuum.
Nah, it's the ozone layer, mate.
So given the choice of no meteor or no air, rocks falling from the sky have just been erased from fucking memory.
There's rocks, bro. There's meteors, and yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. So it doesn't prove anything.
I've never seen one, bro. Have you seen a meteor hit the Earth?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
When I was a kid, I seen one in the backyard, actually.
What was it doing?
It was fucking in a split second, it was dark, and then everything just went fucking lit up purpley, orange, and blue. The sky was gnarly, and then we heard a thud, and we went out there, and there's this hot fucking bit of slag on the ground, bro. I'm not even kidding. It just looked like iron, melted iron.
Post the video then. We'll have a look at it.
It was when I was 7, dude.
So it was only last week.
No.
There's a newspaper report.
That happens all the time, doesn't it? I swear it happens all the time. People find meteors.
It's like Joe Dirt. It was probably just a big space turd coming from an aeroplane.
Sky ice.
Well, I just looked it up and it doesn't make sense, Kat, because I looked up pictures of meteors, and then there's like something from Washington University that says meteors don't look like this because they're not smooth. But the thing I saw wasn't smooth, bro. It was just like fucking slag.
Yeah, it sounds like a like something that lightning could do, for instance. You know?
I don't believe in lightning, bro. That's bullshit.
You don't believe in lightning. What?
Bro, when I was a kid, they're like, oh, you can't swim because there's lightning, you can't go in the pool. Bullshit. They just didn't want me to go in the pool, cunt. I've swum in the ocean as an adult when there's been like lightning storms and I was fine, cunt. So like, explain that.
There's also been plenty of other people who've gone swimming in storms and not been so fine. When I was in year 10 at school, we went up to Nelson's Bay. And guess what? There was a lightning strike that day and a young chap got his life ended.
I don't believe you.
What was really interesting, about 3 years later, when I'd started my apprenticeship, one of the other guys who was in my year was telling me about that same event because he was out there with him. And he said, it's amazing that quite a few more people didn't have the same thing. And that's what I just thought it was really freaky, the fact that both of us knew about it.
Bro, what's crazy, dude? How come like planes can hit lightning and like lightning hits planes and the planes are fine? Oh, what the fuck does it go with that?
It fucks their shit up. Don't worry about that.
What about boats? If a lightning hit your boat, would you like get electrocuted or what?
Can't say I've ever had such an experience.
I don't know. Isn't that what happened to the fella in that movie, the man who sued God?
The man who sued God, what?
Yeah, pretty sure lightning bolt struck his boat, tore it to shreds, and he sued the Catholic Church because it was an act of God. Because the insurance wouldn't pay out because it was an act of God, so he sued God.
That's pretty funny. I might have to watch it.
Yeah, it was Billy Connolly.
Yeah, Billy Connolly. Yep, yeah, that's the one.
Think about it, bro. There's no way lightning hitting a boat would have to do anything because think about it. Lightning takes its quickest, easiest path to the land, right? To like something. It takes its easiest path to something that conduces it, right? Now,
yeah, and if that happens to be you.
Yeah, well, the ocean's flat, right? Any boat on the ocean is a quicker path for it to hit than they hit the water. So there's boats that are like, people live on boats on the ocean. They're always there. It must hit them, cunt. At some point, they must, especially with their masts, they must get hit. And they don't get electrocuted. I don't think boats are earthed out though. Even though they're sitting on the ocean, like in that salt water, I don't think it earths out. I'm just gonna look it up.
So what makes water so potentially dangerous with electricity? Right?
I don't know.
Yeah, isn't there something about water, like not being very conductive or something like that? Like, I don't understand. I don't understand
so
electricity.
The path of least resistance is you, because you and your little boat are in the water. Therefore, there's now a closer range. Go through the boat, hopefully not through you, down to Earth, which is what it's aiming for. It's not aiming for the water. It's aiming for Earth. If you happen to be a shortcut to get around the water, it's going through you.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But like, okay. So Is water a good conductor or not?
Pretty sure it is.
I'm going to say no.
Yeah, I thought it wasn't. So how come it's so easy for electricity to travel through water then? Why doesn't it just like fizzle out?
Oh, nah, I'm pretty sure it's salt water that does, lad, because there's salt water in it. It has like all the minerals and shit in it. It actually goes through the minerals, not the H2O.
Yeah, you ever heard of a bathtub? You know, toaster in the bathtub, shit, right? Like, why is that so dangerous then?
There might be chlorine and other, trace.
Other minerals and stuff in it, trace elements, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so just water in its natural form. So you could be safe in like you could throw a toaster in a pool of just pure H2O,
demineralized
and
water.
you'd be right. And
I mean, I wouldn't test it, but in theory,
right.
There's still apparently mineral oil, demineralized water, and distilled water. You can have electrical components in it, and it won't conduct electricity. It won't jump.
Damn.
Right. It won't jump. So what about in like when they're doing electrolysis? So what's going on there? Is there a connection between the two electrodes? You don't see one, do you? You don't see like a lightning bolt between the two, between the cathode and the anode, right? Do you?
No, you don't.
Is that what they're called? Cathode. Yeah, but is there a connect? Is there, or is it just
yes? There is a
like there is? Okay.
Yeah, it's really odd. But normally when they do electrolysis, what do? Tip in salt or sodium bicarbonate or some other soluble element to help it assist.
Yeah, right. Yeah, they do too. Yeah, like salt. Yeah, right. Something. Yeah.
Dude, if you drop like a sinker in the hull of your boat and you have a tinny, like an aluminium boat, it's gonna like fucking make electrolysis and put a hole in the bottom of your boat. I don't know why, it just does, apparently.
Galvanic reaction.
Yeah.
Is it called galvanic, did you say?
Yeah, something like that. That's why they normally get a copper block. They'll put a piece of copper in the bottom of their tinnies, and it'll eat the copper block away first as opposed to reacting with the boat. And all they do is just unbolt the block when it gets eaten away, swap it out for another one.
Is that why they have those? The fuck? Yeah, right. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's to stop your tinnies from getting chewed out, man. That's why.
Like a plate on the underside of it or something like that? Or what?
As in just a block of copper that's normally underneath one of the seats.
Dude, you know in the 90s they used to like put like a copper bar in chicks' arms so they didn't get pregnant. It's like called the bar, bro. It's kind of gnarly.
It's still around.
I bet it doesn't fully work though. But it's like it's not the best form of contraception.
You're speaking from experience?
Yeah, bro, I got pregnant one time. No, no, I'm just guessing it wouldn't be. I actually hate contraception as a whole, lad. Like the contraception pills, they like pretty much pseudo castrate women, and they give them to like girls when they're going through puberty, bro. And it literally is the same of like being in menopause. So these chicks who should be like developing muscularly, you know, and their body's growing and whatnot, it doesn't. It's fucked up. It's like big pharma being dogs.
You fully agree, bro.
Anyway, getting back to the meteorite thing, right? Did anyone happen to catch the shower the other night? They said there was going to be a meteor shower. They said that from like 2 a.m., I think, Eastern Australian time, you go out and you'd see, and then they described it, you'd see like fire in the sky, raining fire. They said it'd look like it was raining fire. I wasn't awake, so I didn't see any.
What, in Australia?
Oh, I'm pretty sure.
I thought that was going to be an aurora, not meteor shower.
Oh, right, maybe it was that. I don't know. No, Mrs. read out something on Facebook there, something about she did say the name of the meteor shower, and apparently too, it's not like subjected to one location. Like it's just be all over the sky. Apparently, as the Earth passes through it, right? All that shit. So you'd potentially be able to see it like just everywhere, like in any location of the sky. You'd potentially see this fire raining down, apparently. Like, yeah, I don't know. That's the way it described it in the article that she was reading out, and I was like, what the fuck?
Bro, that just reminded me of something I completely forgot. Isn't there like in 2032 like going to be this asteroid that hits Earth or some shit?
That was 2012.
Nah, yeah, that's right. That's CB. It keeps changing. I thought they had it all figured out with their gravity and shit. I thought they could, pinpoint that. Yeah, it's definitely going to hit. No, it keeps changing every week. They go, it's a 32% chance. Oh, it's a 15% chance. Oh, it's 40%. Oh, no, it's not. It might hit the moon now. Oh, no, it's not going to hit the moon. Like, they keep fucking changing their mind. Thought they had everything fucking worked out.
I'm not worried about it. I just looked it up. It literally says NASA reckons there's only 2.6% chance of it hitting anywhere on Earth. So who gives a fuck?
Yeah,
That's like
check it next week. It'll have changed to like 10% or some shit. Like, they just keep fucking. They don't know what they're fucking talking about.
Clearly do.
Yeah, I don't think they do know anything.
Let's you a flat earth ball.
Yeah, it's changed again. It's 1% now. No, it's 0.16% now, as of February.
Yeah, because the closer it gets, the more precise the calculations. You fucking retards.
Why is that? Why should that matter? How come they can't just tell straight up and give us a positive, definite?
Did you just hear what I just said? Or just went over your head?
Why does distance matter? Why?
Because it's closer to you. What do you mean? Why distance matter? You have like better tools. Like you can focus better when it's closer to you than when it's like distant.
They got JWS fucking taking photos of exoplanets, and they can't tell us the percentage of likelihood of a meteor hit, an asteroid hit.
That's a good point.
What do you mean? That's a good point, man. We're talking about a small object against a planet.
They think they can tell the composition of an exoplanet fucking billions of light years away, and they can't tell us about a meteor within our own solar system?
They can't say the composition of the soil, only the atmosphere.
Yeah, they do.
It's
they
a rough
fucking tell us everything. They'll tell you that it's raining sideways glass on some exoplanet, bro.
Really?
Yeah.
But didn't you understand? The closer it gets, the easier it is to...
What didn't you understand about if they can tell us it's raining sideways glass on an exoplanet?
Where did you hear that?
4,000 fucking light years away. Why can't they tell us what's happening with a meteorite that's only 2 light years away?
It's like asking you can't even see your dick because you have all that belly in front of you.
Really?
Well, if you bend, you're gonna see it. Like you're gonna be more precise.
Show us how it's done. In another server, if you keep misbehaving. So all you're doing is making awesome claims. Now validate it.
Did you validate
Verify.
what I just said? Is it complicated? Even like a 5 years old would understand what I said.
Hopefully, you weren't referring to the bit about bending over.
Yeah, it's kind of gay ski. You just randomly brought up another man's dick.
The
That's
gay
gay.
is you here, bro. Like, you're a disappointment, man. Don't ever talk to me about no fucking Edmonton Green or Wood Green.
Man's from Edmonton, fam. You get me?
Yeah, that's from fucking Melbourne.
No, I'm from Northumberland Park, fam.
Disappointment. Man.
What do you guys think of shooting stars?
They're lovely.
I normally go to the rifle range and shoot targets myself, but if you want to shoot up in the sky, then yeah, that's great.
But have you seen them though? You like agree they exist? You agree they exist? Surely you agree.
Yeah, been shooting stuff.
I see them all the time, bro. I don't know if it's because of where I live, but like when I'm on night shift on the trains, bro, I literally like can hop out of the cab and be like, "Give me a minute," and I guarantee you, I'll see a shooting star, and I see one. I'm not even fucking kidding. And they say it's like fully rare and stuff, and you should make a wish. I see them like 20 in a night, lad. Easy.
Lads, when are you gonna get a job, man? So you stop talking about this retarded shit.
Who is this guy?
That's me, man. That's me.
Dude, come to Northumberland Park, fam. I will ching you up, man.
I'm going right now. Okay. How about you go this evening? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll back out my Rambo, fam.
You're fucking Australia, man. Why are you acting?
Thank you.
Hey guys.
Hey.
How you doing?
Take an estrogen pill. Chill, man.
I'm a guy, so I don't want to do that.
You sound like you lack like androgenic components in your vocal cords.
Don't make up words.
That's a word.
Source.
Anyway.
How do you guys believe in stuff that you haven't personally observed?
Like what? The Easter Bunny?
Anything. As a rule, do you say you don't believe in it unless you've personally observed it?
I'm a believer. Oh, sorry.
Anyone can take this question. I'm not picky.
I think it's a trap. You're trying to bait us, bro.
I'm absolutely trying to trap you, but if you're smart enough to know the entailments of your position, you should fear no trap.
Hang on a minute. What are you doing in here without changing your name? That's a violation of Rule 6 of Discord.
If you don't want to talk to me, you can mute me again. I'll be back in 5 days.
Okay. That was easy. Go and fix your name, please. Fix your name up. I'll let you in here. I'll unmute you. I don't have a problem with it. But your name is a violation of Rule 6 of Discord. So all I'll do is I'll just keep muting you until you learn to fix it. Fix it up. No worries. Don't fix it up. Catch a red flag. See you later.
Did you say there was something wrong with his name?
Yeah, he had a heaps gnarly name, bro. He's like promoting making kids
Can't
trans.
do it.
Fucked up.
Alright, I only saw the word teach. I wasn't sure what was going on. That's it.
So what else you got for us, lads? What else you been up to?
Not much. I've just been drinking, and I'm like fucked a
Long
lot of things
weekend.
up.
Fancy that.
Yeah. I fucked a lot of things up this weekend. It was not good.
What? You realise you're not on a ball tard flying through space?
Yeah, that, and like I passed out in the main street and like fell asleep in the street, bro. It was gnarly.
You passed out in the main street.
Yeah, so I went down to the main strip because I was drinking. I didn't have any intentions of going there to see anybody, but just so happened to be where I was going to go drinking. I bought tickets to, like months ago, a band that was playing there that night, and I forgot they were playing, and I had tickets. I was like, fuck yeah. I seen them live, and I was like blackout. I don't know what happened. I don't know if I was like drugged or like I just got completely blackout, but I left and like walked down a back alley behind the place and like fell asleep, bro. And then I got woken up to the lead singer of that band. They must have been walking out like the back door or something. Later in the night, he like woke me up. He's like, "Are you alright, man?" I was like, "The fuck?" I'm like, "Where am I?" It was gnarly. Oh, and then when I like caught a taxi in the morning home. I got home, I got more grog, and like I was on video on here. Not this room, but another room. I like climbed on my roof for some reason. I got stuck on my roof, lad. Like I couldn't get down. So like stayed on my roof for like 6 hours and got sunburnt and slept on my roof. It was fucked up. I think I'm gonna stop drinking, dude. It's fucked up.
Yeah, at least maybe just slow down a bit. I don't know. But Letsky, can I say something, Letsky? Right? I've just noticed this a couple of times the last few days, right? These globies come in and they start yelling, they start riling you up. Then they'll call you the N-bomb or something, and then you'll go, well, and you'll want to call it back to them. I think I may have heard that once or twice. So just don't get sucked into that. Just don't get sucked into it, dude. If they call you N-bomb, just laugh and say, okay, bye. We're not saying around. Yeah, don't let them figure us doing that, dude. Let them say it, but don't repeat it back to them, even though you want to. And if you're
you're right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, true.
Well, the only thing you need to say to them when they do is just see you later, mate. That's it. Because that's what's going to happen to them if they get caught.
Dude, all you have to say is that's gnarly, bro.
And Steve's gnarly. I was also in here the other day with Crit, with that critical guy. Dude, I was actually fully debating him, and I'm not like trying to piss in my own pocket or anything, but I kind of beat him in the debate on here. Like, he was lost.
So what did you beat him with? Look, Ski, why are you posting this dumb shit up? It doesn't prove anything. You come in here and tell us it's a globe. We're magically going to change our mind? No. So posting that crap up is not going to do anything except piss me off, and then I'll probably rail you for spamming the text chat with shit. So it's probably best you don't. So post something of relevance. Proof of curvature. It's not relevant. You're a clown. Okay, this is going to be good. I'm going to unmute you, and you're going to explain to me how that says that I'm lying. So, Ski, how does that stupid shit there prove that I'm lying? It shows that I'm lying.
So why are you deleting it if it's not true?
Because it's shit. That's
No,
why
because
it's
you're
getting
triggered.
deleted. Nothing more, nothing
It's because
less.
it's revealing the
just
truth
shit.
to your
It
audience.
doesn't. What does it reveal? Let's read it
Look
out.
at you,
Let's
look at
go
you. Why
from
are you
line
mad?
one.
Why are you getting
Top
mad, bro?
proof
You're
that we
in
are
front
not on a spinning ball. 100% unrefutable proof of a flat, and there's not even the end of it there. The second one, flat Earth. The ball is
getting
dead.
triggered,
So
man?
these are just quotes off of what? Off of a YouTube channel? I was wrong. The Earth is not flat.
Why are you
I
getting
was so
triggered, bro?
wrong. The Earth definitely isn't flat. I'm an ex-flat earther. You are being manipulated by con. So you've posted up a meme that one person who wasn't even a flat earther in the first place has said in
he wasn't a flat
between,
earther.
and now you're claiming
Look at him.
that this is proof of a ball. Yes
So
or
somebody
no?
that says top proof that we are
Ski,
not on a spinning
are
ball
you claiming
is not a flat earther?
that he's not a flat earther? No, he's not. He's a truther.
He's not anymore. He's not anymore.
No, he wasn't in the first place, mate.
No, he was. He was.
He never has been.
He
He's a
was
fucking
wasting
doormat.
time making videos about it, so he definitely was.
Yeah, well, some of his videos are going to be entertaining watching him unstick himself with them.
Anyway, you see, you getting triggered.
No, yeah, anyways, and now
Prove
you're
my
going to
point,
sidestep. And it's going to be, oh, you're triggered, so therefore it's a globe.
It's fine, man. It's fine. I'll just keep.
So you've got no proof of curvature other than posting that.
I will not give you. What
So
you want.
you've got no proof of curvature other
No, I
than
have plenty.
somebody saying they're not a flat earther anymore. That's your proof of curvature. Yes or
You
no?
have no proof. You have no.
Very simple close-ended question. You have nothing other than somebody saying they're not a flat earther anymore. If you have proof, I suggest you spit it out in the next 30 seconds. What is
24 hours sun in Antarctica.
That's a big fail.
You asked
What
for proof. I
does-
gave it to you. Now go.
That's
have
not
a
proof of
research
anything.
about it.
Okay, let's do some basic step-by-step here.
How does it work
If
in a
the
flat earth?
listen, hey, if the Earth, look, don't be a fuckwit, mate. I'll just shoot you. It's easy. If the
For
Earth,
proof of
is
24-hour sun.
yeah,
Sorry.
where's your proof of it? You're just claim stacking now. Come on.
Well, hang on. We didn't ask for proof of 24-hour sun in Antarctica. We asked for proof of Earth curvature.
Dude, and also, regardless if the sun's there 24 hours or not, it doesn't prove anything about the Earth being flat, cut.
Exactly. Has nothing to do with the shape of the ground. But yet all of
It's
these
impossible on a flat
special
Earth.
eds.
That's impossible on a flat. It cannot work. If you can show
So
me
hang on a
drawing
minute,
and how
Ski.
that works
Ski.
on a flat Earth. I'm answering
Ski.
to you. I'm answering.
Ski,
Let me
no, you're
finish.
not. You're talking when you should be. If the
You
Earth
ask me
was
something
flat,
and
would
then
the
you
sun
should-
ever set?
How does that work, man?
Ski, if the Earth was flat, does the sun ever set?
Since you have day and night, it's impossible on a flat Earth to
Yeah,
have 24
does the
hours.
sun ever set if it's flat? Yes or no?
It's impossible.
It's impossible to set. So let's get this straight. These guys are telling us it's impossible for the sun to set if the Earth's flat, but yet we go down to Antarctica and we see the sun for multiple days in a row. Not
Can you show me a
so
drawing where that's
therefore
possible
the
on a
Earth
flat
is fucking
surface?
flat. You dumbass.
Can you show me a drawing on how that's possible on a flat Earth?
Ski,
Come on, man.
you've just think about it. What you've just told us. You just told us it's impossible for the sun to set on a flat Earth, and now you're also telling us the sun doesn't set.
No,
Put
I
two and
said.
two together.
So I think you have a problem of hearing. I said it's impossible to have 24 hours sun in a flat Earth.
I asked you, does the sun set on a flat Earth? And you said it's impossible. That's what it was. So if it can't set on a flat Earth and you're claiming that it's not setting, you're only proving a flat Earth. That's it. And you haven't got the brain capacity to put that together.
We get people come in here and tell us the sun should never set on a flat Earth. You should always see the sun on a flat Earth. So you're telling us the sun remaining in the sky for 24 hours and not setting is impossible on a flat Earth. So you disagree with those guys that come in and say that that's what should happen.
Ah, here we go. This is where the problem is, Ski. See what you've just posted up there?
See what you just posted there? You see, see how you get triggered?
Have a look at it. We're not triggered for it. What we're trying to explain to you, and this is where you clown shoes don't get it. That map is an AE map. Somebody's grabbed a globe and squashed it flat. So what you're doing is debunking the globe. So you've created a straw man that is our map, and now you're telling us that map has been debunked.
Do you have a map? What is that thing?
Why would I have a map? Why would I necessitate?
Oh, so sorry, if you cannot even draw a map in that.
So now I have to draw a map. Ski, you're not doing yourself any favours here. So Matrix's ability to yes or no draw a map proves we live on a ball. Wow, this is going to be great. I'm glad you're laughing because now you understand the stupidity of it.
You're just showing the world how retarded you are, man. Sorry.
No, I'm showing everyone how retarded you are. You're expecting a map from me in order to prove what shape the ground is. What has me drawing a map? What does me drawing a map have to do with the shape of the ground?
If you can't even draw a map, you don't know the shape of the Earth itself. I'm sorry.
Well, can you?
Yes, I give it.
So you've been across the entirety of the Earth in order to draw an efficient map?
Yes.
You're a liar.
What do you mean?
Well, the way
what do you mean? You're a
ban
fucking
liars.
liar.
Liars get banned, dude. When you say yes and you know it's a lie, then you get banned. Is that what you want?
What
you prove that you've been to everywhere.
What you're asking for from what you presented in the first instance, you're just begging the question anyway. So it's just a failure in logic to begin with. The Earth must be a globe because the 24-hour sun can in Antarctica, and we know that can't happen on a flat Earth, only on a globe. You're just begging the question.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
Because if you have night and day, for example, where you live, and in Antarctica is 24-hour sun, the shape it must be not flat. It
must be not flat. So that's the only thing it can be. That's it. There's nothing else that could possibly happen.
Dude, it's a
that
fucking cube.
could allow that.
It must be a sphere. No, it must.
So,
no, if the Earth is
so there's nothing else.
Unless you have another shape to propose, I don't know, but it must be a sphere so far.
Dude, the Earth is a cube with 6 flat sides.
Oh, it has cube? All right, where's the edge? Exactly.
Yeah, go away, clown shoes. Right, Ski, you have to understand something. Daily, we get morons telling us
Can you
that
speak
if
in
the
English,
Earth...
please?
Why
I don't understand that.
Okay, I'm going to have to fucking help you shut up so you listen. We get people telling us if it's flat, sun can't set. Now here you are telling us, oh, it didn't set for 24 hours. Well, actually, they're down there for a couple of days. So it didn't set for multiple days, not just 24 hours. So sun can't set on flat Earth, and you're selling us the fact that it can't set. That's awesome, bro. You're telling us how flat it is. Thank you for helping us out. Lads, mute up. We don't need to hear you eating your McDonald's.
Oh, fuck, sorry.
So what is it, Ski? Is it flat?
Oh, you're talking to me. Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I know you didn't because you're an arrogant fuckknuckle. I should
you
use you for
you're
practice.
muting people and you're not an arrogant? Nah, that's not your word.
How about you talk less shit and stop being a smartass? As I was saying, we get multiple doorknobs come through here telling us that. All right. You want something really funny? Check this shit out. Let's see if it works. Yeah, that one might work. Right, spooky.
Oh yeah.
What's your
up, man?
claim?
I said, and I believe this, and this would make sense, that the Earth is a cube with 6 flat sides.
Why would you say something silly like? What have you got to verify and or validate said claim?
All right. So think about it, right? So if we were to be visualizing a cube in space, and who knows what kind of dimension space has, if we were to be looking at it, and let's say we were on the first face of the cube Earth, which we would like, you know how they use the Mercator projection for maps, it would fit on the cube Earth, and the north and south pole really being actually just one giant physical like structure around the edges of the cube, differentiate the faces. So we're on first face, and then immediately next to us would be like the third face. Like it's all cube Earth, and each of them.
Yeah.
Like,
So the only problem I've got is I've got a rough idea what a cube is. Last time I checked, there was 90 degrees corners and shit on a cube. So like between face 1 and face 3, like you just said, there's this like 90-degree bend, really sharp, designated area, probably called a corner. You reckon we'd notice that?
It's not a corner. Well, I mean, you can't escape the firmament of the cube, right? You can't get outside of space, and so when you reach,
well, we all
the
know
edge,
space is fake and gay.
Yeah, absolutely. But when we reach the corner or the edge or whatever you want to describe it as, it's not. It won't look like a sheer cut. It won't be a clean cut 90-degree like you think. It's definitely got that angle, the 90-degree angle, but like it's
right.
jagged.
So Australia, is it on a different side than you?
No.
In the US?
No. We're all in the same.
So we're all
plane.
just on one face.
Yeah, we're on one face, and then you get to the edge, and then you see.
So how do you know it's a cube then?
I saw it. It just makes sense.
No.
Let me
doesn't
let me
make
ask
sense.
this guy. Let me ask this guy
Yeah,
a question. All right. So what you're proposing is something that is it geometric? Like why did you say cube? I'm just interested.
Because like it just makes sense. I don't know. It seems like the most perfect structure in, like, in the third dimension. Like,
well, I'm going to tell you that there's a running theory on something that I've been discussing with somebody about an idea far beyond like the idea of the conceptualization of the Earth being a globe. But I don't know if you're on that time or if you're just mocking. So I don't know what you're talking about right now. I want you to clarify. If you're being serious, then I'll take it at that. But if you're not, then I'm gonna. Yeah, I'll find out.
Listen. I don't. It's the Earth has been described as a sphere, and it's also been described as a something spheroid, where it's like more of a potato shape, I guess. I've heard it be called a plane. I've heard it like a single flat Earth, in which it's not even like a square face. It's like a circular like face where the North Pole surrounds and wraps the entire Earth. And I've also heard it be described as a corner, where it's like there's two faces, where it more of like a macaroon kind of Earth, where like we have the.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you're trailing off. I don't know if it's me or.
No, I am. I am.
My
I
connection
definitely am.
might be my-
I'm trying to describe all the theories I've heard about.
Spooky,
the
have you? Sorry, Spooky. Have you observed this cube or measured or experienced anything? Because this is what we're going to want is some evidence or something that you said you observed. Is it something happen?
I guess I need to go
Or
out
you
there
just
and
saying
collect
a
some.
cube for no reason because you're just waffling on to like describing different shapes.
No.
Is my connection bad or is it you guys?
I can hear whoever else it was that was talking.
No,
You're
it's
fine.
all coming through good to me.
I guess really what it is just it feels like when I hear all these people talk about those other theories of like other like terrestrial like sentience and stuff like that, why wouldn't it just be that they lived on the other side of the cube Earth or another face of the cube Earth?
Yeah,
Like,
terrestrial
where it does
sentience. I
not
think
fit.
you're borderline mocking now. I know where you're going. You're not even making it. What you're saying is discombobulated. You're not coherent. You need to have some coherency if you're going to propose something. You don't.
That it's a cube Earth instead of it being like just one plane, like one flat Earth, even though it would still be flat Earth.
Like you were asked earlier, there's two faces. Have you seen like a 90-degree angle or something like that? Something you can observe or measure.
Well,
Otherwise,
have you
there's no point
sailed
saying
around
it.
the Earth and like gone to like any of the edges?
Oh yeah, he's losing touch with reality now. Yeah, it doesn't have coherence.
I mean, I'm just curious because you're asking me to like show some sort of evidence, and it's like I don't know, I can't.
Yeah,
But, like,
your
can you
theory
show me
doesn't have
evidence
any
for, like, what
coherence,
you're
sir.
describing?
Your theory doesn't have coherence. Sorry.
Okay, I will come back with a coherent cube Earth theory.
Go ahead.
I will. You'll be here.
Yeah, I'm mostly always here, so. Anybody else? Okay. What's up, guys? Just holding the fort. Wait until the US shift to come on.
Going good, AV. How are you, bro?
How's it going, Duz? Who else we got in here? Got a few lurkers in here. Have you talked to Credith? And how about Dr. Astro whatever? Astro bullshit. He's a flat earther, Frenchy fella. He was actually quite nice to listen to earlier. Mick was having a yap to him. I don't know who Eliza is. The rest of them, usual troublemakers. Hey, don't forget, I'm kind of making a small announcement about us going to the app Flip. I don't know if your country, I don't think your country can get the app in Australia, but some of us are going to be heading towards that app to do some shows.
Outstanding. Yeah, bigger outreach.
Yeah. Plus, I don't know, you heard me talk about Flip, right? It's
No, first time.
it's akin to like a TikTok, but it's like one that has free speech on it. So it came across my eyes when I was like playing a certain game, you know, while I was going somewhere. Then I saw it, I was like, Flip, what the hell is this? So I looked into it, and sure enough, they've just rolled out with a debate side to it. So it used to be like a TikTok shop kind of app, but they're maturing into like, you know, debate app or something. I don't know. It lives on the phone, so it's not on PC.
Yeah, content app. There's that app called Single too, or Signal.
What I like about it is what it does is that it puts the speakers like on a debate panel, and immediately gives the incentive to like put your time as money, so it instantly monetizes your account, so that
if people wanted to, they can gift your account. Because I was running on Twitter for a while, and gifting anybody was a possibility. So like anybody could, like, if you have an account on TikTok and you're able to be like, you have 1,000 followers, then you could, it basically incentivizes like a monetization, so people can gift you if they wanted to. So it was a really cool incentive to be on a platform that would, people could support you if they'd like. They'd send you little gifts, little animations, and it would go towards your account. So I thought that was kind of cool. That's what this platform does, except for it's free speech, and it's not like TikTok where it's a bit more, doesn't let you have that freedom of like topics.
Yeah, the TikTok thing, it started off like it was really like 24/7 adjacent, but at the end it seemed like you guys went into other topics and sort of like we're done with Flat Earth for a while or something like that. I don't remember all exactly what happened, but I remember that like people were like saying, "Hey, this is not 24/7 anymore. It's something else." I can't remember exactly what the verbiage was.
Yeah, I was just branching out to do other things, bring other kind of content, and I was gonna use it to like catapult other people's accounts so that they can like grow bigger. So it was just gonna be like a normie account essentially. So it wasn't gonna have anything to do with Flat Earth. That way, if that account gets blown up, then I could just like build because what happens is if you become like a really large account, you could bring other accounts up, just by advertising. So that's what I was going to use that account for. But I don't know. They started to like restrict accounts, so you couldn't just like build other accounts up anymore. You'd have to actually like get genuine followers and stuff. So.
Oh, they sort of changed the rules on how that worked.
Yeah, on how people follow each other. Yeah. So once they did that, they shadow banned a lot of accounts that had a lot of following, just based on like follow for follow. I was like, that's all right. I mean, you can do what you want there. So I just left. I left that account because after a while, I had like 13,000 followers, and I was like, it's pretty much a dead account now because they restricted it. So yeah, people wouldn't see me when I was on. And that was like going on for a month. So I was like, yeah, they pretty much shadow banned me. And they did a lot of other people too. It wasn't just me.
Yeah, because they wanted to have it where if someone's account goes down, you've got like a centralized spot where you can find the person again. And then they set it up. Well, no, if someone's account goes down, we want to make it harder for people to find their new account.
Yeah, they wanted to make it more about having genuine followers and not just like bots, because I think people would build up their accounts with bots, and that's the way they would do it. Anyway, yeah, Flip is a new app. So if you're thinking America, it's not restricted, but in other countries, I think it is. So I know Australia can't get it. So
What's it called?
Flip.
What's it for? Like, what is it?
It's a free speech platform, kind of like a debate platform now. But it used to be kind of like a TikTok shop type of app, but they changed it. So the way they're using it now is kind of like a debate. So yeah, I was showing it to India. Yeah, if you get on there and you see my account is AV_overdrive. That's my handle there.
AV_. I just finesse the pat. Oh, dude. You know, Lil Pump was 15 when he became famous, bro. That's gnarly. He's literally in like grade 10, bro. I wish I was Lil Pump, bro.
Was that Lats?
Yes,
Yeah,
my name is
that-
Lutz.
Yeah, what's up, dude? How you doing?
Good.
Is that the Lat that we know? Or is that a different one?
No, a different guy. Yeah, it's a different guy.
This guy a Glober?
No, he's kind of like a nonsense earther.
Oh, he's just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, he thinks he's making sense. He's kind of a goofball, but like, he's all right.
Do need I remind you, Critical, about 3 days ago where I debated you and destroyed you?
What was the topic? Like, remind me.
Like flat Earth. It was actually about the ice wall.
Okay, well, what was your claim about the ice wall?
That I'm going to go there and go past it.
Okay, and then what did I say?
You're just like, you'll never do it, cunt. I'm like, I'm going to do it, lad.
You did it? And you're back?
I'm going to. I'm going to record it and do it live.
What it sounds like to me is like, I don't know, it's just my 2 pence, but like you barely have enough money to scrape together to, pay for your internet monthly. I don't know how you're gonna make an excursion to Antarctica. Sorry, dude, not gonna happen.
Pay for my internet monthly, what?
Yeah, logistically, it would cost a tremendous amount of money to go to Antarctica if you're gonna do this endeavor by yourself.
Not really. I got a boat, bro. I was gonna buy all this fuel and just go there.
Okay.
Thinks he's going there in his tinny.
Yeah, I am, cunt. What's wrong with that, lad?
Oh, lads.
Kilometre trip, starting with the Bass Strait.
All he's going to be doing is drinking lots of tinnies. That's about all.
No, I'm saying,
he won't
man.
make it off port.
I don't think he'll make it off his bed. Fuck's sake. Like,
Dude, I'll be like a pirate. I don't even think when you go into international waters, you can't get done for a DUI, like while driving a boat. So I could just drink and drive my boat, bro.
yeah. Because that's how you do, when you're trying to inquire about the nature of reality, you want to be, snoggered. Right?
Yeah, that's what pirates did, bro. So, I mean, like, what can I?
Okay. Well, I mean,
But you want to?
I would imagine
that to your family. Now.
I don't know what's the passage over there for Australia to get to Antarctica. Like what passage you guys have to go
fair bit. Yeah, it's probably a lot of protocol involved, red tape, permissions, etc. I was
Can't just jump in the tinny and go, I'm going, bro, going. I'm going to take my tinny, few beers. Oh,
Why
she'll be
not,
right,
lad?
mate.
Well, I was looking at this the other day because you've got some flat earthers that claim that these Australian guys were pulled over for being too close to Antarctica in their fishing boat. And I think you were here, T-Dub. We went through all that. And they're only in the Bass Strait. They were nowhere near Antarctica. But it's about, off Google Maps, it's about 3,500 kilometres from the Australian coastline. And you'd start out in the Bass Strait, which is just insane.
Bass Strait. Isn't that like in between Tassie and Australia, the Bass Strait?
Yeah, so then you've got to cross there first, then off the back of Tassie, which is even worse, I believe.
Well, you got
But
rough seas over there?
the beauty is with a small tinny, you can sit between swell. Like you can sit between in between the waves.
Yeah, listen to this guy.
Yeah,
Serious.
I did a trip to Tasmania, like with the family, and we took the car and everything. So we went on the boat, and the first 2 or 3 levels are like car decks, and they put semis and everything in there as well to take food across and all that stuff. So big trucks, and they chain them all down in the bottom. And we were on the 8th floor at the front of the boat in a cabin, and we had waves breaking on the 8th floor window, and trucks in the bottom like break their chains and roll in the bottom. They've actually turned that boat back because waves have broken through like the cabin where they're up there. The captain is.
Damn the fuck.
Yeah, man. I thought I was going to get a nice sleep in a cabin. You couldn't lay in a bed. Everyone was sick as a dog. You lay on the bed, you'd have to have your leg on the wall.
Not this guy. No, sir. This guy's going to make it.
Oh, okay.
In his little tinny with his VBs.
Yeah.
Fucking oath, lad.
Reminds me of something like Danny Deck Chair, right? He's like, he straps himself to some balloons. Shit. Off we go. Let's see where I end up.
He's going to Antarctica with, his little tinny and a pocket full of dreams, you know?
I will make it, lad.
Yeah, it's like that, like from really old school cartoons where they have like a stick with a little sack on the back of it, like to Hollywood or broke or to Vegas or bust.
Yeah, I mean, how else would you go over there?
Let us know when you're going to do the attempt. I want to watch the news when they say, oh, we recovered this boat 5Ks off the Melbourne shoreline.
5K, it must have drifted out a little bit.
Yeah. It would have capsized way before then.
The man lost
Placed
all
on the
his
flip
esky.
side. He gets lost, full of the titties. There'll be a trail of empty titties bobbing along.
Hey, how many do you figure would be would be floating around where his boat was near? About a 24 pack.
How many slaps do you have to take with your lads to get through 3,500 Ks?
I'd say like 7 cartons at least. Nah, more cartons.
Golly. 7 cartons?
Probably like 10 cartons. Well, I'm just... Dude, if it's 3,000 Ks, I'd say I could get there in 2 weeks. So let's just say a carton per day. So what's that? It's 14 cartons.
But that's one way. That's only one way. How about on the way back? You got to think about way back, too.
Fuck. Well, I don't know. There could be another world there, bro. I might not be coming back.
That's what I said. It's a one-way ticket, baby. You ain't coming back. You might find what you're looking for, but you ain't returning back.
Dude, I actually could do it, man. Like, I've set my swag up in the deck before, bro. I'll just take bulk fucking jerry cans of fuel, man. Like, I could go through... I'm serious.
You're dreaming.
I'm fucking serious.
I mean... Shit, dude. I mean, this guy could be the guy, right? He could be the guy. He's like, prove everybody wrong and shit. You're like, you know what? We'll eat crow. Fuck it. I don't mind.
I feel like this is somehow like I can't tell if mentally disabled or not. Like, or what's going on here, dude? Do you realize that you will not get to Antarctica on like a small boat? It is not possible.
Well, if he's the type of bloke that I think he is from Australia, if he was on the piss with a couple of his mates and he's had his tinny in the backyard, they'd probably all talk shit and give it a crack and end up lost somewhere off the coast of Victoria.
God, dude. That's like a death wish, though, don't you think? You are not gonna survive, my friend.
I will. The only thing I'm not looking forward to is the cold, man. I hate the fucking cold, cunt. It's not.
Well, yeah, that's the least of your worries, man. The rough seas are gonna probably take you way before then.
No, bro. My tinny's pretty good. I can sit between the swell, bro.
I don't give a shit if you're a seasoned captain, bro. Those guys are the ones that say, you know what? Not today. Yeah, dude. Like, really?
Yeah, I'm thinking. Okay, maybe you heard this. You can look this up yourself. They call it like the roaring 40s. Okay, at the 40 degrees for parallel. They call it the roar. At the 40s, it's roaring. 50s, they call it like the furious 50s. The 60s, they call the screaming 60s. That's how rough the water is. Once you get to about 40 degrees parallel, 50, 60, they don't even call. And the 70s and the 80 and 90, they don't even have names. The water is so crazy. It's so stormy. It's so rough that people don't even go down there.
Lutz should still be drinking his VB and just contemplating whether it's time to put a life jacket on or not.
I hate life jackets. I'm not fucking. That's gonna take up room in the boat. We're not taking life jackets. Fuck that cunt. I hate life jackets. They're for pussies. Bro, I get the shits when I go like wakeboarding or tubing. I get the shits, cunt, because like when I'm with my mates in their boat, they make you like wear a life jacket because like it's illegal. It's illegal if you don't have one. I'm like, get fucked, cunt. I always take it off. I don't use a life jacket on a wakeboard. People who have life jackets don't know how to swim, bro.
Yeah, wouldn't be a great 1,000-kilometre swim home.
But I just float on my back, bro. Dude, when I was at Goldie Coast, bro, I used to like fall asleep in the water behind the sets. Like I'd lie on my back and like fall asleep floating. It's easy. It's so, what do you just float?
Drunk or sober?
Sober.
Yeah. One thing you might learn, mate, is gutful this. It changes how well you float to the point where you don't float anymore if you've consumed too much grog.
Damn.
Yeah. So probably best you don't play that game.
Yeah. I might have to cut back on the drinks for this tour.
The whole density thing, bro. You know, you got to make yourself less dense, not more.
I think it's pretty dense already.
The sink.
Dude, I also got a spot lock, like electric encoder at the front of my boat, and I rigged it up to my fucking fish finder and sounder and GPS lad, and you can set trolling, like you can make it troll for you. So when I'm asleep, bro, in the boat, I can put the electric motor down, and it will just drive for me, bro. I'm not even have to do anything, cat.
He's got autopilot. He'll be right.
Right up, I do, bro.
Maybe you could look for like little islands on the way, right? You know, like plan your trip. I'm going to get to this island here, then I'm going to head this way to this glacier. You know, right? Like maybe, you know, you want to have some stops on the way.
Yeah, I will. I'll make it a fishing trip as well. I'll just troll all the way there, like, and catch all the fucking Spanish mackerel, cunt. So it's been good, lad.
See, bro, that's my tinny. I posted in the side chat. It's a mad tinny cat. You'll get the easiest piss. It like sits in between the waves and shit.
Godspeed, sir. Salute you. Godspeed.
That's a good song by Zach Bryan. I'm moving at Godspeed. Na, 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 na.
Well, no, if we never hear from you again, what happened?
Most likely I made it, and I'm like on the other side of the ice wall. What do you mean a rescue plan? I just have an EPIRB, bro. Ultimate FE Final Boss. I just have an EPIRB. It's like an electronic pinging something device. And you just set it off, and it's like set like an emergency thing. I just take an EPIRB.
Yeah, lads. If there's an emergency here, right, who are you gonna call? Those people ain't gonna come to rescue because the temperature is like the average temperature is between 70 and 90 minus 90 degrees Celsius. So who are you gonna call? Nobody's gonna come and rescue you. There's no point going.
They will.
No, they won't. They say, "Nah, it's too cold. I'm not going over there."
They will. They have to. It's a job, bro. They have to.
Yeah, what happens? They tell you, "No, we're not going. We're not coming to rescue you." What happens then? Then you're fucked, innit?
They'll get fired and charged for like manslaughter because they didn't do their job.
Well, just don't go. It's too dangerous.
Yeah. Just depends on the risk factor involved in trying to rescue you. Yeah, I mean, if it's going to cost lives just to rescue you, they're probably not going to worry about it.
Yeah, it's exactly T-dubs. If their lives are in danger, they're not going to rescue you. It's your fault.
Fuck, dude, EPIRBs cost a lot of money. I don't have one. They're like fucking $500, bro. I just looked it up. It's gnarly.
But anyway, we all know you're not going to do it. Won't happen.
So that's what an EPIRB is. There's like two ways to set it off. Like you get wet, like you submerge it, or you like pull the pin on it. Press the button. But if you do it accidentally, you get massive fines, bro. It's like a flare. How can't set off flares when they shouldn't. That's illegal, dude. You can't do that.
Do you have any pets?
The what?
You have like a dog, a cat, a hamster, something like that?
Nah.
Do you play any musical instruments?
Nah.
What's the last book that you read?
To be honest, bro, I don't think I've ever read a full book in my life.
What's your take on tipping?
Tipping? I hate tipping. It should be illegal.
If you could get away with one crime, what would it be?
Stealing a substantial amount of money.
If you were a celebrity, which one would you be?
Oh, that's interesting. Probably Kelly Slater. He's heaps gnarly.
if you were to open a food truck, what would you serve?
Deep fried food like fish and chips because it's easy. You just chuck it in the thing.
What's the most random thing you ever bought online?
I haven't bought much random stuff online. Oh, fly fishing rod.
What's your favorite ice cream flavor?
Fuck, cookies and cream, 100%.
What keeps you up at night?
Anxiety.
What always makes you smile?
I don't know. Funny cunts.
Have you ever had a crush on someone?
No. Yes, when I was a kid.
What's the cringiest thing you ever posted on social media?
Oh, bro, that's a hard one. Back in the day, I posted like this meme, this gay meme lord stuff, bro. It's gnarly.
What's your favorite board game?
Snakes and ladders.
What sport did you play growing up?
Cricket.
Is that my boy
What's
Lex?
this? What's this, Kurt? Is this... What sort of test is this?
No, I was just curious. I mean, it kind of was like interesting. He generally can't answer much of anything. He kind of goes into just real gobbledygook. I was just curious if he really could just, follow along with anything. And he did. He did
all right.
He did all right. Yeah. I was half expecting like, what do you mean by what is that? Like social media, huh? Like what? Yeah, but he nailed it.
The way you were asking that reminded me of something I've heard on YouTube before.
Yeah, it's like that. The guy, Jason or Jordan. No, not Jordan Peterson. The one who is amazing. Like he calls it in the hot seat, and they'll just kind of like ask some. There's like some questions like I didn't want to get too personal.
Jesse Lee Peterson.
There we go. That's it. Yeah. Yeah. He'll at the end. Yeah. He'll just like ask people like some really just questions they're not used to asking. Like if you had a superpower, what would it be? What's your favorite karaoke song? Like and people are like what? Like.
Yeah, he definitely has a level of confidence. I'm not sure if it's justified confidence, but he's got some confidence there.
How about let's try this one. This is I used to do this a while back. I mean, this is like early Flat Earth. So some of these questions might be dated now. It's 15 questions that are broken into 3 categories: Flat Earth versus Globe Earth, science versus pseudoscience, and consistency. So the first question is, who do you think has the positive claim or burden of proof? Flat Earth or Globe Earth?
Both.
Is a black swan about the horizon or something else?
It's like a goose in Melbourne.
Is gravity is gravity a constant or an average?
It's a constant.
Can you
He's got them
predict?
all wrong so far.
Can you predict what year you will go? Okay, sorry, let me rephrase that. Can you predict what year, where they will go, and who will do a manned space flight? Year, location, group.
No, I can't predict that. I've already done it, bro.
Yeah, the next one. Where are they going to go next? What
Maybe
year?
Mars.
Okay, what year?
With acceleration theory, I'd say like 2040.
And then who will do that?
Elon and his boys.
The federal government spends $100 million, upwards of $100 million, every 39 hours on NASA. Is that figure too much, too little, or just right?
Way too much.
Is there more than one scientific method?
Yes.
Is natural selection the mechanism of evolution?
Natural selection. Not always, but sometimes.
Is natural selection the cause and evolution the effect, or vice versa?
Nah, it's the effect. Evolution is the effect.
It sounds like he's using a magic 8-ball to answer.
Has evolution or parts of evolution been validated with experimentation?
Yes.
Are there any parts of astrophysics or astronomy that make a positive claim or hypothesis about the Earth?
No.
Have you heard of the rare Earth hypothesis or the overview effect?
No.
Is there a working model of the globe or a map?
Yes, a map, yes.
Who has a positive claim or burden of proof? Atheists or the rest of humanity?
Atheist.
Hypothetically, what or should an atheist space program look like?
One without God involved.
What is one thing you've learned from a flat earther?
That's a good question. Probably about the gas, bro, and like the firmament, because there's probably a firmament, because otherwise gas would just fill the void and go away. You know? Like oxygen wouldn't be here.
How many years has America been at war?
They're always at war, since the beginning.
Are you an attention seeker?
No.
Yeah, nailed it.
So what did I score?
It's not about scoring. It's just like if someone were to curious to be like, hey, where's this guy coming from? I think you got it, man. There's no doubt that you know your position and you can articulate it if asked the right questions.
Yeah, I told you, I'm smart, dude. I'm smart.
Crit, can we do all the close-ended questions, and this time?
Yeah, instead of open-ended. Yeah. It's like sometimes with closed-ended and open-ended, they I don't know. My idea was you mix it up because sometimes like if they waffle with an open-ended question, and then it just goes on and on and on, you never get through it. Then finally at the end, you're like, hey, that was one question. Do you think you can get through the rest of them? And like, oh shit! So they kind of like realize that they waffled. And you throw a closed-ended question in there, and then they're and if they waffle a closed-ended question, you're like, dude, was it really hard just to say like, yes or no? Is there more than one scientific method? Well, back in the day, there were people and there was kids, and like it.
All right, let's give this a crack. Close-ended questions only. I got the magic 8 ball ready. Let's see how we go.
Okay, is NASA spending mandatory? Oh, shoot, this is I worded it wrong. Okay, okay, close-ended only, right? So it's got to be yes or no.
Correct.
Okay. There are two types of spending at the federal level. Or is there? Is there two types of spending at the federal level?
Don't count on it.
One of the types of spending is discretionary.
You may rely on it.
NASA spending is non-mandatory, discretionary.
As I see it, yes. See, Lax is looking pretty good here.
Yeah, good job.
Who was that just dropped in? We got Venus Girl down the bottom.
Arthurs are stupid because they trolling all peoples, trolling the scientific evidences, trolling our education. They are stupid.
Whoa. Yeah, the Globers. Yeah, I'd agree.
Yeah, dude, you came in a little hot there.
Do you know in satellite we can clearly see Earth is round, is not a flat. In satellite images.
India
Which satellite?
made a cardboard cutout on the moon. We saw it. It was just a cardboard cutout on screens.
Yeah, which satellite are you talking about?
James Webb, Voyager 1-2.
That you think that points towards Earth?
What about the Chinese one? We could use that. That's pretty good. That's the one that didn't show any curvature at all.
Do you know that satellite GOES 16? It's also take a picture of Earth. E0S06. NASA GOES 16 lands at Voyager 1. The whole satellite is take the picture of Earth, and the Earth is round in the picture.
So the question we're going to ask you now is, how do you verify and validate that image?
We validate because we are using internet, okay? And we know internet was running because of satellite.
Whoa, no. 99% of internet is through undersea cables.
Yeah, I know, but the mobile connection.
So
that's from
hold
satellite.
on. You said internet. Why are you jumping to something else? Internet is proof of satellites? No. Internet is proof of undersea cables.
Sorry, I make a mistake. I'm not talking about internet. I'm talking about mobile connection.
So, because you've got mobile connection, that proves that satellites are doing something around a globe. That's a lot to tie together.
Yes, actually, we saw the video where government sending a satellite in a space.
So, yet again, how do you validate and verify this video?
Okay, how did you validate or verify Earth is not round?
Oh, well, that's easy. We grab a laser and we point it across very large patches of water, 20, 30 miles, and we measure for the drop over distance. So if you're on a ball, there would be a noted drop over the distance. because you're supposed to be on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles. And so if that is true, then the curvature rate would be very much predictable. And when we go out there and test for this, we don't find it. So if there's no curve, there's no ball.
Bro, I think you should take some psychological treatment.
So why would I... Oh, run away then. No, he didn't run away. He's still there. Why would I need to take psychological assessment when we're measuring for something that should be there? So we're told a particular event, a particular thing should be there, and then when we go and check for it, it is not.
Okay, listen. If we saw the other planets with telescope, with like
Okay,
Venus, Mars.
stop. So you asked me to validate and verify the flatness. Now, pre that, I asked you, how do you validate and verify the photo and then the video? So how about we get back to you? How do you validate and verify the so-called photos from space?
Okay, I validate because Nostradamus go to the moon in Apollo 11. Okay, so he verified the
went to
Earth is round.
moon.
Yes.
Nostradamus. Okay, that's just getting a
Moon
little
landing.
bit silly now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very silly now.
I'm not even sure we're supposed to talk to 10-year-olds on here.
Wise choice, kid. Bring some proof with you next time.
Dude, is this Indian chick still saying that the Earth is round because she saw a picture online? The fuck?
Yeah, that was a big argument that you can see Earth curve from a satellite image.
Because you can read satellite from space and take pictures.
Maybe this one might have some ball proof. Welcome back, AV.
What's up, man?
Every time the little door chime goes off, we're hoping that, oh, there's another one, where that they might drop in with ball proof.
Yeah, we'd hope for that. They never do. There goes Lats.
Yep, too many tinnies.
What type of beer is that though? Is that a specific type of beer in Australia, or is that just referencing like beer itself?
That's just referencing beer itself in the tin cans, aluminium cans, or aluminum cans. Sorry. So if you hear the phrase "crack a tinny," means open up a beer.
Yeah, but what type of beer do you think he's drinking though? I mean, what do Australian men drink over there?
Probably VB.
He'd be a VB drinker.
VB?
He sounds crazy enough, yeah.
Is that Pabst? Is that right?
Victoria Bitter.
Oh, yeah, that's not. Yeah, okay. Yeah, he's dreaming if he's going to Antarctica, man. Yeah. It's a whole different world when you sober up, though. Tell you what.
He'll come to a screaming halt. He'll get his boat. He'll have it on the back of his car. He'll get down. He'll put the boat in the water. He'll go and park his car, and then he'll have his keys in his hand, and he'll be like, "Where the fuck am I going to put my keys for the next month?"
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man.
Sounds a lot like my little brother. Just his vocabulary. Like, grew up in that same era as my little brother. Gnarly, bro. You know.
Welcome, Amnesia. Have you been in this channel before? Oh, you're a texter. Yes. Who else do we got? Pelt.
Good morning.
Morning. What's your take on this conundrum we've come across? Is it a ball spinning
here
through
for-
the vastness of space?
No,
Or is it plain
most
old
definitely a
topography?
plane. Most definitely a plane.
How did you come across that? What was it that woke you up?
Might not be able to talk much since I'm at work, but long life of questioning science and what's presented to us.
So what was the turning point, do you reckon? You just woke up one morning and said, you know what, I've had enough of this shit, I'm going to look at it? Or was there anything in particular, any event that triggered it?
I would probably say what was presented to me during the astronomy class I was taking.
All right, what was that?
About the vastness and ever expanding nature of how they say that there's so much out there that we can't seem to replicate today.
There's so much out there that we can't seem to replicate. It sounds quite odd.
How on earth did you come to be friends with Rich Evans?
Glitch Evans.
It's the only mutual friend. I don't even know how I'm friends with him. Why am I friends with Rich Evans? I must have accepted his friend request.
So you can track where he is. When he comes in, it lights up. One of your friends is nearby.
Holy shit, that was fast. Ba-dong, dong.
Yeah, they're the ones that have been in here before. Oh shit, wrong room.
Yeah. Maybe they got it favorited. Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. I see Sasha is sporting a new look. Looks like he's got the whole crazy scientist thing going on. Mad scientist.
Sasha, did you put your finger in a PowerPoint?
What?
I was just looking at your profile picture. It looks like you've been thoroughly electrocuted.
That's not good.
That's not you? What mad
me.
scientist is